what will truly turn the corner on this pandemic. Please know, if you are not vaccinated, you remain susceptible, especially from the transmissible Delta variant, and are particularly at risk for severe illness and death. I want to share with you my concerns about what we're seeing across the country in areas of low vaccination coverage and in counties with increasing case rates. As shown on the left map in blue, there
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, July 9th, 2021. We are starting out the show this morning with an update of some news that overnight broke in Houston, Texas. So a news alert this morning. We have learned, thanks to Fox 26 Houston, that an investigation is now underway following a deadly shooting at the aquarium in downtown. HPD Executive Chief Matt Slinkard said the call came in around 8:10 in the evening. If you're familiar with Houston, it's in the 400 block of Bagby Street. Now, according to Slinkard, when officers arrived on the scene, 2 adult males were found dead inside the bar area of the aquarium restaurant. Another woman was injured in the shooting and taken to the hospital, where she is currently listed in stable condition. Preliminary investigation revealed one man who was killed and the woman who was injured were together having dinner at the bar and were paying their tab. Police stated surveillance video showed the couple was at one end of the bar and the suspect was on the other end of the bar. Authorities said after reviewing the video, the suspect got up, went quickly around the bar toward the couple and started firing rounds. The man who died on the scene went down along with the female who was with him. After the shooting, authorities said the suspect committed suicide with one self-inflicted gunshot wound. It's unclear how many shots total were fired. One witness who was inside the restaurant having dinner with her 2 children told Fox 26 that multiple shots were fired during the incident. Now, police saying the bar area was not crowded at the moment of the shooting. They said the scene was secure and safe, and they're not looking for any additional suspects. It's unclear if there was any interaction between the couple and the suspect before the shooting happened. Police are still working to identify the families of the victims. Authorities saying they will be on scene for the next several hours investigating and collecting evidence. So if you have been in the Houston area, downtown in particular, you have noticed a police scene surrounding the aquarium. That is what is happening this morning. We wanted to provide you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, everybody, I'm preparing to say hello here. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from our Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Happy Friday, everybody. Yes, I will try to bring you some lighter, happier news this morning as well. Not just all the serious news stories from across the country. Believe it or not, I'm actually bringing back an old-time favorite and staple, Fur Friday, at the end of the morning brief. That's when I show you animal-related stories right here on Live Now from Fox. And it involves sharks and goats. All right, so speaking of the morning brief, let's get started, everybody. I do want to provide to you the latest on the situation unfolding. Of course, Elsa is still moving up the East Coast. She's actually impacting the Jersey Shore area, which is near Philadelphia. She impacted D.C., and now she is impacting New York as well. So let me currently show you what it is looking at right now. Here is a live look of Elsa, where she's been. That's kind of the running line there you see. and then where she's currently at and where she's expected to be heading. So you see there, she is essentially just south of New York, again impacting Philadelphia area, New Jersey, and continuing up the East Coast all the way into New York, going all the way up to as much as Boston as well. But when she came through Florida, unfortunately, one man lost his life as a result. Let's get the details.
Usually when we get briefings from JSO about traffic deaths, we learn that speed, alcohol, or even distracted driving was a factor. But this time, JSO says that was not the case. They say the driver could not have done anything differently. He was just driving along Roosevelt Boulevard here in Ortega when a tree fell on his car and ripped off the roof. And if you follow me over here just to make sure it's safe, if you walk with me over here, you can see this is where his car landed, and you can see remnants of it scattered all around the ground. This is what's left of the Dodge Challenger that was crushed under a falling tree branch in Ortega Wednesday. JSO says a massive tree branch along Roosevelt Boulevard gave way around 3:30 in the afternoon.
I just hear a loud crash, then all of a sudden a minute later I hear sirens going crazy outside my house. I was like, what's going on?
The tree branch ended up hitting two cars, taking the roof off the Dodge Challenger and unfortunately killing the driver instantly. JSO says the driver was 25 years old. The windshield of the other car was shattered, but the driver was not hurt.
This poor gentleman did nothing wrong. He was just driving.
JSO says when the branch fell, it took power lines with it, causing outages in the Ortega neighborhood. And crews did cut up the rest of the tree and hauled it away to be on the safe side. When we last spoke with the JSO tonight, they had not yet notified the victim's family. In Ortega, Danny Bozzini, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Taking a live look right now, everybody, at Chicago, Illinois. If you're just waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox, you're getting to see this gorgeous view. Perhaps you're staying in downtown Chicago. Good morning to you. Look at the gorgeous sunrise out there in the Windy City. Remember, we said we were going to continue to track Elsa. We are, and we will. We're going to be getting live reports from our Fox-owned and operated stations across the country a little bit later this morning here on Live Now from Fox. But meanwhile, everybody, I'm actually going to bring you back here to Florida to get the latest on the Surfside condo collapse recovery efforts. It's a story we've been following very closely for more than 2 weeks now here on Live Now from Fox.
Emergency workers in Surfside, Florida returned to the pile for day one of recovery operations. The search for survivors ended on Wednesday after officials announced there was no longer any hope of finding anyone alive. Crews are now shifting focus to finding the remains of those who died.
When that happened, it took a little piece of the hearts of this community.
At least 60 people are confirmed dead and dozens more unaccounted. Officials say detectives are working to verify that those listed as missing were in fact in the building when it collapsed.
The waiting and trying to, is there hope? Will we be able to have a miracle? I know it's weighed a lot on the family. It's weighed on the whole community. I know it's weighed on all of us.
Crews continue to work on their hands and knees to comb through the debris. More than 7 million pounds of concrete has been removed from the site, and additional equipment has been brought in to help speed up operations. Rescue workers, families of the missing, and faith leaders marked the end of rescue efforts with a moment of silence Wednesday night. They also walked from the debris to the memorial wall, where they said prayers, shed tears, and mourned the lives that have been lost.
The work continues with all speed and urgency. All task forces are being deployed from across the country and the world.
Officials say they continue working around the clock to find the victims, but ultimately ending this job is likely several weeks away. In Surfside, Florida, Phil Keating, Fox News.
They usually do updates, everybody, twice a day out there in Surfside, Florida. We've been airing them for you live, raw, unfiltered, right here on Live Now from Fox. I hope you guys are having a great Friday so far. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. I want to say thank you to all of you who tune in all day, every day, all week as well. Don't forget, you can always go to LiveNowFox.com. It's LiveNowFox.com. See all the different ways you can watch us, tune in, take us with you wherever you go. All right, everybody, I do have a view right now I want to show you of Ocean City, New Jersey. Remember, we said Elsa's moving up the East Coast. You can see here just how intense the winds are. You can tell it has been raining out there. The sun has risen, but it's mostly covered by clouds right now. Pretty intense winds and a pretty quiet boardwalk, ocean side area right there. Nobody there compared to how the crowds were on the 4th of July weekend. We were actually thinking perhaps there was a marathon or a race going on at the time. No, it was just the holiday crowds here during the summer, getting out, enjoying the sights and sounds, getting a workout in, and the like. So again, we're continuing to track Elsa and her impacts across the East Coast, and we will continue to do so. All right, everybody. Well, believe it or not, we're going to head to Colorado for this next top story. A company building weather devices that are helping meteorologists at the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center predict a storm's path, including the path of Elsa. Fox's Keegan Harsha has more.
We may be hundreds of miles away from the nearest coastline, but Colorado, believe it or not, is ground zero for hurricane research.
Colorado is kind of a smaller hurricane mecca.
Welcome to Vizsla.
There's about 150 here in Colorado, and we've got about 1,700 around the world.
The company that builds these weather devices in Louisville.
There's a lot of electronics that go into this, with GPS sensors, radio antennas,
that are literally dropped from planes and into hurricanes. More than 200 of these dropsondes were deployed during Hurricane Elsa, flown right into the storm, dropped from airplanes, and once they're deployed, they float all the way to the water, sometimes in winds of more than 200 miles an hour.
So these are very, very brave people that hop on an airplane and they fly through the storms. Hurricane hunters, as they're called, have been around for about 50 to 60 years.
Dozens of dropsondes are typically dropped into a hurricane each day of the storm, and the weather sensors measure temperature, humidity, air pressure, and wind speed during their 5 to 10 minute fall to the ocean.
The quality of our 5-day hurricane forecasts now are as good or better than the 3-day, 2-day, 1-day forecasts from decades ago. And that's because of technology like this.
Technology manufactured not along the coast, but hundreds of miles away.
And these are very solidly built.
Right here in Colorado.
All right, everybody, we are live and worldwide here on Live Now from Fox. Taking a live look right now at Milwaukee, Wisconsin on the right-hand side of your screen. As you can tell by the double graphics on the top right-hand side of your screen, and underneath me am in Orlando, Florida. So a lot of people ready for the weekend, even though it was a short work week for many Americans due to the July 4th holiday. Holiday itself happened on Sunday. Many Americans had Monday off as companies observed the holiday. Short week, but guess what? A lot of people still ready for the weekend, eager for the weekend. Now that millions of Americans have been vaccinated, they want to hit the roads and the skies. They are comfortable with traveling again, despite the fact that some health warnings are going out. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take you to the state of Washington right now, where the health warning in particular is going out to parents.
The Pacific Northwest is a playland during the summer. But before your next adventure to the lakes, the coast, or Washington's wine country, the state's health secretary has something for you to consider.
You should ask the question, should we be taking this trip right now? And the answer may be no. The answer may be let's wait.
Walla Walla County, a popular tourist destination, is averaging almost 300 cases per 100,000 people, rivaling rates seen at the height of the pandemic.
When you're going around, whether it's the state or the country, or even if you decide to take an international trip, you've really got to know what's happening in that setting where you're going.
Dr. Umair Shah says it's especially true for parents of kids too young to get the vaccine. you're on vacation in an area with a low vaccination rate, should you be going out to dinner where a lot of people are not wearing masks if you have kids who are not vaccinated?
You have to remember your kids are still at risk because they are not vaccinated. So I think there is that piece regardless of where you are.
It comes as Shaw and state health leaders take a shot at getting the rest of Washington's residents vaccinated.
It's going to let us get back to doing the things that we love.
Launching an aggressive campaign that includes public service announcements, creating community partnerships, making house calls to vaccinate people who are homebound.
All done. I'm sorry. You okay?
Oh, yeah.
And giving away prizes for those who get the shot, including next week's drawing for $1 million, hoping to reach people who may be open to the vaccine but haven't gotten around to it.
Those are the ones that we're trying to reach so we can get them vaccinated and protected.
So your next trip can focus solely on fun and not the virus.
Taking a live look now, everybody. This is New York, New York, as Elsa continues to move through the area. You can see the heavy rainfall there, still not stopping New Yorkers from having to get to work, perhaps summer school, other business that they have to take care of throughout the day there. But yes, you can see there is definitely some precipitation on the camera, definitely some of that wet stuff on the ground, and you can see it continues to fall out there in New York. We've got cameras across the country, everybody. Wherever you LiveNowers are, we want to reach you. We want to reach your community. So while I have a second, I would like to invite you guys to please find not just me, but all of us on social media. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, myself, Regina, Rain Augustine. All you have to do is search for Pilar Live Now for myself. But again, the whole team here at the East Coast Hub is on social media. We'd be happy to connect with you. And if you send us some photos or videos of the current weather conditions where you are, especially if you're in the impacted area of Tropical Storm Elsa, you give us the green light to show them on air. We might be able to just do that. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to stay with some coronavirus top stories here, everybody. Of course, concerns rising over the Delta variant. They're saying that it's more transmissible and it's spreading pretty quickly. But a grim global milestone as COVID-19 deaths surpassed 4 million, and as the Delta variant, again, has become the dominant strain here in the U.S., health officials say cases and deaths are preventable with more vaccinations as they continue their push for more inoculations worldwide. Fox News multimedia reporter Stephanie Bennett has the story.
The global COVID-19 death toll eclipsing the staggering 4 million mark. For perspective, it's roughly equal to the population of Los Angeles. And health experts warn if more people don't get vaccinated, that number will continue to increase.
Virtually all COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths in the United States are now occurring among unvaccinated individuals.
The CDC says the highly transmissible Delta variant is now the dominant COVID strain in the U.S., driving up the case count, especially in pockets of the country with low vaccination rates. The Delta variant has been detected in all 50 states and at least 96 countries. The rapid spread now prompting some, like Australia, Israel, and Hong Kong, to reinstate restrictions to help slow the spread. But health officials reiterate vaccination is key.
Our authorized vaccines prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death from the Delta variant. Of course, widespread vaccination is what will truly turn the corner on this pandemic.
But of the 3 billion doses that have been administered worldwide, less than 2% have been in the developing world, causing cases in places like South America, Latin America, and Africa to spiral out of control.
We need to get serious about that. This is a worldwide problem that needs worldwide solutions.
Countries like the U.S., France, and Great Britain have all pledged about 1 billion doses to help close the inequities gap, but experts say about 11 billion doses are needed to immunize the world. Stephanie Bennett, Fox News.
Different vantage point right here, everybody, of New York, New York, this Friday morning. This is just outside of the Fox News headquarters, right in the middle of Manhattan, across from Radio City Music Hall there, not too far away from Rockefeller Center. So yeah, the streets, I mean, a little bit emptier than we've seen in the past days here, but still, it's a Friday afternoon, short week, a lot of people having to hit the roadways and handle their business out there in the Big Apple. The city definitely as well seeing more tourists as a result of vaccinations going in arms of Americans across the country. Again, everybody, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. Well, Google hit with a major antitrust lawsuit from 36 states and D.C. There's a fresh read on the job market, and the best pizza city in America is not New York City or Chicago. This is really surprising to me. Fox's Brett Larson has those stories and more in this most recent Fox Means Business report.
36 states and the District of Columbia are suing Google, accusing the company of operating an illegal monopoly with its Google Play App Store. The lawsuit alleges the company has monopolized the distribution of apps on mobile devices that run its Android operating system. They claim the payment requirement allows Google to monopolize in-app payments and charge excessive commissions. Google calling the lawsuit strange, saying it provides an open operating system where customers are free to download apps directly from developers' websites. An update on the job market, the number of new claims for unemployment benefits rising last week to 373,000. Economists were predicting a decline to 350,000. Continuing claims, those still receiving benefits, declined, though not as much as forecast. Americans are borrowing again. Credit reporting company Equifax says demand for auto loans and leases, credit cards, and personal loans increased 39% in April compared with a year ago. And New Yorkers won't like this one. Portland, Oregon voted best city for pizza. 2 authors traveling across the U.S. to a dozen cities and consuming over 400 pies to make the call, saying the Portland pies are shockingly good. They went on to say New York pizzerias are disappointing. For more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Brett Larson.
All right, I'm not knocking them. 2 authors say the pizza in Portland is good. I'll give them that. But to say that New York City pizza is disappointing? Oh my goodness. We're having a conversation here at the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando. We've got Regina Gonzalez and we have an intern as well, and we're saying that you can't really beat New York pizza. It's some really good pizza. I get it. Some people like deep dish. They like Chicago. They like to actually be able to eat it with a fork. But to me, if you're able to fold a slice, delicious. All right, everybody, we're continuing on with your morning brief. The top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. We are so happy that you are here this Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget, Live Now from Fox. We have our own Twitter page and account. All you have to do is search for us. Again, that's Live Now from Fox. You can also go to our website, which is 24/7, livenowfox.com. See all the different ways that you can watch us. You can always take us with you on your smartphones, your tablets, your laptops, whatever you have. You can turn us on Bluetooth in your car, just like you're listening to the radio. Take us with you at all times, wherever you are, wherever you're going, wherever you are going to be. We can be right there with you here on Live Now from Fox. You know, if it's live, if it's breaking, if it's some information that you want or need to know about, all the important things, you'll have it right here on Live Now from Fox. Very little commentary from the host. We just show it to you live, raw, unfiltered. Let you make your own opinions about what you are witnessing. Okay, so we are continuing on with those top stories from across the country. We're going to head on over to the state of Kentucky here next this morning. Remember, I promised you guys I was going to have some lighter, happier news at the end of the morning brief. Well, dramatic body camera video showing the moment police rescue a 6-year-old girl who was allegedly kidnapped by a man while she played outside. Fox's Darby Bean has more.
All right, I got it. 2, 3, 4.
The moments caught on camera.
You see your hands?
Okay, what's your exact location?
Hands. Put your hands in the air. Stay right there. Stay right there.
LMPD searching for a 6-year-old girl Friday night after several calls from witnesses tell dispatch she was taken by a man in a car while playing outside on her bike.
You just can't get there fast enough. Seconds feel like hours. Your only thought is getting there as fast as you can.
Every available car from every division was called in to areas around Haney Way near Valley Station Road. In a matter of about 30 minutes, police found the car and the man they say was the driver just about a half mile away.
Keep walking back. Keep walking back. Keep walking back. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Stay right there.
This man, Robbie Wilt, was taken into custody as police continue arriving on scene.
One more in the car.
One more subject in the car.
Open the passenger door! Open the passenger door! Driver or passenger?
Hello. It's okay. Come here. It's okay.
Clearly upset, but the little girl safe and soon to be reunited with her family. Police say cases like this don't happen often.
It's extremely rare for us to see a stranger kidnapping.
It's a tough one, but they say the ending could have been much different.
We were able to prevent anything worse than what had already happened from happening to her.
Police say a family member was watching the little girl and witness tips gave police a partial license plate number and detailed description of the car, making a big difference in this case. According to an arrest report, Wilt made multiple statements saying he knew what he did was wrong and he felt bad and was driving the girl back to the location. He's charged with kidnapping and has a $1 million bond. Darby Bean, WDRB News.
All right, we're taking a triple live shot this morning on Live Now from Fox. You can see Cape May, New Jersey there experiencing Tropical Storm Elsa effects. On the top right-hand side of your screen, that's X-Rad radar showing where Elsa has been, where she's at, and where she's likely headed. And then you see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen there, that's Orlando, Florida. It's summer break for most students, which means it's going to be another packed weekend here at the theme parks. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We've got more top stories from across the country when you return. And I promise, we're ending it on lighter, happier news and bringing back the old-time favorite known as Friday when I show you some animal-related stories. We'll be right back. Back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, we continue to scour the top stories from across the country and bring you everything that you might want and need to know about. Yes, it's summer vacation mode for many families, but there's a continued push by some for children to get vaccinated, as the American Academy of Pediatrics reports that children account for almost a quarter of all COVID-19 cases. Fox's Kevin Torres reports.
This is really concerning for local infectious disease experts here in the metro. The number of pediatric COVID-19 cases is going down, but doctors tell me one of the reasons for that is there are plenty of kids who will become infected but aren't reported or tested because the virus doesn't impact them as much. But even with that, new data highlights a troubling trend. A year ago today, children only accounted for 2% of new COVID infections, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics. But as of today, they account for more than 24% of new weekly infections. Mind you, children make up 16% of the U.S. population. Now, local infectious disease experts say even with the Delta variant, COVID remains a relatively mild, self-limited disease for children. The danger is more so the post-COVID symptoms, which we still don't fully know about, and the ability to have children infect others.
And with this Delta variant, we are going to begin to see waning immunity among other populations, including grandparents. So older people have waning immunity. People who are not immunocompetent, those who are immunocompromised, will likely have waning immunity or not as good a response to the vaccine, and those people can be at risk.
Dr. Zane at UC Health says it's even more reason for both adults and kids who haven't been vaccinated to get vaccinated. If things go as planned, it's looking like children under 12 could be eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine as early as later this summer. In Denver, I'm Kevin Torres.
Hello, mic check. In the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub, Pilar Arias joining you here. This is what I like to call mission control, everybody. This is where the beauty and magic of the show happens. Got tons of monitors in front of me, keyboards, mice, you name it. I've got this main board right here that helps me operate the show. I've got an audio board. So yeah, you don't just see or hear your Live Now from Fox host. We control the entire thing when we are at the helm. In terms of content though, it is a huge team effort to put on this show. It wouldn't be possible without the help of the Fox owned and operated stations from across the country. Matter of fact, we are hopefully going to be having a weather-related live report from one of the Northeast stations in about 15 minutes or so here on Live Now from Fox. I just wanted to show you our digs, the operation here, the studio at Fox 35 Orlando. Big thanks to all of our colleagues who built this studio almost a year ago. Yeah, believe it or not, the East Coast Hub, we are approaching our 1-year birthday here a little bit later this fall. So good times for sure. But we don't want to talk about the fall. We're in the summer mindset now here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of people enjoying the summer and will continue to do so. All right, everybody. Well, kids like McDonald's Happy Meals because they come with a toy. But for a kid in Maine, his meal came with something he definitely didn't ask for. Fox's Marissa Bodnar spoke to his concerned mom about what they say they found.
It all started here at the McDonald's drive-thru on Center Street. Shirley Marchesal says she ordered a Happy Meal for her son. Thank you. It wasn't until later, well after she'd driven away, when she discovered something unexpected and potentially dangerous inside.
It was a pen and 4 packets of Suboxone.
Marchesal says she had never heard of Suboxone, but quickly did an online search and learned it's a prescription drug used to treat opioid addiction.
The Suboxone was like on the bottom of the box. Like you could see the white packet sticking out.
She says she found it while checking the box for a toy after her son had eaten most of the meal.
My blood was boiling. I didn't even know what to do at that point. So I called the police.
Marchesal says she went back to the McDonald's where an officer met her to take a statement. Auburn police tell the I-Team they're working with the company to determine the source of the Suboxone.
I'm just wondering, how often does this happen? This shouldn't be in the hands of any child. It's dangerous.
As a mom, I'm sure it's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's very scary.
She's glad her son didn't get into the drugs, but worries a younger child might.
I want to make sure that this doesn't get in anybody else's child's hands.
Sunrise in Chicago, Illinois this morning, everybody, keeps getting better and better here on Live Now from Fox. Hope you guys are all having a great morning so far. Hopefully it's been a fantastic, shorter week for many Americans. All right, well, the Olympics, it was announced yesterday there aren't going to be any spectators in Japan due to the coronavirus pandemic, but the headlines just keep coming up. A group of House Republicans are taking action to prevent Olympic athletes from protesting in Tokyo. Fox News correspondent Chad Pergram has more from Capitol Hill.
The Olympic trials were a warm-up to see who may stand atop the podium for the U.S., but also a dress rehearsal for potential protests by American athletes. Hammer throw specialist Gwen Berry turned her back on the flag during the national anthem.
The third paragraph speaks to slaves in America, our blood being slain and pilchered all over the floor. It's disrespectful and it does not speak for Black Americans.
BMX freestyle rider Chelsea Wolfe said she wanted to medal at the game so she could, quote, burn a U.S. flag on the podium. She later told Fox that anyone is sorely mistaken if they doubt she cares about the U.S.
The general public is tired of people who utilize the platform that the United States has created for them to then turn right around after they have been able to excel by taking advantage of that and to protest against us.
That's why 36 House Republicans are pressuring the U.S. Olympic Committee to enforce Olympic prohibitions against political displays. But politics and the Olympics are always intertwined.
And I have notified the Olympic Committee that with Soviet invading forces in Afghanistan, neither the American people nor I will support sending an Olympic team to Moscow.
Jesse Owens saluted the American flag, capturing 4 gold medals at the 1936 Berlin Games as Germans saluted Hitler. And American sprinters raised their fists at the podium in Mexico City in a turbulent 1968.
The mood of the country is very similar as 1968, where we're very fragmented. And so I think it's just a natural outcome of what's been going on politically.
Former Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell competed for the U.S. in judo at the 1964 Games, also in Tokyo.
I think it's a huge disrespect for your other teammates and for the nation to do that. You had to rein that in somehow and get back to the original concept of what the Olympics are all about.
The Olympic creed says winning isn't important, but to have fought well. Still, for some athletes, that fight might not be limited to the track and the field. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
We are live now in Tampa, Florida this morning here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the sunrise there. Clouds a lot calmer out here. Tropical storm Elsa moved through the area earlier this week, but guess what? Now she is all the way up the East Coast, impacting the Jersey Shore. Philadelphia impacted the D.C. area and now is in the New York area. So we continue to monitor her right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, if you remember, I said I had some lighter, happier news to bring you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. And I was also bringing back the fan favorite known as Friday. And that's animal-related videos and stories that we have for you. Now, I know sharks don't have fur, right? But, you know, still animal-related. Believe it or not, we're talking Shark Week. One of the celebrities joining this year's Shark Week is Sharknado star Ian Ziering. The actor gets to the bottom of whether those jumping, tornado-circling movie plots could happen, and we're going to hear from him about his shark diving experience. Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
Did you bring your chainsaw? Ian Ziering swaps the chainsaw for scuba gear in the real Sharknado on Discovery's Shark Week, teaming up with co-star Tara Reid to answer the question, could a Sharknado actually happen?
Can I assume that was not the first time that you've been asked that or wondered that question?
No, there's a lot of people out there walking the streets mindlessly that are wondering if a Sharknado could really happen. And, you know, I don't want to burst anybody's bubble. I'm all about the fantasy and suspending disbelief, but you know, what's possible, what's probable, big difference there.
They're everywhere. Several movie theories are tested.
We were looking to see if sharks will jump out of the water to attack prey in midair. We threw chum in the water and coconuts and all the things that might be stirred into the soup if there was a storm.
It proved to be an exciting new experience.
We did 3 dives a day over 6 days. And while I was down in the water, it was never a problem until later at night, you know, when I'd be going to sleep thinking about what I was doing during the day.
Be careful. And the actor is a Shark Week fan in addition to starring on it.
I remember on the set of 90210, our sound guy was a huge fisherman. He's like, oh, got to get home, make this scene quick, Ian, Shark Week's on. You know, I think that's the first I ever heard of it. And then, you know, I started watching it. It's really just so amazing.
This is the craziest, weirdest thing of my life. The real Sharknado airs July 14th during Shark Week on Discovery and Discovery Plus. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Shark Week, fan favorite again on the Discovery Channel. All right, we're back out live, everybody in Chicago, Illinois, because the sunrise is gorgeous and because our final top story in the morning brief has to do with goats and the Chicago River. I said that right, everybody. It's goats on a boat. The animals taking a cruise down the Chicago River to help promote green initiatives. Fox's Sally Schulz was along for the ride. Goats on a boat, everybody. Friday here on Live Now from Fox.
The views from the Chicago River draw in tourists by the boatload. Or on this strange trip, a goat load?
Today they're just out enjoying the city. They've been working hard down in Pekin, Peoria, so they said take them out for a boat ride.
Apparently they are animals at their day job, working for ComEd downstate, munching away at vegetation in hard-to-reach areas near
acres in about 20 days. So they do about an acre a day, which is really, really good.
So they earned this day off. And even though not everyone was embracing their fellow passengers, 11-year-old Hazel was smitten.
I think that, first of all, they are very cute, definitely.
But she knows they're more than just a furry face. Their goat power is green energy.
They're good for the environment, and I think they're just a good idea.
Besides a vacation day for these goats, this is certainly a way for ComEd to show off their green initiatives.
We want people to know that ComEd is environmentally friendly. We're looking at solutions to solve problems that are outside of the box.
Out of the box and now on a boat on the Chicago River.
Well, it's different, and it's fun, and I hope it's okay for the goats.
I heard it's hot goat summer, and these animals seem to be living their best life. On the Chicago River, Sally Schulz, Fox 32 News.
Hot goat summer, everybody. Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, we want to show you some videos that we're getting of the impacts of Tropical Storm Elsa. Downpours caused flash flooding on several major New York City roads yesterday afternoon. Footage shared here by Julie Esposito shows cars inching through floodwaters on the Franklin D. Roosevelt East River Drive. Esposito also captured video of the heavy rain's impact on Francis Lewis Boulevard in Queens and near the George Washington Bridge. A flash flood watch was in effect for New York City through last night. This is not not what you want to see when you are in a subway station underground, everybody. This is in the Bronx, New York. It was flooding yesterday as a flash flood warning was issued across New York. This video shared by Twitter user @Walcott881 shows gushing floodwaters spilling down the stairs at the 149th Street Grand Concourse subway station. Tropical storm Elsa expected to impact southeastern New York, northeastern New Jersey, and southern Connecticut late yesterday into today, bringing possible flash flooding to the region. That was according to the National Weather Service. Speaking of flooding, everybody, there was some pretty severe wildfires in Arizona that are now causing concern for flooding, of course, during monsoon season. So let's get the latest from Fox's Stephanie Bennett.
Flash flooded. This is looking out my bedroom window.
A pandemic, wildfires, and now flash flooding. Dramatic cell phone video shows the moment when water came rushing towards this Arizona home.
Me and my brother had just took our dogs inside because of the rain, and we started hearing thumping on the side of our house.
This is insane. And we can't even open the doors to try and escape.
It was 6 foot of water over this whole property.
Bonnie Laura and her brother were trapped.
It's coming in the door, it's coming in the bathroom. It's getting bad, people.
So I went and looked out the kitchen window, and our truck was 300-400 yards down the creek. I called my landlord and I'm like, we're trapped inside the full force of the water. We cannot even get out. I really literally thought we were gonna die and get swept away in a flood.
They say this flash flood lasted only 15 minutes and caused all this damage. Sadly, this is the reality for people out west who are now living near a wildfire burn scar.
After a fire, depending on the intensity of the burn, it causes the soil to be hydrophobic. And also after the fire, there's a lot of debris, and that tends to be a lot of the problem when that's moving downstream.
For now, this town is handing out sandbags to residents and preparing for next week's rainstorm.
With these burn scars, they don't heal very quickly, so we're looking at probably the next 5 years of increased water flow.
I'm gonna go down this afternoon and I'm gonna get some sandbags and I'm gonna put them inside the house. But yeah, very scared.
Arizona's monsoon season is expected to last until the end of September. For now, that family tells me the Red Cross is helping them find new accommodation and also a new truck. In Globe, Arizona, Stephanie Bennett, Fox News.
All right, but we're taking a live look right now at Ocean City, New Jersey. Tropical storm Elsa moving through the area. Look at how fast these clouds are moving, but they're matching the wind speeds there that you see there along the flags there that are on top of that building. Hardly anybody walking by right now. Much different scene from how this boardwalk area looked on Monday as many Americans observed officially the 4th of July holiday. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll be speaking with Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard outside of the Capitol with some news. We are live now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. with an update. This week marked 6 months since the January 6th Capitol riots, and now we are hearing that the fencing surrounding the U.S. Capitol in the heart of our nation is coming down. And currently joining us to break it all down is Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. He is right there outside of the Capitol. Good morning, Bob. How are you doing, and what can you tell us?
Hey, Pilar, thank you. Doing well. It's a beautiful, kind of almost a coolish morning here in the nation's capital. And then it's going to warm a lot of hearts because for the first time in 6 months, probably in the next couple of days or so, you're going to be able to kind of freely walk onto the Capitol grounds. I'll step out of the way and show you some of this 8-foot tall fencing that has surrounded the Capitol for the last 6 months. I mean, it's a beautiful spot. I mean, it's a beacon and it's a draw for people who like to walk the grounds, run, pitch a chair and sit here and kind of be in the shadow of the U.S. Capitol, which they have not been able to do, obviously now at all this calendar year. There had been a much wider perimeter, like a few blocks further out, of fencing that had been here up until a couple of months ago with a fairly heavy National Guard presence. Both of those things have been removed. The National Guard is no longer here. That wide perimeter fencing is gone. But this 8-foot tall fencing, which has a very tight mesh, so it's kind of, they say it's not scalable, has been here the whole time, and yet starting today and for the next 3 days, they're going to start peeling this away, removing the fencing and the jersey barriers there. We're told that what they're going to put in its place are some of those, bike rack type barricades that were here on January 6th and obviously proved no match for the masses that came here and ended up storming the building. But there's been a lot of push in the community, the people who live around here, members of Congress, to get this fencing gone. It's an eyesore, many people say. However, I will tell you, Pilar, that a lot of Capitol Police officers aren't so sure. They kind of like it. It gives them an extra layer of security here. A number of officers have left the force. And, while there's no intelligence saying there's a new threat, a lot of the police officers are saying that they would like to keep this fencing here just in case. The other thing is the Capitol Police Board, which kind of oversees the Capitol Police, says, hey, we own this fencing. This is not something they're leasing. So the government owns this fencing and they could get it back in a hurry should things change.
Yeah, Bob, I don't know if you remember, but on the morning of the Capitol riot, January 6th, you and I actually did a live report. We spoke to each other. You were out there with the pro-Trump supporter crowds ahead of that speech. And so who finally decided here that it was okay and it was time for this fencing to come down?
It's kind of a combination. I mean, there's been a push in the community. Local D.C. government officials have been pushing for it. Eleanor Holmes Norton, who is a delegate, a member of Congress representing D.C., doesn't have voting rights, but she's been a vocal critic of this fencing, saying it doesn't need to be here. There are other more high-tech means to provide security for the people who work here and the complex itself. And this Capitol Police Board, which includes the architect of the Capitol, which is kind of like the civilian leader of security here at the Capitol, and also the sergeants of arms of the House and Senate, all meeting together, eventually decided, hey, it's been 6 months. It's been peaceful since the day after the riot. This fencing is no longer needed. So it's been kind of like a combination of forces pushing for this. And yeah, I mean, when we spoke that morning, I mean, there were clearly agitated people in the crowd, but who knew? We certainly didn't at that hour. Whatever it was, 4:30 in the morning.
Remember Tropical Storm Elsa? She moved through the D.C. area. She is moving northeast there, essentially right along the coastline. I was actually saying this morning, I'm surprised that she did not lose any steam or strength, that she continues to go all the way from Florida up the East Coast, now impacting the Jersey Shore, Philadelphia area, even all the way up to New York. And you see the cone of uncertainty there where she's likely headed just to continue along the coastline. Looks like she'll eventually be impacting the Boston area even more than she currently is. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will get started on the Fox owned and operated station coverage from across the country, get you up to speed with all the top stories, everything that you want and need to know about as you start your day and ahead of the weekend. This is Live Now from Fox. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a live look right this second at Los Angeles International Airport, LAX for short. And look, it is currently almost 4 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast. And look at all those cars out there at LAX. Not pre-pandemic levels, of course, and it's still really early in the morning. But a lot of people are probably going to be hitting the skies for the weekend. Guess what? There's major concern, everybody, over COVID-19 mutations, right? We've heard about all the different variants. Right now, it's the Delta variant that's of highest concern. But if the virus mutates, there's concerns that the current vaccines that are available, that have been in the arms of millions of Americans now, they're not going to work. So let's listen in on this segment from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
We don't have to be scientists to know that viruses mutate all the time. It is scientific fact. But with a virus like COVID-19, which is already so dangerous and so transmissible, variants can be and are a huge problem. Health officials are monitoring COVID variants that are increasingly showing up in communities around the world. And those variants are the key reason for a spike in cases and in hospitalizations and in deaths. Now we're learning about a new Lambda variant that is circulating in South America. We thought, well, we got to put an epidemiologist on this, so we have Jessica Malati-Rivera. She's been with us before, known as a science communicator, and she's the lead for the COVID tracking project. She's also, by the way, an infectious disease epidemiologist, so boom, there you have it. Nice to see you again, Jessica. We talked about the behavior of mutations of the virus. We know this, but it's the role they play in the unvaccinated. Help us understand that connection.
Right. So as we've seen in many headlines, the Delta variant has now become the dominant lineage. In California, we're seeing an uptick in cases linked to Delta, about 35.6% of samples sequenced. Even in Los Angeles, nearly 50% of the analyzed cases have been determined to be Delta. And that is based on some recent data that is kind of showing the fact that the genetic diversity of the virus, meaning the kind of changes that are happening as it replicates, is much, much higher among unvaccinated people. Essentially, there's a decrease in genetic diversity the more people are vaccinated in population. And even when 1% of the population was vaccinated, you saw a decrease in that, which means that we need to interrupt this cycle of transmission by getting more bodies vaccinated.
And that's why the work is on to get more people vaccinated. It isn't meant to shame people, but it's to help us end the danger of this virus and its subsequent mutations, limiting its lifespan, essentially, right?
Yeah, essentially you're creating dead ends. The more people that are vaccinated, the less opportunities the virus has to infect and replicate and therefore mutate in those bodies. You essentially outsmart the virus by doing that. Now, that's not to say that breakthrough infections don't happen. They do. But like you said before, this uptick in severe cases has been almost exclusively among unvaccinated people. These vaccines do an excellent job of keeping people out of the hospital and alive. And I think it's important that we emphasize the fact that the more people that are vaccinated, the less severe cases we'll be seeing nationwide.
Okay, so that's what scientists and healthcare professionals, et cetera, and health directors are saying, like, this is why we need to get you vaccinated. But then the part behind it is this vaccine hesitancy. How, you've been looking at this all ways to Sunday. How do we attack that and address it?
Yeah, I think it's really important to emphasize the fact that it's not a one-size-fits-all message, right? There are so many reasons why people hesitate to take the vaccine. It could be medical history of trauma. It could be issues of medical anxiety. It could be because they're part of a demographic that has not been treated well by the medical community. And I think that because of that, it requires patience and persistence and repetition and creativity even, and incentives in some cases. I'm seeing some states do lottery systems and some states do really cool kind of raffles and gifts to incentivize folks to do it. Some folks need more data, some folks need more patience and kindness. And I think that's why I'm here to do both, to make sure that people feel listened to and that their answers and concerns are responded to correctly.
Right, and also, by the way, it's just proof that not one size fits all, right? Some people will respond to the broader, wider global message. Other people are going to need to sit one-on-one with someone they trust, a medical doctor, somebody in their own community, somebody they've seen model getting vaccinated, because they want to. We need people need to be heard, right? Their fears need to be addressed.
That's correct. And I think that right now there are some bad actors out there who are jumping on this opportunity to cause more fear and more doubt in the vaccines because, once again, these vaccines have never claimed to be 100% effective. They are extremely effective and they do the main thing, keeping people alive and out of hospitals. But breakthrough cases happen. But I think that there's a false narrative that's being spun right now that these vaccines are now optional because of breakthrough cases, that it may not necessarily help you. And it's just certainly not true. Even folks who are getting breakthrough infections, they're most often experiencing mild sickness and recovering much, much better than those who are unvaccinated. And I think people really need to know that.
Dig into that a little bit more because you do have a concern about data being used incorrectly.
Yes. I mean, misinformation is kind of one of the symptoms, unfortunately, of an infectious disease outbreak. And we're seeing a lot of people manipulate data even from VAERS, which is a database that people can self-report anything. It is unverified. And I think every day I see a new narrative about adverse events or, claims about vaccine efficacy and effectiveness that are just not based in truth. That is not at all denying, though, that adverse events do happen. It's not at all denying the fact that there can be complications, but they're exceedingly rare. And I think that if you look at kind of the common denominator here, it's typically very emotionally triggering, very fear-based messages that cause people to pause even more.
Yeah, and your concern is that, when you use the data incorrectly, it's not only false, it can be dangerous, and that's why you've been getting out there. By the way, you can follow her on the socials, which I do. I follow you on Instagram, Jessica Malti Rivera, an infectious disease epidemiologist. And by the way, what I think is so key is she's a science communicator, communicating science to the masses and making sure the message is accessible to all. Thanks for the work you do, darling, and keep it up, and come visit us again.
I'd love to. Thank you.
I'd love to as well. Thank you so much, Jessica. Good to see you. We don't have to be scientists to.
All right, everybody. I was trying to show you right here on Live Now from Fox this morning a live look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, New York. The rain is certainly coming down. Tropical storm Elsa making an impact up there for sure this morning. But before we head to another commercial break, now that we are past the 7 o'clock hour, I do want to show you as well what is coming up this morning on Live Now from Fox. So here is a look. Again, thank you so much for tuning in this Friday morning. Hope you guys have all had a great week. For most Americans, it was a short week indeed. So we are minutes away, 12 minutes, matter of fact, from having a coronavirus update with Dr. Mike Srigliano. He works for Penn Medicine, and he's been a great resource for all of you Live Nowers worldwide for more than a year now as we navigate through this pandemic. At 7:45 this morning, we're going to be speaking with Fox 5 New York, a live update on Tropical Storm Elsa. And then at 8 a.m., Secretary Austin is going to be meeting with French Armed Forces Minister. I believe that is happening this morning right here on Live Now from Fox. If it happens live, we've got a camera there. It's breaking news. We'll show it to you right here. But again, 2-minute break on tap. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. I do have a top story update for you here this morning on one of the biggest stories of the week here on Live Now from Fox. You're seeing video of what it pertains to. The Associated Press is reporting that 17 suspects have been detained so far in the assassination of Haiti's president, and Haitian authorities say 2 are believed to hold dual U.S. Haitian citizenship, and Colombia's government says at least 6 are former members of its army. Leon Charles, chief of Haiti's national police, said last night that 15 of the detainees were from Colombia. The police chief saying 8 more suspects were being sought and 3 others had been killed by police. Charles had earlier said 7 were killed, saying, quote, "We are going to bring them to justice." About the 17 handcuffed suspects sitting on the floor during a newsround developments following the brazen killing of President Jovenel Moïse at his home before dawn on Wednesday. Colombia's government said it had been asked about 6 of the suspects in Haiti, including 2 of those killed, and had determined they were retired members of its army. It didn't release their identities. The head of the Colombian National Police, General Jorge Luis Vargas Valencia, said President Ivan Duque had ordered the high command of Colombia's army and police to cooperate in the investigation. But again, the news this morning that we are just learning, a development for this top story, we have learned that 2 of the suspects in the assassination of the Haitian president are believed to hold dual U.S. Haitian citizenship, and the rest we are hearing could be related to ex-Colombian army out there. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. I wanted to provide you that top story update here this morning. Take another live look right now at XRAD radar, everybody. Tropical storm Elsa, she is still making her way up the East Coast, impacted D.C. just a bit, going up to the Jersey Shore, Philadelphia area, and now impacting New York as well. You've seen the rain falling. We've been showing you live images here this morning on Live Now from Fox. We are just moments away from speaking live with Dr. Mike Sirigliano, so I want to play a segment that will give us perfect timing to get all the way to the commercial break before we speak with him. So coming up next here, let's take a look at UFC 265. A lot of people are fans. Let's get the latest right here from Fox 26 Houston.
Well, tickets for UFC 265 at the Toyota Center go on sale this Friday, and Houston's own Derek Lewis will be fighting in the main event for the heavyweight championship. He joins me now live ahead of that big fight. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for Houston's Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Look here, Derek. Now, you are a hometown person. Why do you think Houston is really the right place for this heavyweight championship event?
I believe Houston is the right place for everything. You know, we need a real champion in Houston. You know, the last championship that we got here in Houston was the Astros, and I don't care what no one says, that was a real championship for the Astros. And August 7th, we will have another champion in Houston.
All right, all right. I love that attitude. Now, what's it going to mean to you to be in front of a hometown crowd in an arena as big as the Toyota Center, especially since you're ranked number 2 and you've got the most knockouts than any of the other UFC fighters?
It'll be a dream come true. You know, whenever I first moved to Houston from New Orleans and back in '98, I always dreamed to doing something great here and settling my family here and doing something great. And so it would be like a blessing in disguise to be a champion here in Houston.
Okay, now you still have a couple of weeks before you have to get into the ring. How are you going to be preparing for the next few weeks, though?
Just staying away from Popeyes and just continue training, doing my step days and my jog at Memorial Park, and just really staying in shape and just try to stay away from bad food.
Now, you say stay away from Popeyes and bad food. What is your diet like?
Right now, my diet is only Popeyes every other day. A lot of sushi. Just I fast in the morning. Just I don't eat for like 2 hours whenever I wake up. Then I do my workout, and I try to stay on top of everything else, though.
Well, if you're going to be eating at Popeyes, I hope you use some hot sauce in like those biscuits they have too now.
Oh yeah, for sure. You gotta have one of them biscuits, but you gotta have also a drink on the side, because you know them biscuits are filthy.
Okay, now one final question. Let us know when the fight's going to take place and how people can get tickets.
The fight will take place August 7th, and the tickets go on sale this Friday at UFC.com or ToyotaCenter.com. And so everybody go out and get some tickets, man.
All right. We want to support our hometown champ. You know, most knockouts, and hopefully you'll have another one on the 7th of August. Derek Lewis, best of luck in that contest.
Thank you.
Pretty cool morning, everybody, when you get to talk UFC on Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll be speaking live with Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We are live now in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm assuming there's a raindrop on the camera lens there on the top right-hand side of your screen. I'm not sure, but guess who lives in Philadelphia and is joining us live via Zoom right now on Live Now from Fox? It's Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Dr. Mike, a staple on the show. Good morning. How are you doing?
Pilar, that is a teardrop of excitement on that camera because it's looking at you.
Thanks,
we got
Dr.
you
Mike.
on. It is a tear of joy. Anyway.
Hey, we've got some COVID-19 updates. Let's start by talking about, according to the drug maker Pfizer, it is seeing waning immunity from its vaccine and says it's speeding up efforts to develop a booster dose. We keep hearing, Dr. Mike, to booster, to not to booster. Is it going to happen? And if so, is it time to get that booster now?
Well, my prediction is yes, we will get a booster. The big question is when. So if you look at what Pfizer is doing, they're looking at data in terms of immunity in countries around the world, including the United States. And they're finding that there is some decline over time. Now, the FDA and the Centers for Disease Control saying, wait a minute, we're doing fine with the Delta variant. All the people that are in hospitals are unvaccinated. All the people on ventilators are unvaccinated. So when that changes, when people who are fully vaccinated start to get sick from a variant, then it's definitely time to get a booster. But I think it's always good to be prepared. And I think that with these messenger RNA vaccines, like the ones from Moderna and Pfizer, one of the benefits of these is that they can be changed rapidly. They can be modified and brought to bear quickly. So when that's going to be, no one knows. But I believe down the road we'll need a booster.
Dr. Mike, I have a question. What's the difference between a variant and a mutation?
The same. So a virus that wants to eke out a living because it likes being on the planet like we do will change. It will morph. It will, if you remember, I don't know what the show was, Shape Shift. You know, it'll find ways to survive. And so they are called variants. They are variants on a theme. We had the Alpha, that was the beginning. Now we have the Delta variant. There's a Delta Plus, and there's even a new variant some people are seeing in Peru. So as viruses continue to exist, they change. And the concern I have, Pilar, is that in these areas where people are not vaccinated, when they get good and sick with COVID in the hospital, they are a breeding ground. They're like an incubator for the virus to change even more, putting not only them at risk, but all of us. So that's why we must get vaccinated. Period.
Dr. Mike, the call was made to not have any spectators during the Olympics that are going to be happening in Tokyo, Japan. Do you believe that was the right call?
Well, again, everything that we do is based on community spread and community numbers. And there's a great concern. I mean, think about it. You have people coming from all over the planet getting together. And if you have all of these spectators and people from all around the world coming, you're going to run a high risk of having an outbreak and an uptick. And that, I think, is a valid reason. I got to tell you, I'm rather surprised they're even doing it this year. Perhaps there are a lot of forces at play that I don't know, but I think it was the right move. I just hope that all of these folks coming from all over the planet have to go somewhere. You know, they're not on the track the entire time. They're going to go eat. They're going to be with other people. And so there's concern. In my humble opinion, it was the right thing to do.
Dr. Mike, you're not just a wealth of knowledge for coronavirus updates, but other health-related news as well. And I'm hearing that according to a recent CDC advisory, respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, an upper respiratory virus common in the winter months, is increasing in certain parts across the country. What could be driving this, and is it related to the pandemic?
Well, respiratory syncytial virus. It's a virus that's very common. We see a lot. Unfortunately, sadly, devastatingly, 500 kids die a year in a normal year, and over 14,000 older folks succumb to respiratory syncytial virus. It's a virus. It causes upper respiratory infections, but in people who are at risk, it can lead to severe illness. Now, what we're seeing is an uptick in this virus, which we normally see in the winter months. But we're also seeing it in the southern hemisphere of the planet, which is their winter now, right? We're seeing that, an uptick, and it might be because kids have been isolated. They have not been going to daycare to be with their other classmates. And so a lot of them may not have been exposed. And so they have no immunity to that. That might be one reason. The other reason is that, at least around where I'm at, you have a sniffle. You have too much burping, you're going to call somebody because, oh my, could it be COVID? And so what we now are doing is testing a lot more than we used to. And so what might have been considered just a mild cold is now a big deal. Could it be COVID-19? So we test, and we're seeing more and more RSV. So it's unknown which is exactly contributing to it, but it's something you need to take seriously because it can be very serious in the very young and the very old.
Dr. Mike, according to new data, vaccines for COVID-19 have prevented approximately 280,000 deaths so far. How was the calculation made?
Well, a number of factors were taken into account, and this is where epidemiology and statistics come into play. And they estimated that by the end of June, if we had not had any vaccination program, we would have lost about 280,000 people. We would have had millions of hospitalizations. And if we didn't roll it out as quickly as we did, we would have been not as bad if we didn't have it, but we still would have had a significant improvement. Some estimates are about 120,000 deaths if we were slow to the punch. But the good news is we have the vaccine. If you haven't gotten it, get it. The science, the data, the facts, the real facts indicate that vaccines save lives and they will reduce the risk of these variants, and we can all move on with our lives.
We just had one of the busiest travel weekends. The 4th of July just passed. Do you expect it will cause a surge in COVID-19 cases in the next few weeks?
Well, if you're fully vaccinated and you wore a mask on an airplane, I know that's become a battleground. Why? I don't know. But the bottom line is that if you do the right things, it shouldn't be a problem. However, if you haven't been vaccinated and you have a thing about wearing a mask, I would be a little concerned right now.
All right,
we may see an uptick.
Final thing I want to ask you, Dr. Mike, this is a health-related update here ahead of the weekend, not COVID-19 related, but overall general health. We're hearing that flossing your teeth may not only give you a good smile, but it could prevent cognitive decline as well. What is the connection?
Well, Pilar, for many years now, we've known that bad teeth, bad dentition can lead to heart problems, poor health, and this is yet more data indicating that if you have poor teeth or missing teeth or bad gums, and you're going to increase your risk twofold to develop memory loss and even dementia. All right? Now, I got to tell you, Pilar, I try to floss as much as I can because I want my teeth to be as unbelievably nice as yours.
Dr. Mike, I really appreciate that.
I do the best I can. Hey, listen, I'm a doctor. I see things. I mean, that incisor of yours. Oh, God.
Hey, anything else you want to tell our viewers ahead of the weekend as we wrap up?
Love your family. I say it all the time. All right? Just you take each day, one day at a time, do the right thing, be smart, and love your family, love each other, and love the fact that we are all here today. That's what you need to do.
Absolutely. Great advice to wrap things up. And I do want to let everybody know, I'm so used to you joining us via Zoom, Dr. Mike, but you're not anymore. We've upgraded the way that you join the show. So you're live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and we appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Have a good weekend. We'll see you soon.
You too.
All right, everybody. We are live right now in Surfside, Florida, currently showing you a look at the recovery efforts that are in place. They continue to now, unfortunately, what we're hearing out there is search for bodies, people who may have been lost following the condo collapse more than 2 weeks ago now. So again, this is a live look in Surfside, Florida. They do provide updates twice a day out there. So when we get one, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, everybody, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, we're taking a double live look just outside of the Fox News headquarters on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side of your screen, that is X-Rad radar. Now, tropical storm warnings are posted for Long Island and coastal New Jersey as Elsa approaches from the south. South winds 15 to 25 knots are expected with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas could be 6 to 9 feet in the storm. Now, in terms of Long Island, the storm is expected to bring 25 to 35 mile per hour winds and gusts of 50 miles per hour on the island, along with 1 to 4 inches of rain and potentially higher amounts in some areas. The situation is, quote unquote, somewhat favorable for tornadoes, according to forecasters. The National Weather Service warns that winds could bring down large tree limbs and cause flash flooding. The storm isn't expected to bring a storm surge flooding along the shoreline, though. High surf of 6 to 9 feet is possible into tonight along the ocean beachfront. That's according to the National Weather Service. Beach flooding and beach erosion are possible, especially around the high tide this morning and again tonight. So again, everybody, we're keeping a very close eye on Elsa and her impact, what she is doing across the country. And we will continue to follow the latest for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Going to be getting some reports this morning on Elsa's impact for sure. Okay, we are going to go from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast. Fox 11 Los Angeles. So stick with health-related news. They're talking about cell phone health risks. Let's listen in.
News Special Report.
And good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We begin with that alarming study about cell phones and cancer. A researcher from the University of California at UC Berkeley says using a cell phone for 17 minutes per day over the course of 10 years increases the risk of brain tumors by 60%. He says to limit risk, users should keep devices at least 10 inches away from the body and head to reduce exposure to radiation. So let's bring him in. One of the research of that study from UC Berkeley School of Public Health. His name is Joel Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz, thank you so much. And for this very important, very scary research, I will say that. You've been studying cell phone radiation effects since 2009. So how alarming is this particular research?
Well, this research confirms what we found in 2009, but nobody wants to pay much attention to it, unfortunately. What we found, the bottom line of this quantitative review of 46 studies was that 1,000 hours or more of lifetime use of actually call time spent using the phone to make phone calls, increases the tumor risk in the brain by about 60%. The good news is that brain tumors are fairly rare, but there are a lot of other consequences from long-term exposure to wireless radiation from cell phones, cordless phones, Wi-Fi.
So when you're talking about use of a phone, are you talking about literally keeping it up to your head right now? What if you're using speakerphone? What if you're using AirPods? What if you're using wired headsets?
We recommend you use a speakerphone or wired headset or text, but be sure to keep the phone away from your body when you're making calls. In fact, you should probably never keep the phone on your body whenever it's turned on, because it will be constantly checking into the nearest cell tower.
Yeah, you know what, let's just talk about ways to reduce the risk, because you just brought up the fact that you don't even want men, especially, they put it in their pockets a lot. So you're saying don't do that.
Right by a certain area.
There's a lot of evidence of sperm damage in men, some evidence of infertility from keeping a phone near your genitals. There's also evidence of increased rates of miscarriage in women who are pregnant, keeping the phone near their abdomen. So parenting adults should definitely not keep the phone on their body.
Okay.
There's also some evidence of breast tumors in women from keeping the phone in the bra.
Because there are someone that put it in the bra. That's a bad idea. So use your speakerphone, wired headset, text over call if you can. Also, this is very interesting. If the signal is weak, what happens?
Well, the California Department of Public Health did a study which found that signal strength the signal emitted by the phone can increase by a factor of 10,000 if the signal strength is weak. So you should only use the phone when your signal strength is strong, 3 or more bars on your cell phone. Don't use it in elevators, don't use it in automobiles, if you can at all avoid it.
So, I mean, what you're saying is like sort of mind-blowing research, considering so many people do everything that you just said not to do every single day. Why is this not a bigger deal? Why are more people not talking about this? Why is the federal government not talking about this?
Because there's a powerful industry, very much like the tobacco industry or the asbestos industry. The telecom industry is far more powerful than either of those industries. And that industry has been operating using the tobacco industry playbook since the 90s. Basically wargaming the science, and they have their scientists, mostly physicists and engineers, who will contradict what many of the biologists and psychologists and health scientists have been saying for decades now. Over 200 scientists have signed the International EMF Scientist Appeal, all of whom have published peer-reviewed research numbering over 2,000 publications, letters and papers in peer-reviewed journals, calling for much stronger regulation of the exposure limits for radio frequency or wireless radiation.
So the regulatory agencies that oversee the cell phone, the telecom industry, the FDA and the FCC. On the FDA's website today, it says that there's no consistent or credible scientific evidence of health problems linked to cell phone radiation. And your response to that?
The preponderance of the studies since 2009, when I've been studying it, and we're talking about well over 1,000 studies, shows effects from low-intensity exposures to radio frequency radiation. So the FDA is wrong. The regulatory groups and the groups they rely on have been dominated by industry-affiliated scientists who rely on the industry for the funding for their research. We found in our study that the industry-funded studies actually seemed to show a protective effect, which made no sense between cell phone use and tumor risk. It's the higher quality studies that were not industry funded, which predominantly showed the harmful effects of cell phone radiation.
All right, so for me, like the cell phone is like an extra appendage.
Yep.
What about for you? Are you using a cell phone?
Rarely.
And the only reason why you have one, you told me earlier.
My wife requires it when I go out, but normally I'm either at home or in the office, and I use a landline in both of those places. So I think people are relying on these devices a lot more than they need to. You shouldn't be streaming video you don't need to stream video 24/7. It also involves massive energy consumption, energy waste for those who are concerned about protecting the environment and reducing energy consumption. The projections are really bad in terms of the future, in terms of the amount of electricity going to be needed to support this Internet of Things, which is coming along with the next generation, or actually the current generation, 5G, of cell phone radiation.
But you are missing out on so many great TikTok dances, though. I mean,
you can watch everything wired.
Okay.
There you go.
Right. It's much more secure.
10 inches away. Keep it 10 inches away.
Much more efficient.
All right.
Yes.
Wow. Mind-blowing. Interesting stuff. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Fox 11 Los Angeles. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Name-calling and threats escalating to physical violence. A Sussex teen suffering physical and mental trauma, scared to even go back to school after his parents say he was bullied.
Fox 6's Derica Williams shares the incident, which is part of a troubling trend and the prevention efforts happening all over the state. Now, we do want to warn you, the video you're about to see is disturbing.
A slight push, then unable to defend himself. Michael Ray is pummeled as a student stomps, punches, kicks, and slings him across the boys' bathroom. Hard to watch.
Devastated, shocked.
His parents, Jared and Carrie Ray,
It's pretty disturbing what happened to him.
were concerned.
If he was punched in the abdomen the wrong way, he literally could have died.
The freshman has had many surgeries because of a birth defect in his abdominal region and is on the autism spectrum. Jared says his son was getting teased.
It's stemming from the bullying issue that's occurring.
Words turned physical.
He didn't know a fight could be intense.
The attack by the student seemed unrelenting. Others didn't break it up, but instead record it on their phones.
It continues to circulate still to this day on social media.
While injuries caused physical pain, the mental anguish was just as scarring. It was shared online for all to see. Similar to another alleged recent bullying incident at a Fond du Lac high school where the victim had ADHD.
The more awareness we can do with anti-bullying, I think it really helps.
Former Green Bay Packers strong safety Leroy Butler wants kids to be supportive.
Make it obsolete by delete. If it's not true, it doesn't associate with you, just delete it.
Growing up with special needs himself and a father of a child living with them, he created the Butler versus Bullying campaign. He visits with students and brings in professionals, teachers, parents, and families. Together in an open mic format, they discuss the social problems that derive from bullying, ways to work through it, and the advice to simply not do it.
A leader would not get in a circle and yell, fight, fight, fight. A leader wouldn't even laugh. A leader would address it. This is not funny. I'm going to tell a teacher. I'm going to do something because I don't want that person to go home to feel like he's less than me. A lot of kids think it's fun to put other kids down, but it's really not.
Advocating communication.
Interact with your kids. Be your kids' parent. You can be their friend. Be involved.
And understanding of differences.
If the pandemic's already hard, don't make it harder by treating somebody disrespect.
Have you guys heard about bullying?
While school is out?
Yes. Okay.
Penfield Children's Center continues to perpetuate the same awareness.
We also know that just because summer's here, bullying doesn't come an end. It's, maybe not happening now in the schoolyard. It's maybe happening at summer camp. It's maybe happening in a different location. So we are able to go and be wherever it's requested. Not only can anybody be bullied, but anybody can be the bully too.
The group provides workshops for children, sharing books and implementing social emotional learning activities about bullying.
You think your teacher can be bullied? No.
They also talk about celebrating our differences.
We find that about roughly 1 in 5 students experience some type of bullying during the school year. And we find that students that have a disability or have a special health need are 2 to 3 more times likely to experience bullying than a typically developing peer.
Educating at an early age.
Bullying can start as young as 3 and 4 years old.
Encouraging kids to recognize everyone's individuality while stressing the importance of empathy.
The more that we can all work together, the bigger the change we can make.
Sharing avenues to help stop the torment.
If nothing else, what we want to see come out of this is that nobody else goes through what Michael has gone through.
Teaching that instead of circling as a spectator, surround that person with support. We did reach out to Hamilton High School where Michael was hurt. The school released a statement saying in part, the safety and well-being of students is of utmost concern to Hamilton High School, and the school does not tolerate harmful behavior to others. An incident was investigated by the high school administration and promptly referred to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. If you are experiencing bullying, you are not alone. If you want the Butler versus Bullying or Cole's Building Block program to visit your school, summer camp, or even church, we've posted that information all on our website, fox6now.com. Derica Williams, Fox 6 News.
We're keeping a very close eye on Tropical Storm Elsa, everybody, as she moves up the East Coast. Here's a live now look at XRAD Radar. You can see they're still at the Jersey Shore essentially, but impacting New York for sure. The South Shore of Long Island had been bracing for a big hit, and so far this morning the area has been battered by wind and rain. Currently joining us is Fox 5's Regan Medji in Long Beach to tell us about the conditions. Good morning, Regan.
Good morning there, Pilar. Yeah, so it's definitely windy and rainy, and at one point, as a reporter, you just give up. No makeup on the face because it's all going to literally wash off of my face. And I know you're probably enjoying that idea just because when we get our face washed, we love it. Okay, so let's take a look at the serious business of all of it. I'm holding an anemometer. What this is basically measuring things like the wind speed, the maximum wind speed, and the temperature. So to give you an idea, I'm currently Long Beach, Nassau County. This is the South Shore of Long Island, and the wind speed, the maximum is about 11 miles an hour. Earlier today, about 2 hours ago, we were kicking at 20 miles an hour gusts at maximum speed. But the average wind speed right now, we're only looking at maybe 5 miles an hour, and the temperature, not too bad, about 71.2 degrees. So you won't be surprised. There isn't anybody on the boardwalk right now. I'm going to put this down over here, but there were a couple of runners, and this is perfect weather if you want to run. You got to stay on a boardwalk, a high elevated area, because we are dealing with flooding. First steps, we'll look at behind me. You can see the ocean. This is, just the waves rolling and thrashing on the shore here in Long Beach and Nassau County and Long Island. Not too bad if you look at it, but you don't want to go in because the county executive, Laura Kern, is saying that the rip tides are extremely dangerous, and that's what you're going to get with a tropical storm. We have Tropical Storm Elsa, making its way through the area. We're nearing the end of this event, but that doesn't mean that the weather portion of the event is ending too soon. We have a couple more hours. So we'll take a look. We're going to pan the camera over. This is the boardwalk. It's lovely. You got a lot of space to move about, but not a lot of people. They're not really coming out here. If you every once in a while see waves of wind kicking through, and then you'll see kind of the waves and walls of water and the rain as well. Now we're going to continue our track, and we're going to go this way. We talk about the flooding, and there are problems with the roadways, where this is just the back end of some of the busier streets here in Nassau County, but you can probably see some ponding of the roads. And we're talking, I don't have a lavalier or a microphone where it's wireless. I can't go down here, but if I could, this is basically maybe up to my ankles. And this is some of the ponding of the water. We're talking, this is just a portion of all of the water that's been kind of, blown into certain areas. There's no drainage, and you're going to have that along the commuting. If you look up, you can see even the ponding of the roadways, and quite possibly you can see cars driving through and just the water kicking up in the tires. Now, the power outages, we don't have too many yet. According to PSEG, that's the power company here on Long Island, and they say that they're having about 1.1 million customers. Out of that 1.1 million, about 871 don't have power. And the PSEG crews, and I'm sorry, the water's getting in my eyes, but the PSEG crews were in high gear yesterday, trimming trees, the limbs along the power lines, just to make sure that, those tree branches that may get, loosened with the wind, the constant wind, wouldn't fall on the power lines and then knock out power. They've been working tirelessly. Now, another reason, there's about 1,000 of PSEG workers that were in addition to the crews that are already on Long Island that had to come in. And the reason for that basically is because with Hurricane Isaias last year, we were almost at about 500,000 Long Island PSEG customers without power for days on end. And, there were officials saying that PSEG dropped the ball. And because of that, a lot of the crews decided to come back in, and even more, just to make sure that everything was good. We have saturated ground. There was 2 rounds of storms. Yesterday, we had 1 round that came through, not attached to Tropical Storm Elsa. And then we had the tropical storm, which we're dealing with now. So the ground is saturated. There's nowhere for the water to go. In addition, you have the trees, and they could start wiggling, and the roots could get a little bit more saturated, and with the gusts of wind could, fall down on the power line. So obviously, a lot of the power crews are trying to make sure that things are going to go well, in addition to the officials. And they're, the county executive, Laura Kern, is saying If you are worried about, the power outages, make sure you have all your devices charged, and make sure that, you have the number handy to call if you have an outage or if you see a down line. So right now we'll take one last look of the ocean here. We're on Long Beach in Nassau County. This is part of Long Island, and you can see that the waves are kicking up with the wind. The winds could potentially reach a maximum of 45 to 50 miles an hour. We are not out of the woods yet, but we're a good portion out. The tropical storm Elsa has made its grand entrance here, and it's provided a lot of water and a lot of wind. So for now, we're here in Long Beach in Nassau County. Reagan Medji, for you, we're here, Fox 5. Back to you guys.
Hey, Reagan, there are so many raindrops on the camera there that we almost can't see you. So perfect time to wrap. Thank you so much for that update there in Long Island.
You're welcome.
Have a good weekend. Take care.
You too.
All right, everybody, we're back out showing you that XRAD radar. You heard Reagan say Tropical Storm Elsa definitely being felt in the New York area. We promised you here on Live Now from Fox to continue to follow her path, her track, where she's been, where she's at, where she's going, and we have done so all this week for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm pretty surprised that this storm just continued to be tropical storm strength as she moved up the East Coast, making landfall here in Florida earlier this week, and then impacting Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia, the D.C. area, and now moving up to, you've got the Jersey Shore, and also to New York. So you're watching Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. At the top of the hour, Rain Augustine is going to join you for a couple hours. Then I will see you again at 10 a.m. Eastern until 11 when we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. It's Friday, July 9th, 2021. Thank you so much for tuning in, all you Live Nowers worldwide. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are currently showing you, everybody, Seattle, Washington, out on the West Coast. We're approaching 8 o'clock here on the East Coast, which means 5 o'clock on the West Coast. Look, a cruise ship is there, docked. Wow. I know a lot of cruises leave from Seattle up to Alaska. If you're looking for an Alaskan cruise, cruises are back in the U.S., not nearly sailing at the rate they were pre-pandemic, but the fact that they have resumed is huge for the cruise industry, not just out here on the East Coast, but the West Coast as well. Going to take you back out to Surfside, Florida, everybody, to get the latest from officials. Unfortunately, the death toll keeps rising while they continue their recovery efforts.
Thank you very much, and I welcome to the podium Miami-Dade County Mayor Danita Lavinka.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our recovery operation continues throughout the day 15. We're here at the end of day 15. Since our last briefing, our first responders have continued to work on the pile with great skill and ongoing urgency. They're using the heavy equipment, the heavy machinery, and their manpower and womanpower to sift through the rubble. And today, they have recovered 4 more victims. The total number of confirmed fatalities is now 64. There are 40 identifications and 39 next of kin identifications. 200 people are accounted for, 76 are still potentially unaccounted for. Our detectives have continued, as they've done for the last 2 weeks, to audit and verify every single report that has been received, and they're working to identify those who've recovered, who are recovered as quickly as possible. So reporting these numbers has not gotten any easier. Please join me in keeping these families in your prayers. Today we did bring some of the families who have lost loved ones to the site for a visit at their request. We held a moment of silence with our first responders. They paused their work on the pile briefly to honor the victims and their families, and they received an aerial salute by the Miami-Dade County Police Department. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, is a key partner on the site, as you've heard, and I want to take this opportunity to thank them. They have been working very hard. They've brought in incredible personnel, expertise, and support, and they have tagged 182 specimens from the evidentiary debris at the original collapsed structure, an additional 32 from the demolished building. Their teams have been scanning the site with LiDAR twice a day and flying drones to collect essential imaging that will support the fact-finding process. The public also has a very important role to play in this investigation. So if you have any photos, if you have any videos related to the collapse, please visit NIST's online portal at nist.gov/disaster-failure-studies. You can scroll down to the Champlain Tower South collapse link to submit those materials. The wonderful team that is staffing the Family Assistance Center is continuing to provide critical services to the family in need of care and compassion, and just today they served 33 families. So that brings our total to almost 200 families served at the Family Assistance Center. I want to thank all of the organizations that have joined us there. It's over 25 who are on site today. It's truly a community-wide response, and everyone has gone above and beyond to service the community's families during this incredibly difficult moment. La operación de recuperación continúa durante el día 15 y hoy recuperaron a 4 más víctimas. El número total de muertes confirmado ahora es 64, con 40 identificaciones y 39 notificaciones de familiares más cercanos. 200 personas están contabilizados y 76 personas desaparecidas. Informar estos números al mundo nunca va a ser fácil, por favor, continúa a mantener a todas las familias en sus oraciones. Hoy trajimos a algunas de las familias que han perdido a sus seres queridos al sitio para una visita a petición suya. Mantuvieron un momento de silencio con nuestros socorristas. Gracias y seguimos orando.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Surfside Mayor Charles Burkett.
Good evening. Today I spent some time with the team identifying the victims being found as a result from a question from a family member who was worried that the process was stopping each day and resuming the next day. I was assured that the identification and preparation for family notification is going on around the clock, so that was comforting to the family member. It was moving today to hear a representative from the fire department tell the families at the family meeting this afternoon that the Miami-Dade Fire Department will not stop working until they've gotten to the bottom of the pile and recovered every single one of the family's missing loved ones. It's what we've said all along, and they've stuck to their commitment, and I'm very, very thankful for that. The speaker further said that I can assure you we are not stopping, and your missing children are coming back to your family. This is exactly the message the families wanted to hear, and they expressed gratefulness for that message. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For Creole interpreter Leonel Letterboard.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bonsoir. Je dis encore, c'est Daniel.
Good morning, everyone. Time now just after 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida. In case you missed it, we are currently taking a look back at a few remarks from first responders and city officials in Surfside, Florida, following the deadly condo collapse. However, we are getting a live event from the Department of Defense. Secretary Lloyd Austin is meeting with French armed forces. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The wrong valve. The other valve. The other one. No, don't be. I'll leave mine. Just bring his.
Right, everyone. It looks as though we have a bit of a unstable shot here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as this event gets underway, we will bring it to you live. Of course, again, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is having a bilateral meeting with French armed forces. Right now, some of our viewers will see a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we plan to have that live event for you all.
The identification and preparation for family notification is going on around the clock, so that was comforting to the family member. It was moving today to hear a representative from the fire department tell the families at the family meeting this afternoon that the Miami-Dade Fire Department will not stop working until they've gotten to the bottom of the pile and recovered every single one of the family's missing loved ones. It's what we've said all along, and they've stuck to their commitment, and I'm very, very thankful for that. The speaker further said that I can assure you we are not stopping, and your missing children are coming back to your family. This is exactly the message the families wanted to hear, and they expressed gratefulness for that message. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for Creole interpreter Lionel Letterboard.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bonsoir. Je dis encore, c'est dernier parti dans la journée, 15e journée, côté équipe nous continue le travail avec recherche et récupération. Je dis encore, ils ont découvert 4 autres victimes, ça porte quantité à 64 et nous gagnons à peu près, nous gagnons 200 que nous confirmons que nous gagnons avec nous et gagnons 76 personnes que je peux trouver, pour joindre trace. Les détectives continuent à travailler pour vérifier et puis pour être capable sûr que quantité de monde que nous dit qu'il faut trouver ou effectivement dans le building là lorsque le building est tombé. Je dis à tu as un travail qui est fait parce que la famille a fait demande pour être capable de visiter et nous sommes capables de permettre d'arriver sur place et prendre un moment pour te honorer les gens qui disparaissent. L'Institut national, norme avec technologie, continuer à travailler pour être capable de réunir tout ça qui vient comme preuve et travail ça est capable de permettre nous de déboucher sur une issue qui est encore meilleure. Pour le moment, le public l'a demandé pour contribuer, participer autant que capable sur photo qui disponible, photo ça est capable de partager sur site internet nist.gov/disaster après tirer vous pouvez utiliser information que nous avons là ma propre niveau non nist.gov/disaster-failure-studies et il y a descendre plus bas pour chercher building là lui-même qui c'est building qui était tombé à Champlain Tower South Collapse et là il y a soumettre photo qui disponible et photos ça est capable un bon moyen pour être capable de continuer le travail sur l'enquête qui a fait. Merci infiniment.
Thank you, Mr. Larabout, and also joining us, we have Deputy Incident Commander Charles Surreal, Miami-Dade Police Department Director Freddie Ramirez, and the Miami-Dade Fire Chief Alan Kaminsky to be able to answer questions. And we'll begin the question and answer session now, ma'am.
Wondering if you can give us some more information on the, I'm not even sure if I have the right term, the geotechnology testing, and also if there's been testing over the CCL.
The CCL? Okay. I spent about an hour today with Alan, our engineer, and Kilsheimer, and he is actively going through all the plans. We've got the samples. We've taken concrete samples. We've taken ground penetrating radar samples. Those have been sent back to his offices for modeling right now. We are going to go ahead and get samples of the concrete from the collapsed building very shortly, and we are going to compare those samples to the samples we have pulled out of the building on the north end, the Champlain North. We are, we're talking to the residents. We're trying to get to an answer as quickly as possible with respect to the geotechnical. That's basically an analysis of the soil and the components of the soil, the composition of the soil. That's very important right now. There are ways that can be done. We're looking at the reports that we have for the collapse site, and we're going to try to do some studies of the soil underneath the Champlain North building. That's coming, but we're just gearing up for that, and I expect in the next 3 or 4 weeks we'll have a lot more information that we can provide on what the status is.
We're going to go here, followed by the Associated Press, and then Miami Herald.
What efforts are being made to help first responders deal with emotional toll this is taking? Yesterday, just going to the prayer and seeing some of the efforts that the prayers that a lot of them were taking things done to help them.
So we very much know that this is extremely emotionally difficult for everyone, as the first responders who are on the scene, clearly. And we do have excellent services for them in the departments, and we are setting up stations. They also, when they take rest from the pile, they're assessed to see how they're doing. As well, of course, we have many, many visiting groups with their comfort dogs on the scene and others to provide support. But we're very mindful of this. I've directed the county departments to put together a comprehensive plan to be sure that everybody has access to the support that they need.
Associated Press, followed
Can
by the
I add to that? The town of Surfside, our police department has also mandated that all of our officers spend time with a counselor, and I know that that's ongoing right now, so we're doing that also.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, Chief Kaminsky is on safer.
So obviously mental health in our line of work is very, very important. It goes hand in hand just based on what we encounter on a daily basis. Internally within the fire department as well as police, we have what we call critical incident stress debriefings. So we have several teams here, and that is their primary goal, their primary focus. So when task force members come off, a long day at work, they meet and talk with them. We also have them embedded at our fire stations for the original units that responded. So that's an ongoing process. So we also have licensed clinicians that are part of that team. So it's a collaborative effort that we're constantly monitoring and really focusing on the mental health of our personnel.
This is a hard one to ask, and I don't know if it's for the fire chief or the police chief. Either one of them might know. If you find remains and you do DNA testing and you match it up, do you count that person then as deceased at that moment, or do you wait until you find more of the body?
Once we find a family member in that condition, it immediately goes to the medical examiner's office. Once we have a positive ID, we consider that at this stage as a loss of life. And notifications are made by our homicide personnel in person.
Mandy Harrell, followed up by Brian Anthony.
Also for the director,
yes.
Director Ramirez, can you take us through what has changed in the operation now that your department has taken over in terms of recovery? What's different on site with machinery and other different dogs in there? Walk us through what the police's role is now.
Nothing has changed. Our homicide, our crime scene personnel, our lab personnel have been there since the beginning, even during the rescue phase. The momentum, the tempo is still the same. What I could tell you, one evolution that we're doing and we brought up the topic of wellness, we're switching out some of our crime scene personnel. Some of the local municipalities are going to provide their crime scene so we could have that wellness component, because just like the firemen or homicide personnel or crime scene people, they see a lot of things that are very sad, like we all are, and it's very important to keep. This is going to be a long process, and it's important that we keep that tempo and we keep our people fresh and we look out for them, make sure that they're operational.
Brian Anton, follow over here.
Can you give us an idea of the progress that you've made? Are you halfway through the pilot, or are you a quarter of the way?
Unfortunately, I don't have the exact numbers to let you know. It's still the grids per se. So, definitely we're utilizing heavier equipment. So with that delayering process, we are making progress in regards to floor levels. It's still separated throughout each grid per se. So it's not, one even level throughout. But we're definitely, have made progress in the sense of removing a few floors.
Ma'am, followed by USA Today.
Since then, it's a recovery mission right now. Are you going to speed up? Do you have a more specific estimated time frame for the recovery?
We don't have an exact specific time frame yet. We are expecting the progress to move at a faster pace with our recovery efforts. But there's also a search component as well. So there is certain aspects, as we're going through. So, unfortunately, we don't have an exact time frame, date-wise, how long this is going to take.
And a lot of families are waiting in this area, and you're providing temporary housing for some of them. So how long is this assistance going to be?
We're not planning to end the assistance. We encourage everyone to apply at the Family Assistance Center for help. We have FEMA for those who are eligible. We have Red Cross. We have the private philanthropic donations. And we're here to support these families through the entire process.
USA Today.
Hi, I'm Brooke with USA Today. First of all, thank each and every one of you for your leadership. I have a question that some of us are still kind of asking. It just seems to be up there, and maybe you can ask. But in the first hours after the collapse, there was a 15-year-old child that was rescued, and our understanding is that he has survived. Has there been any other victims that were physically pulled out of the collapse site that are still alive?
No, there's not. There was another victim that was removed simultaneously in that same period, and unfortunately was deceased. In terms of specifics, they get critical components of the structure that they feel through their discipline that are important later on for the investigation and the review that'll be going on. And all that evidence that's documented is transported to our evidence collection side, cataloged by our personnel, and as we move along this process, they'll be further analyzed.
Well, hotels are buildings. They have to go through the exact same process that any other building would go through. And so, as you know, the county has done their review and has found one building through that review with some balconies that were compromised, and other cities are doing their own reviews. So definitely hotels are part of the process.
Thank you, folks. I think.
Taking a look back at the most recent updates from Surfside, Florida, the death toll at the condominium site is now at 64. This is after 4 more bodies were recovered from the rubble on Thursday. Again, thank you everyone for streaming news live now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. Time now 8:20 here on the East Coast. I do want to bring you all the latest information when it comes to the U.S. trooper withdrawal in Afghanistan.
Good afternoon. Earlier today, I was briefed by our senior military and national security leaders on the status of the drawdown of U.S. forces and allied forces in Afghanistan. When I announced our drawdown in April, I said we would be out by September, and we're on track to meet that target. Excuse me. Our military mission in Afghanistan will conclude on August 31st. The drawdown is proceeding in a secure and orderly way, prioritizing the safety of our troops as they depart. Our military commanders advised me that once I made the decision to end the war, we needed to move swiftly to conduct the main elements of the drawdown. And in this context, speed is safety. And thanks to the way in which we have managed our withdrawal, no one U.S. forces or any forces have been lost. Conducting our drawdown differently would have certainly come with an increased risk of safety to our personnel. To me, those risks were unacceptable. And there was never any doubt that our military would perform this task efficiently and with the highest level of professionalism. That's what they do. And the same is true of our NATO allies and partners who have supported, we are supporting and supporting us as well as they conclude their retrograde. I want to be clear. The U.S. military mission in Afghanistan continues through the end of August. We retain personnel and capacities in the country, and we maintain some authority, the same authority under which we've been operating for some time. As I said in April, the United States did what we went to do in Afghanistan, to get the terrorists who attacked us on 9/11 and deliver justice to Osama bin Laden, and to degrade the terrorist threat to keep Afghanistan from becoming a base from which attacks could be continued against the United States. We achieved those objectives. That's why we went. We did not go to Afghanistan to nation build. And it's the right and the responsibility of the Afghan people alone to decide their future and how they want to run their country. Together with our NATO allies and partners, we have trained and equipped over nearly 300,000 current serving members of the military, the Afghan National Security Force, and many beyond that who are no longer serving. Add to that hundreds of thousands more Afghan national defense and security forces trained over the last 2 decades. We provided our Afghan partners with all the tools, let me emphasize, all the tools, training, equipment of any modern military. We provided advanced weaponry, and we're going to continue to provide funding and equipment, and will ensure they have the capacity to maintain their Air Force. But most critically, as I stressed in my meeting just 2 weeks ago with President Ghani and Chairman Abdullah, Afghan leaders have to come together and drive toward a future that the Afghan people want and they deserve. In our meeting, I also assured Ghani that U.S. support for the people will endure. We will continue to provide civilian and humanitarian assistance, including speaking out for the rights of women and girls. I intend to maintain our diplomatic presence in Afghanistan, and we are coordinating closely with our international partners in order to continue to secure the international airport. And we're going to engage in a determined diplomacy to pursue peace and a peace agreement that will end this senseless violence. I've asked Secretary of State Blinken and our Special Representative for Afghanistan Reconciliation to work vigorously with the parties in Afghanistan, as well as the regional and international stakeholders, to support a negotiated solution. To be clear, countries in the region have an essential role to play in supporting a peaceful settlement. We'll work with them, and they should help step up their efforts as well. We're going to continue to work for the release of detained Americans, including Mark Ferrix. I want to pronounce the name correctly. I misspoke, so that he can return to his family safely. We're also going to continue to make sure that we take on the Afghan nationals who work side by side with U.S. forces, including interpreters and translators, since we're no longer going to have military there after this. We're not going to need them, and they have no jobs. We're also going to be vital to our efforts, and they've been very vital, and so their families are not exposed to danger as well. We've already dramatically accelerated the procedure time for special immigrant visas to bring them to the United States. Since I was inaugurated on January 20th, we've already approved 2,500 special immigrant visas to come to the United States. Up to now, fewer than half have exercised their right to do that. Half have gotten on aircraft and commercial flights and come. Another half believe they want to stay, at least thus far. We're working closely with Congress to change the authorization.
If you haven't seen it. Lastly, Secretary Austin looking forward to welcoming the French Minister of the Armed Forces, Florence Parly, to the Pentagon tomorrow. Of course, we'll post a readout following that meeting. And with that, we'll go to some questions. We'll start with Lita.
Thanks, John. A couple things on the President's speech on Afghanistan. Can you say what, if any, progress the Defense Department is making on on the over-the-horizon negotiations? And can you talk a little bit about the Taliban and what progress they've made on district takeovers? How far do you think they've gotten? I've heard over 100 at this point. Can you talk a little bit about what the situation is on the ground with the Taliban? Thank you.
On over-the-horizon capabilities, we continue to explore additional over-the-horizon capabilities with neighboring nations. I don't have any agreements that are inked to read out to you today, but General McKenzie, our State Department colleagues, and of course the Secretary himself is exploring this daily. We're still working through this. But I would hasten to add, as you've heard me do in the past, that we already have over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities at our disposal, and it's fairly robust, Lee. I mean, we've got a sizable footprint in the Middle East and facilities ashore that we can utilize with fixed-wing air assets, both manned and unmanned in the region, as well as a carrier strike group in waters not far from Afghanistan that continues to provide additional capabilities. So we are making progress. We are working this very, very hard. And as we get solutions that we can talk to, we certainly will do that. But I do want to make sure that it's very clear to the American people that we already have in place robust, capable, over-the-horizon capability to continue to get at the terrorist threats that are affecting the homeland. I would also add, and we've talked about this before, but the terrorist threat, certainly the more significant terrorist threats to our interests and the interests of our friends and partners has metastasized outside Afghanistan. We aren't seeing the same level of terrorism threat emanating from Afghanistan that we once did. And that's a big reason why, in fact, the president had ordered the drawdown. I mean, we had accomplished the mission of not getting attacked from Afghanistan here on the homeland over the last 20 years. Doesn't mean we're taking our eye off the ball. Doesn't mean we're not going to try to maintain a focus on this or continue to have the authorities and the capabilities to go after terrorists that threaten the homeland from Afghanistan. But there are other places that threat has metastasized to. Africa, other places in the Middle East that we're also that we need to be focused on too. Your second question on the Taliban, I don't have an up-to-date operational assessment of Taliban advances. As you know, we don't talk about intelligence assessments, and I don't want to get into the habit of reading out the Taliban's military strategy. They have taken dozens of district centers. That is true, and we believe that they mean to threaten provincial centers as well. But I don't want to. I just don't think it would be useful for me to get into a TikTok of everything they've been doing on the ground. We are mindful of the security situation. We are mindful of the Taliban's advances, and that's why it is so important for us to continue to press for a negotiated political settlement to this war. That's why it is so important, as you heard the president just say, for the Afghan government and the Afghan military to use the capacity and the capability that they have and that we have.
To those women and men is clear. There is a home for you in the United States, if you so choose, and we will stand with you just as you stood with us. When I made the decision to end the U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan, I judged that it was not in the national interest of the United States of America to continue fighting this war indefinitely. I made the decision with clear eyes, and I'm briefed daily on the battlefield updates. But for those who have argued that we should stay just 6 more months or just 1 more year, I ask them to consider the lessons of recent history. In 2011, the NATO allies and partners agreed that we would end our combat mission in 2014. In 2014, some argued 1 more year. So we kept fighting, and we kept taking casualties. In 2015, the same, and on and on. Nearly 20 years of experience has shown us that the current security situation only confirms that just 1 more year of fighting Afghanistan is not a solution, but a recipe for being there indefinitely. It's up to the Afghans to make the decision about the future of their country. Others are more direct. Their argument is that we should stay with the Afghanistan indefinitely. In doing so, they point to the fact that we have not taken losses in this last year. So they claim that the cost of just maintaining the status quo is minimal. But that ignores the reality and the facts that thousands of Afghans and their families before the U.S. military mission concludes, so that if they choose, they can wait safely outside of Afghanistan while their U.S. visas are being processed. The operation has identified U.S. facilities outside the continental United States, as well as in third countries, to host our Afghan allies if they so choose. And starting this month, we're going to begin to begin relocation flights for Afghanistan SIV applicants and their families who choose to leave. We have a point person in the White House and at the State Department-led task force coordinating all of these efforts. But our message to those women and men is clear. There is a home for you in the United States if you so choose, and we will stand with you just as you stood with us. When I made the decision to end the U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan, I judged that it was not in the national interest of the United States of America to continue fighting this war indefinitely. I made the decision with clear eyes, and I'm briefed daily on the battlefield updates. But for those who have argued that we should stay just 6 more months or just 1 more year, I ask them to consider the lessons of recent history. In 2011, the NATO allies and partners agreed that we would end our combat mission in 2014. In 2014, some argued 1 more year. So we kept fighting. We kept taking casualties. In 2015, the same, and on and on. Nearly 20 years of experience has shown us that the current security situation only confirms that just 1 more year of fighting Afghanistan is not a solution, but a recipe for being there indefinitely. It's up to the Afghans to make the decision about the future of their country. Others are more direct. Their argument is that we should stay with the Afghan in Afghanistan indefinitely. In doing so, they point to the fact that we have not taken losses in this last year. So they claim that the cost of just maintaining the status quo is minimal. But that ignores the reality and the facts that already presented on the ground in Afghanistan when I took office. The Taliban is at its strongest militarily since 2001. The number of U.S. forces in Afghanistan had been reduced to a bare minimum. And the United States and the last administration made an agreement with the Taliban to remove all our forces by May 1 of this year. That's what I inherited. That agreement was the reason the Taliban had ceased major attacks against U.S. forces. If in April I had instead announced that the United States was going back on that agreement made by the last administration, the United States and allied forces would remain in Afghanistan for the foreseeable future. The Taliban would have again begun to target our forces. The status quo was not an option. Staying would have meant U.S. troops taking casualties. American men and women back in the middle of a civil war. And we would run the risk of having to send more troops back into Afghanistan to defend our remaining troops. Once that agreement with the Taliban had been made, staying with a bare minimum force was no longer possible. So let me ask those who want us to stay, how many thousands more Americans' daughters and sons are you willing to risk? How long would you have them stay? Already we have members of our military whose parents fought in Afghanistan 20 years ago. Would you send their children and their grandchildren as well? Would you send your own son or daughter? After 20 years, $1 trillion spent training and equipping hundreds of thousands of Afghan national security and defense forces. 2,448 Americans killed, 20,722 more wounded, and untold thousands coming home with unseen trauma to their mental health. I will not send another generation of Americans to war in Afghanistan with no reasonable expectation of achieving a different outcome. The United States cannot afford to remain tethered to policies created in response to a world as it was 20 years ago. We need to meet the threats where they are today. Today, the terrorist threat has metastasized beyond Afghanistan. So, We are repositioning our resources and adapting our counterterrorism posture to meet the threats where they are now, significantly higher in South Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. But make no mistake, our military and intelligence leaders are confident they have the capabilities to protect the homeland and our interests from any resurgent terrorist challenge emerging or emanating from Afghanistan. We are developing a counterterrorism over-the-horizon capability that will allow us to keep our eyes firmly fixed on any direct threats to the United States and the region and act quickly and decisively if needed. We also need to focus on shoring up America's core strengths to meet the strategic competition with China and other nations that is really going to determine our future. We have to defeat COVID-19 at home and around the world. Make sure we're better prepared for the next pandemic or biological threat. We need to establish international norms for cyberspace and the use of emerging technologies. We need to take concerted action to fight existential threats of climate change. And we will be more formidable to our adversaries and competitors over the long run if we fight the battles of the next 20 years, not the last 20 years. Finally, I want to recognize the incredible sacrifice and dedication that the U.S. military and civilian personnel serving alongside our allies and partners have made over the last 2 decades in Afghanistan. I want to honor the significance of what they've accomplished and the great personal risk they encountered and the incredible cost to their families. Pursuing the terrorist threat through some of the most unforgiving terrain on the planet, I've been almost throughout that entire country, ensuring there hasn't been another attack on the homeland from Afghanistan for the last 20 years, taking out bin Laden. I want to thank you all for your service and the dedication to the mission so many of you have given, and to the sacrifices that you and your families have made over the long course of this war. We'll never forget those who gave the last full measure of devotion for their country in Afghanistan, nor those whose lives have been immeasurably altered by wounds sustained in the service of their country. We're ending America's longest war, but we'll always, always honor the bravery of the American patriots who served in it. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you trust the Taliban, Mr. President?
Is the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan now inevitable?
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well equipped as any army in the world, and an air force against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
Do you trust the Taliban, Mr. President? Do you trust the Taliban, sir?
Is that a serious question?
It's absolutely a serious question. Do you trust the Taliban?
No, I do not.
The country to the Taliban.
No, I do not trust the Taliban.
So why are you going to take the over?
Is the U.S. responsible for the death that happened to Afghans after you leave?
Mr. President, will you amplify that question, please? Will you amplify your answer, please, why you don't trust the Taliban?
It's a silly question. Do I trust the Taliban? No. But I trust the capacity of the Afghan military, who is better trained, better equipped, and more competent in terms of conducting war. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the amount of money that has been spent and the number of lives that have been lost, in your view, with making this decision, were the last 20 years worth it?
You know my record. I can tell by the way you asked the question. I opposed permanently having American forces in Afghanistan. I argued from the beginning, as you may recall. It came to light after the administration was over, lasted our administration. No nation has ever unified Afghanistan. No nation. Empires have gone there and not done it. The focus we had and I strongly support it. And you may remember I physically went to Afghanistan. I was up in that pass where Osama bin Laden was allegedly escaped or out of harm's way. We went for two reasons. One, to bring Osama bin Laden to the gates of hell, as I said at the time. The second reason was to eliminate al-Qaeda's capacity to deal with more attacks in the United States from that territory. We accomplished both of those objectives, period. That's what I believed from the beginning, why we should be and why we should have gone to Afghanistan. That job had been over for some time, and that's why I believe that.
Taking a look back at President Biden's most recent comments on the United States troop withdrawal from Afghanistan, Biden saying that a Taliban takeover of Afghanistan is highly unlikely. Now, the president's comments come as he's promising to maintain personnel and resources in the country. Switching gears now, I do want to bring you all a look at our XRAD weather radar. We've been closely tracking Tropical Storm Elsa as it has made its way from Florida to Georgia, also in the Carolinas, and we are now hearing that it is slightly impacting the state of New York. I do want to show you all this video here. Several hours before Elsa even arrived in the tri-state area, yesterday's storms caught a lot of New Yorkers off guard. Heavy rains, as you can see here, flooding many roads and subway stations around the city, creating a very messy situation. Joining live now from Fox is Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak. Kayla, I want to say I hope you're staying dry, but I can see that's just not the case right now.
That's impossible if you're outside, Rain. Good morning to you. And yeah, Elsa is just about passing right over us as we speak. The flash flood warning was in effect until about 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. It's just around 8:45 Eastern time right now. But earlier, what we were seeing was far worse than what you're looking at right now. The flooding was so bad that the street drainage here on the street level wasn't able to handle it. It was flooding onto the sidewalks, and in many cases, that caused it to pour and push down into subway stations like this one.
This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation.
Flash flood warnings buzzed cell phones across the 5 boroughs, but it hardly prepared anyone for this. At the 149th Street Grand Concourse station in the Bronx, torrents streamed down a staircase, turning it into a waterfall. The same chaos at the 138th Street station in Mott Haven. Water pouring onto the platform and creating a soggy mess for commuters.
The shoes are still wet. I had to switch up the ensemble, but this is New York in the summer, you know?
Above ground was just as messy.
I had a poncho, but it didn't help.
This guy's umbrella didn't help much either. People trudged through water up to their knees in Washington Heights, where the streets looked more like one big and muddy kiddie pool. The night market in Harlem also filled with water. And just about every local roadway reported flood conditions. This is what the Harlem River Drive looked like yesterday evening. And this was the scene along the Major Deegan. Passengers in cars that flooded out and stalled had to be rescued. As for the MTA, officials are asking for patience as they try to drain out subway stations across the city.
I think they just got absolutely pounded with rain. I mean, they just got pounded.
Kayla, this is a very messy situation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's messy. No doubt Elsa is rearing her ugly head here in the city. But again, what you're seeing come down right now is hopefully the least of it. It's not necessarily as heavy as it was. And what we were seeing last night was incredibly heavy winds as well. That was making an umbrella pretty much useless. Now, we are relatively close to the East River, so typically we would be getting that wind coming in. But this morning, we haven't seen much of that, just heavy, thick rain. But again, the Office of Emergency Management is saying that there have been some car accidents, no reported serious injuries on New York City roads, at least not yet. But they are saying take it slow. We noticed a few fender benders happening here on 2nd Avenue. So it is important to take it slow, be safe, but hopefully the worst of it is behind New York City for now.
Hopefully the worst of it is over. And Kayla, thank you so much for joining live now, and try to get some rest after working so hard in this weather.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
All right, guys, more nonstop news is right on the other side of this break.
They should have taken Bob. That's where the answer was, right?
Welcome back. Live Now from Fox would not be possible without the help of our Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country. So this next segment is courtesy of Fox 11 Los Angeles. Sprinter Sha'Carri Richardson recently tested positive for marijuana, costing her a chance to enter the 2021 Olympics. But this raises the question, is there too much pressure when it comes to athletes? Well, here's the latest from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
The pressure of top athletes to be perfect is extraordinary, not just in their sport, but really in everything they do. The main headline for sprinter Sha'Carri Richardson is that a positive marijuana test has cost her the chance to compete in the Olympics. But beneath that headline is a bigger story, a story about the pressure these athletes face and the standards that we, the public, hold them to. Lindsay Krause is a writer with the New York Times. She wrote a great opinion piece on this, saying the standards are not only unfair, but cruel. And she joins me now. And we need to point out, by the way, this is a lady who has done her time in the area of sports. In fact, track and field gal, and currently a marathoner, I understand. I don't hold a candle to you, Lindsay. Let's talk about this Sha'Carri Richardson situation. Your op-ed is thoughtful and thought-provoking. What should have happened here instead of her losing her seat on the and spot on the American Olympic team?
So I think it's not a case of what should have happened in retrospect for her case. I mean, the rules are the rules. But I think what her case highlights for us is that the rules are imperfect, and they're also made by, a certain group of people who may have, specific ideas about marijuana specifically, and about whether it's harmful to the spirit of sport. That's one of the criteria in which in which a substance is allowed or not allowed. And it's illegal in a lot of countries. WADA, the World Anti-Doping Agency, is a international body. So it's not to say that she should be forgiven, be given probation beyond that team. It's about what can we do moving forward? How can we change these rules so they're more athlete friendly and this doesn't happen again?
Well, it's interesting. She took responsibility. She acknowledged, I take responsibility for this, but she also posted on Twitter a very powerful yet simple message. I am human. It's something that I think the sports viewing public and the public at large have a tendency to forget, don't we? That, they may be capable of these superhuman feats, but they are humans living very human lives.
Absolutely. We saw that after her race when she won, right? She gave this interview that was very poignant. It was so strong, gritty, determined, but it also talked about some very real strife and adversity that she'd just overcome. I mean, learning in a press interview about her biological mother dying when she'd been raised by her grandmother that we just saw there, and her aunt growing up. This is real adversity, and who knows what she was feeling that day with so much pressure on her to perform. I really feel for her.
Are we having enough conversations, do you think, about what we're asking our athletes to do and be?
I think we're starting to. I think we've seen that with Michael Phelps, for example. Sure. There's been who courageously talked a lot about his mental health struggles. We've seen this with Tiger Woods, who's gone through quite a few struggles as well. There's been great documentaries about this. There is an increasing public conversation about all of these issues. The best athletes in the world are already under extraordinary pressure to perform, and they have often extreme tendencies that make them the best in the world. And the flip side of those extreme tendencies can sometimes prove to be an Achilles heel that can harm you as well. And the first step is talking about it.
Well, and especially when they come to the game increasingly young. I mean, look at the case of Naomi Osaka and pulling out of competition because she wasn't able to put herself in front of, multiple cameras to do press interviews. You actually think Sha'Carri and Naomi, the cases are kind of connected.
I would say that. I mean, in both cases, they created tremendous public outcry and striking support for the athletes themselves. But in both cases as well, the athletes did break the rules, right? Like the rules for Naomi were to participate in press conferences. That is an expectation of athletes like her, professional athletes like her. She said no, and she was punished for that, not only with a fine, but she's not speaking to press right now. She's not competing right now. She dropped out of other tournaments after that. But with Sha'Carri, she also broke the rules, and we're not seeing her in Tokyo anymore. And I think that's the question here is that what we wanted? And if not, yeah, how do we change it?
Okay, I'm going to do something very temporary. I'm going to give you all the power in the world. I'm going to give you the authority and your appointed high ruler of all sport just for this next moment. What would you change in professional sport right now? Name a couple of things that you would say this has to change now.
I think, this is a broad thing that I would change, but these athletes are so young. Look at Sha'Carri. She's 21 years old, suddenly thrust into the spotlight. Who knows what support she has? There aren't a lot of systems in place right now to support athletes to succeed, to support them with their mental health. And so I would appoint some athletes, some previous athletes that have been through this, who have been in the shoes of current Olympians, current stars, and even rising stars, to mentor and support and advocate for current athletes, especially young ones like Sha'Carri and Naomi. I think that's really needed, and I don't know what they do otherwise.
And perhaps even have them on some of the boards of these governing boards, right, on these federations to help make the rules, to set the rules in place in the first place. All right,
well, we do have that.
Which is good. Maybe we need to hear from them more. I hereby take off your crown as high ruler of all sport, and you can go back to being the opinion writer for the New York Times and being the incredible marathoner you are. Lindsay, thanks for making time for us today. It was a joy to hear from you, and we look forward to chatting with you again sometime.
Thanks for having me.
The pressure to be perfect. A huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles for bringing us that segment on unrealistic expectations on athletes. All right, let's continue to peek inside of the world of sports. The Tampa Bay Lightning won their second straight Stanley Cup. Here's the latest from LiveNOW from Fox's Regina Gonzalez.
It's so hard to win the Stanley Cup, and then you do it 2 years in a row. I mean, you deserve to go down in history.
Guys, the Stanley Cup is not going anywhere. The Tampa Bay Lightning will hold on to that legendary NHL trophy for another year after winning their second title in a row on their own ice Wednesday evening. So to talk more about it with me is a very special guest that is joining me right now on Live Now from Fox. His name is Kevin Weeks. He is an NHL analyst with the NHL Network and a former Tampa Bay Lightning player himself. Mr. Weeks, how are you? Thank you so much for being with us here.
I'm great. Thank you so much. Top of the morning to you and all the viewers that are tuned in. And thanks so much for having me. I'm great.
Oh, absolutely. Exciting news out of Tampa. We're here in Orlando, just down the road, just down I-4. So you were analyzing this game when it happened. So tell us about those top moments. Tell us about what you saw and you want to talk about.
I think the biggest thing for the Lightning is the fact that they become such a complete team. As much as they're a juggernaut offensively, they can win games in different ways. And in a game like last night, the series clincher, the Stanley Cup final clinching game, they won only by 1 goal. And they're very comfortable in doing that. So they can play it any way you want it. If it's an up-tempo offensive game, they can put up 3, 4, 5, 6 goals if they need to. When the games become physical, as last night was again, they can respond and play through that. And then, of course, to win a tight game, they were able to do it. What's interesting in the last 2 seasons, they were 13-0 prior to last night, 13-0 when coming off of a loss. And in 5 consecutive rounds in the playoffs, Andre Vasilevsky, the big cat, their goalie between the pipes, has won by a shutout, recorded a shutout, 120 shots faced, 120 consecutive saves in series clinching games. So that, for me, is exactly why they won the Stanley Cup and they were able to clinch it last night. And I really think this young goalie, Andre Vasilevsky of the Lightning, is on his trajectory, potentially health willing, to be a top 5 goalie of all time in the history of our game.
Yeah, and Kevin, I'm really glad you mentioned that because we wake up for this morning shift at about 3:30. So I stayed up late to watch the game, but I kind of noticed in the beginning that there were some, they had way more, score attempts than Canada. But at the same time, I felt like there were some misplays, some bouncing pucks. Do you feel that it showed a little bit that there was this pressure to win on their home ice?
Yeah, I think they realized that they put that pressure on themselves internally. And speaking of people in their group of the Lightning, they said definitively, listen, we want to win this at home in front of our family and friends and our fans. We want to win this in Florida, in the Sunshine State. We don't want this going back up to Montreal. We don't want to push fate. So naturally, there was a little bit of tension. And of course, they were a little tentative. I'm going to liken this to what I saw yesterday afternoon before going to the studio in the Euro 2020 with Denmark playing at England. It was the exact same thing in soccer. You're playing at Wembley Stadium, your team England, you're at home, on home soil, British soil, and that nervous anticipation was there for the players, but it was also through the stadium. I felt the same kind of vibes at Amalie Arena in terms of watching that game for both the Lightning and their fans. Look, I spoke to Patrick Kane of the Chicago Blackhawks, who's going to go down as the best American-born player ever. And I talked to him about playing against the Lightning in 2015, actually, when Chicago had the chance to beat the Lightning in that Stanley Cup final in Chicago. And he told me yesterday, he said, Weeksy, there's no way we were losing that game in front of our family and friends. We knew that going in. And that's similar to the way in which the Lightning felt yesterday. So, yeah, there was a little bit of jitters and a little bit of nerves, but that team is amazing. They're an amazing franchise. And I want to get this in for a lot of the viewers. They have amazing ownership in Mr. Vinnick. And what I love about him is his ownership is very inclusive. It's very wide spectrum in terms of inclusivity. You have females that work for the organization. You have people all across the color spectrum, LGBTQ, veterans, especially with MacDill Air Force Base being there in Tampa. So, and quite frankly, they have a lot of different people of color on the team and in the organization as well. So I give them a lot of credit, and it starts with the ownership group of Mr. Vinnick.
Yeah, and Mr. Weeks, I'm actually so glad you touched on all of those points because this win was night and day compared to last year's win when they were alone in that bubble in Edmonton. Can you talk about that compared to, the energy that was felt and seen outside of Amalie compared to how they were kind of forced to celebrate last year?
Yeah, exactly. That was for the whole world, of course, it was a trying 2 years. Very, very challenging for a lot of different people. And, some of us lost family members as a result. And I have to say, what was really challenging as well is isolation for so many. Everybody's life routines were very disrupted. You had to reimagine life on the fly. You had to be creative. And for Tampa and all of our players and staff, really, the fact that our league last year was able to run 2 bubbles simultaneously one in the east in my hometown of Toronto and the other one out west in Edmonton, Alberta. And then coming down to the final being out in Edmonton. And Tampa, obviously, their team is from down in Florida. It's an amazing story. And doing that by way of being isolated under heavy protocols, very restrictive protocols, that was amazing in and of itself. And then the fact that they got to celebrate and they pushed Tom Brady, they're like, TB12, you came down here now. You're playing for the Bucs now. It's on you. We did our thing. Now it's on you to get another one. We know you're the GOAT, but it's on you to get another one. So said, so done. He then goes down there, him and Gronk, they get the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl's won in Tampa. Then they spin it forward. Tom Brady's like, all right, back to you guys. And of course, this too was a challenging season with COVID again. And in what was a truncated schedule, 56 games instead of 82, very limited recovery time in between games. And they went all the way and scaled the mountain again, the Lightning. So now there will be another celebration in the state of Florida. And the Lightning are like, TB12, back over to you. So let's see what you and the Bucs have again. So it's been an amazing time for sports down in the Sunshine State. I should point out that, as you mentioned, I played for the Lightning. I also was drafted by the Panthers. We have a home down in the Miami area, and we spend quite a bit of time in the state of Florida as well. So it's a great time for the state of Florida. I'm sure Governor DeSantis should be smiling and licking his chops because the Sunshine State is shining brightly and living up to its name right now in the world of professional sports and beyond, of course.
Yes, and specifically, Tampa is living up to that name. They're calling it Champa Bay now. I have to point that out. And we actually even have some footage right here that we're going to show where they're congratulating each other. They're tweeting at each other. Even, we've got Kevin Kiermaier with the Tampa Bay Rays. They're all super supportive of each other. And that, that's so important, right?
It's very important. I mean, listen, it's a mutual admiration society, right? And that's one of the things about sports and entertainment and music and the arts. It's real time. There's nothing like it. It's unscripted. This is unscripted. This is the ultimate reality show in the world. There's no swiping and clicking and pointing and listen, maybe for how you consume, how you watch it or the content, but the way in which athletes and elite entertainers and musicians and stuff do their craft, it's second to none in terms of elite. It is nice to see the players and the athletes and the people from the different sports down there really encouraging each other. People don't recognize Gronk was actually on the ice with some of the Lightning, with Alex Killorn and some of the members of the Lightning right prior to the start of the playoffs. And Gronk grew up actually playing hockey up in Buffalo, where he grew up in Buffalo, New York, just outside of my hometown of Toronto. So it's been an amazing time. It's been an amazing time for sports down there in South Florida, and Florida, I should say, in the state in general.
I know, and we're expecting actually a super funny tweet that I saw, and I want to get your take on this because we saw that moment where Tom Brady tossed the trophy, the Super Bowl trophy to, was it Gronk on another boat?
Yeah, he tossed it to Gronk on another boat.
Yes. Yeah. So the Stanley Cup actually specifically tweeted that they think that they're a little too heavy to make that happen, but it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. The cup's 35 pounds. The Stanley Cup's, it's big. It looks like a person, actually, in terms of size. And it's the most iconic trophy, with all due respect. I've got friends in every league and every sport, but it's the most iconic trophy in the world of professional sports. It's the hardest to win. It's the most grueling, the most challenging. It literally challenges you to every fiber of your body. And believe me, I know from our Carolina Hurricanes team that ended up going to the Stanley Cup final in 2002 and losing to that Hall of Fame Detroit Red Wings team, it is so difficult to win. It's near impossible to win. And there's just so much history. You see the names of winners and teams past that are etched in the Stanley Cup itself. Literally talking about it as a former player and being a part of the league now for 25 years between playing and broadcasting, it gives me goosebumps talking to you about it here from our home in Jersey. So it's a very powerful thing.
Well, Mr. Kevin Weeks, analyst for NHL Network and former Tampa Bay Lightning player himself, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm excited for this boat parade, and we're excited to see what's in store for the next season for all sports, really.
My pleasure. No, thank you so much for having me. Thanks to our good friend, Rich Big Daddy Salgado, for the assist. We love and appreciate him, but continue your great work. You're on a great trajectory. Thanks for having me, and appreciate all the NHL and sports fans down there in the Sunshine State. Congrats to the Lightning and Montreal for making the Stanley Cup final, but congrats to the Lightning for winning their third in franchise history. and the second in this repeat back to back. It's amazing stuff. Appreciate you having me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Regina Gonzalez for that interview on the Lightning's wins. And a bit of a background information, he is actually the very first African-American NHL analyst. So again, thank you to Live Now from Fox's Regina Gonzalez. We'll have more raw and unfiltered news right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The U.S. mission in Afghanistan will end on August 31st, and that's about 12 days sooner than President Biden's first deadline on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Biden says he trusts the Afghan military can defend itself from the threat of a Taliban takeover. Live Now from Fox's very own Andrew Kraft is bringing us the latest.
Taliban. He said that Afghanistan now needs to go about its business on its own. He said they're going to help, they being the U.S. And his administration is going to help as much as we can, but you cannot institute a form of government on a country that does not want it and that does not have the ability to maintain it. Those were his words. He said he's not in the business of nation building. He cited some successes in the war in Afghanistan, obviously the capture and death of Osama bin Laden, and he said that that's no longer a terrorist stronghold in the world. Well, I talked about all of that with my next guest. This is pre-recorded, but I talked with Hal Kempfer. He's a retired lieutenant colonel in the Marines, and we got into a lot of these topics surrounding the U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. So here's that conversation right now. Are still reporting on the U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. Defense officials say that it is now more than 90% complete. We heard from President Biden today that by August 31st, that's ahead of his intended target deadline of September 11th of this year, it should be complete. And to talk about all this, we're bringing in a retired Marine Lieutenant Colonel Hal Kempfer. Hal, thanks so much for being with us on this Thursday night. What did you make of the president's remarks today from the White House about this story?
Andrew, I felt that what he was doing was he was explaining what the policy was, what he intended to do. But on the other side, there was a little testiness in there. You know, the fear I think that everybody has is that our pull out of Afghanistan is going to start to look like what happened in Vietnam. You know, we did de-Vietnamization. And then 2 years later, we're looking at the North Vietnamese army rolling through Saigon. That analogy, that comparison has been coming up a lot. The fear is that we're going to see something like that in Kabul, and we're going to see helicopters lifting Americans off the roof of the embassy. that's the fear, and he was addressing that. And I think what he was trying to explain is that the Afghan government is probably not going to collapse, at least not collapse right away, that they have tremendous resources. The big question for anybody from the military side of this, having weapons, having equipment is not always the same as having a will to fight. And certainly the South Vietnamese army had tremendous resources and weapons, but in the end, the North Vietnamese rolled right over them.
And Hal, you know, I've been kind of monitoring some of the rhetoric from President Biden, how it's a little different from his predecessors. Well, not just a little, it's starkly different. He has been saying that, you know, Afghanistan needs to chart its own course. They're not in the nation-building business, that now this is the moment for Afghanistan to take matters into their own hands. That is markedly different from President George W. Bush, President Barack Obama, and even to some extent President Trump. Can you kind of go into those differences?
Well, one of the things, and you know, it's one of those things I can say I was there, but on 9/11, I was involved with things dealing with the response here in the U.S. And then quickly, I was moved over to deal with getting our forces over to Afghanistan with then Brigadier General Mattis leading Marine forces going into Kandahar, and our footprint, if you will, of what became a very long engagement there. And when we initially went in, we certainly gave the Taliban the option, if you will, or actually more of a demand to give up Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda cohorts. They refused, and at that point, they were harboring terrorists. And our mission was primarily to eliminate the threat of terrorism emanating from Afghanistan. That changed over time. Over time, it became stabilization operations and, of course, nation building, which completely changed our focus. And one of the things that we have trouble with doctrinally, if you will, maybe politically, is what do we do in war? When we talk about nation building, that implies a very, very long, enduring presence in countries. Countries where we've been successful in doing things like that are Germany and Japan at the end of World War II, obviously helping to rebuild, stabilize, and secure South Korea at the end of the Korean War, if you will. But if you look at those places, our forces are still there, which gives you an idea of the duration. We weren't looking at that kind of commitment in Afghanistan. The problem is once you get in there is how do you get out once you've gone that direction? And this is a change. It started with President Trump, but this is a change saying we're not going to try and change Afghan society. We're not going to try and change the whole political situation there. We're just going to basically give the government what it needs to avoid the Taliban coming to power, or at least resist the Taliban coming to power. But we've given up on the idea that we're going to make that sort of nation building change as we originally intended.
And Hal, I just want to read a statement that Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, said today in the briefing room. She said the White House is basically not going to have a mission accomplished moment. She goes on to say it's a 20-year war that has not been won militarily. And now, what do you make of that statement? Obviously, the longest conflict the United States has been embroiled in. You know, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent towards this, and not only treasure but blood as well has been lost. So, what did you make of that statement today?
Well, frankly, I don't like that statement. It kind of implies that somehow the military couldn't accomplish the mission. The military accomplished the mission that it was given from a tactical standpoint, from a military operational standpoint. The strategic mission was something the military is not set up to do. We have, and I guess I take possessive with the military, but this is something that's come about certainly in recent decades, is the military tends to end up inheriting these missions like nation building and long-term peace enforcement stabilization operations. Not because, really because we're the most organized and best equipped to do it, but you can only train for so many things. And at the end, the military are war fighters. And what we're asking the military to do was to do something that really it falls in the definition of operations other than war in some ways. Yes, there was fighting. Yes, there was fierce fighting at times. but we're doing a lot of things that wasn't a traditional military mission. And the military as a whole did a pretty good job with what it was assigned to do. The problem was you're talking about building an economy, you're talking about political, social changes within a society. That's not something that I can hand off and say, battalion commander, go fix that. This is something that takes a much broader commitment and a much bigger change. And I think the military did what it had to do. But frankly, if you're going to do that kind of a change to a society, you're going to have to stay there for longer than 20 years. And it's going to have to be something more than just the military.
Yeah, and we saw just early Friday morning the reports that the U.S. left Bagram airfield outside Kabul. It's the largest airfield in Afghanistan. We were there for 20 years. And this all comes ahead of the encroachments the Taliban has made, especially in the north, taking over some districts there. But I was reading that one of these intelligence documents that the Wall Street Journal obtained about a couple of weeks ago said Kabul could fall in I think they said about 6 or 12 months. That's a very rapid timetable because of this troop withdrawal. And then we heard from President Biden. He was asked about this, if he would, kind of accept any responsibility if that were to happen. And he flat out said, no, we've been there for so long. It's up to the Afghan forces. So do you think Kabul will fall in that time frame?
I don't know. I'm not privy to all the intelligence that would go into making that kind of assessment. I would not rule something like that out. It is possible. Certainly if the Afghan government and the Afghan forces lose cohesion on the battlefield, one of the challenges that the Afghan government has is the perception that there's a lot of corruption within the government. And if you go into the history of where we've done operations around the world, and you look at some of the countries that we sometimes term as failed states or semi-failed states, one of the hallmarks is the fact that they have a lot of corruption. Well, there is corruption in Afghanistan. We've been trying to work on that, but there are limits to what we can do in that sphere. And if the people, and certainly if the military sees that they're propping up an unjust government or a corrupt government, as bad as the Taliban is, that creates a vacuum, mostly a political vacuum that then translates into dynamics on the battlefield where they can make encroachments. One of the things with that is we're starting to see militias rise up again. With us pulling out, we're seeing something very traditional in Afghan society where you have warlords and their own militias or their own little armies. And we're starting to see that. And that's filling some of that power vacuum. And what we might see less, not so much a North Vietnamese army type role on Kabul or, the Taliban rolling in there, kind of like what we saw ISIS rolling into Mosul or something like that. What we may end up seeing is a full out civil war. And you may see different groups, the Afghan army being one group, and then militias, and of course the Taliban. So it might be a very different dynamic.
And let's talk about, because, the U.S. troops are withdrawing, but I believe some 650 are going to be remaining in the country to kind of shore up the defenses around the Kabul airport and also around diplomatic missions. But there's been a huge focus on these thousands of Afghan translators, intelligence services, and contractors that, what do we do with them? There's this really large effort underway to get them special expedited visas, possibly go to a third country while they wait to get into the United States. Would that be a moral dereliction of duty to leave these folks behind?
I believe it would be, and I don't see any way they could. If the translators who served with us so loyally, and others who served with us and worked closely with the U.S., if they were left to twist in the wind, if you will, something akin to what you saw in Vietnam, where so many of the South Vietnamese army and others who worked with U.S. forces basically were left to face the onslaught of the North Vietnamese army and the Viet Cong. I think that would be a tremendous moral failure and a tremendous drop in our prestige internationally if we're unable to do that. I think they're trying to work out the mechanics. Years past, I did some work supporting U.S. Customs Service looking at a lot of different things. And I can tell you there's a lot of variables that go into the whole mission of how you bring not just goods, but also, now we do it in a more combined fashion, but also looking at immigration. And so they're trying to figure out how do we get them out of harm's way quickly and more effectively. On the other hand, we do have to vet them and do certain things to get them into the U.S. And this is on an expedited scale. One of the fears, though, is that when you have this mass exodus of all these people who work with the U.S., that does create the perception in Afghanistan that it's fait accompli, that the Taliban are going to come in and take over. That's why we're pulling everybody out. And so it's a little bit of a balancing act. I don't know if that's playing into it that much, but we got to get them out of there.
And Hal, we did see President Biden a couple of weeks ago meet with Ashraf Ghani, the Afghan president, in the Oval Office, essentially saying, this will be happening. This is going forward on the timetable that they set. So let's talk about what the Afghan government and the Afghan security forces will be facing. And, we talk about this war in largely, dour language, but there have been some progress. There have been some successes when it comes to what women in Afghanistan have been able to do because of the U.S. presence there and the like. So kind of talk about that a little bit.
I think for Afghan society, some of the progress that we made in women's rights, if you will, is something that's going to leave a lasting impression. And that may actually be one of those forces within society that bolster up the resistance to what the Taliban want to do. The situation on the ground is not the same as it was 20 years ago. There's a lot of things that have changed since then. And some of that is socially and politically it has changed, which ironically may actually destabilize the situation in terms of there may actually be more movements toward militias to protect some of those hard-earned rights, hard-earned protections that have been achieved since then. One of the things I think you're going to see across the board is the Taliban are going to start organizing in larger formations. You can't take over a city and be a small terrorist insurgent group. You have to form up into large armies. When they form up into these larger formations, they're going to become more visible. They're going to have vehicles and troops that are arrayed. And one of the advantages the Afghans have that the Taliban don't is the Afghans have a fairly robust airstrike capability. That's one of the things we have provided them is aviation. Keeping that aviation flying is the big issue because a lot of the contractors for maintenance were U.S., so they got pulled out as well. But if the Afghans can continue to leverage close air support, they might be able to hold off the Taliban, potentially even change the tide of the war, if you will, or the tide of battle.
And Hal, just a last question for you. I kind of want to take the 30,000 feet view of this and what the legacy of this will be, especially here at home. I was 10 years old on 9/11. I'll be 30 years old this summer. I have grown up with this. You yourself have watched this all happen over the last 20 years. What are the lessons that here at home we can take from the Afghanistan war? I talked to you on the phone earlier. It's somewhat coincidental that the former Secretary of Defense, when this all happened, Don Rumsfeld, passed away just last week as U.S. forces were withdrawing from Bagram Airfield. Kind of put that into perspective.
Well, I think it's being written right now in terms of what we're going to take away from it. If the Taliban do take over Kabul in 6 months to a year, that's going to be a very sad note in American history. And it will look like we built up an ally. We went in there with all the best of intentions. And then we left them. And that would be horrible for us. That will last for a generation or two generations. When I came into the Marine Corps, we were very much dealing with the post-Vietnam legacy. The people I know, my drill instructor, mid-level of senior officers that I was, were basically guiding me and others. They had been in Vietnam. And there were some very stark lessons that they passed on to us as far as what they learned there. And Vietnam was not a great lesson. And frankly, we were somewhat compelled to redeem ourselves in Desert Storm. as a U.S. military because of the legacy of Vietnam. Now, with this said, if this government is still in place 5 years from now, even if it's still fighting this war against the Taliban, I think that'll be another lesson we can take from it. And I would not be surprised if we pull all our forces back, we claim all of our troops are back, and then incrementally we end up putting a presence back in there to help bolster up the Afghan government. May not be a uniform presence per se, or something that's uniform but not quite as big, and to keep them going. And we might have a status quo for some time. But one thing I would say is the longer that the Afghan government is there and the longer they're able to resist the Taliban, the more likely over time that this new government, this new society will be successful.
All right, and Hal Kempfer, retired Marine Lieutenant Colonel. Time definitely will only tell, and we thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Have a good night.
Good night, Andrew. Thanks.
All right, so I hope you enjoyed that conversation right there. That was pre-recorded from earlier, but we really got into all of the details about this withdrawal from Afghanistan 20 years later. You heard from President Biden earlier at the White House. So we'll bring you more news on that front once the actual withdrawal is fully complete. The president wants that to happen by September 11th of this year. That's the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. All indications say that it will be August 31st this summer, not too far away. So I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. In the meantime, we're just going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have more stories we have yet to get to when we come back. Thanks for staying with us.
Continuing the conversation live right here on Live Now from Fox, I would like to welcome national security reporter Missy Ryan with the Washington Post. Missy, good morning.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us. So right now we know that Afghan withdrawal is 90% complete. So that leads me to my first question. What's happened since United States troops began leaving? And does this give us any insight into the future of the region?
Yeah, well, there's been a dramatic acceleration of Taliban advances across the country in the last few months. The U.S. began the last phase of its gradual withdrawal from Afghanistan in May, and it's now close to zero as we understand it. And it has coincided with really an emboldening of the Taliban. And what we're seeing is them sweeping across rural districts in the north, in the west, in other areas, and taking control of key roadways. And in many cases, they're doing so without the Afghan forces putting up much of a fight. There are either deals or surrenders or potentially tactical withdrawals on the part of the Afghan forces. And it really demonstrates not only the enduring vulnerability of this Afghan security force that the United States and its NATO allies have helped train up since 2001, but also the readiness of the Taliban to step into these areas and take advantage of this moment, either to really potentially position themselves for an attempt to do a military takeover or to position themselves for a more advantageous deal as part of the peace negotiations that have been going on sort of on and off over the last year and some now.
Missy, in his first public address since announcing troop withdrawal, President Biden says he plans to give the government, quote, what it needs to combat the Taliban coming into power. Well, what exactly does the Afghan government need? Because ultimately, isn't the country's future up to its own leaders at this point?
Well, what President Biden promised and the administration is saying that they're getting ready to deliver is continued financial assistance, continued humanitarian assistance, civilian development aid. The Afghan government, even after 20 years, is still heavily reliant on foreign assistance, I think for about 70% of government revenues. So that means that the $3 billion or so that the United States pays per year for the Afghan security forces and then money from other allies really, they pay for salaries, they pay for equipment, they pay for everything that the country's military and police need to operate. And also there's a fair amount of development aid that, has helped really improve health outcomes in Afghanistan, create schools and better conditions for women in Afghanistan. So what Biden is saying is that the United States is going to continue to provide that assistance. And that would be crucial for allowing the government to maintain services, to obviously fend off the Taliban. But I think it's going to be a question of really, whether even with that support, the Afghan government can fend off and keep the Taliban at bay, because they are proving themselves to be an incredibly strong and potent adversary.
This is such a broad topic. I'm sure that we could speak for hours, but just one last question before I let you go, Missy. There's been a lot of talk on the fate of interpreters who have helped aid the United States military. This is also a concern for many. So what are the Biden administration's plans when it comes to this?
That's another issue that Biden addressed yesterday. And basically he said that the administration would begin airlifting some of these former employees of the United States in Afghanistan. So, they could be interpreters or drivers or whatever out of the country as soon as this month. And they're going to be taken either to third countries or potentially to U.S. territories. Guam is one place that's been named. The administration hasn't confirmed where exactly yet, but they're going to be taken to these places to wait while their paperwork is processed. And the idea is that once they're approved, eventually they could emigrate into the United States, continental United States itself.
Missy Ryan, national security reporter with the Washington Post. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now. Welcome back. Doctors say that they are gearing up for the Delta variant of COVID-19 as cases begin to increase across the country. I do want to bring you all this interview with Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everest. She caught up with infectious disease expert Dr. Peter Chin-Hong.
I think it's kind of mirroring what many of us are beginning to realize, which is it's kind of a different world from a year ago pre-vaccination, in that we don't necessarily have to follow infections, but really how sick people get. So the fact that it's still pretty good at preventing infections, but not 100%, but the fact that it's 96% at preventing hospitalization against Delta, and pretty much even higher than when you think about death, then that's really, really good. And what it means is that, as we see a spike in cases, as long as hospitalizations and deaths remain stable, we're going to be good. But the only weapon is really the vaccinations. No amount of lockdowns or restrictions will really make an impact on Delta as much as vaccinations will.
Yeah, obviously, this is all preliminary reporting. As we've talked about in the past here, this is a developing virus. We're constantly learning new information. That research is in its very primal stages. I'm sure we'll be doing a lot of our own research here at home. Are you hearing about any of that research down on the ground? Is UCSF doing similar tests?
Yes, definitely. I think one of the big questions in terms of emerging topics is really what about people who are immunocompromised and whether or not they need another booster shot, or even if you don't detect measurable antibodies in them, are they still going to be prevented from going to the hospital and dying? And there's some initial reports from England suggesting so, but I think we need to see larger studies with that. I think some of the other work that's going to happen really would be, if we see a spike in a community, is it really, who are those folks? Is it really vaccinated or unvaccinated? If it's vaccinated, is it really translating into hospitalizations? And that's because at the end of the day, Daytona, I think COVID and SARS-CoV-2 is something we're going to see all the time. And it'll be like influenza at some level, where we're going to accept infection as long as it doesn't mean a lot of people are going to go to the hospital and use up resources.
Well, you bring up a really good point there, a good segue into one of the questions I wanted to ask you. There was a statement just released by the CDC and the FDA saying in part, quote, Americans who have been fully vaccinated do not need a booster shot at this time. FDA, CDC, and NIH are engaged in a science-based, rigorous process to consider whether or when a booster might be necessary. This is very interesting. We are hearing a little bit more and more about booster shots. What are you hearing with researchers about the use of boosters?
Yeah, so far we agree with that statement, Daytona. Right now, there's no evidence that we will need booster shots in the majority of the population. The good news for us is that the people in the trial who got the original vaccines have a head start on the general population by about a year. And that population is going to be followed very closely with antibody checks and all of that. The fact that so far so good is a great thing, because, once and if their antibodies start going down, we know that ours will probably start going down a year after that.
And we know that really a main focus for the Biden administration is for people to just get their first shots, right? We are hearing now that the Biden administration is planning on going door to door and checking in on people and talking about the vaccines and the efficacy. What are your thoughts on that end?
Well, I think, it will depend on the community. I know some people might worry that it's invasive, but if done sensitively, hopefully it will work out. And again, to have a dialogue is a great thing, because it's not just individual benefit, it's community benefit, and it's a country benefit, because really to have a free economy, we really need to have, a large force field over most of the country to keep our borders open. So, pros and cons, but generally from a public health perspective, definitely a good move. Even one dose, I know from the studies, gives some protection. And if you give that J&J as your first dose, it's the only dose you'll need, which, as Dr. Fauci says, gives you robust protection even against Delta.
Yeah, that actually is a good point there. We're hearing more about mixing and matching some of these vaccines. Is that a good idea? Is that becoming more common? Like a Pfizer and then maybe an AstraZeneca. Do those pair well together?
Yeah, so mixing and matching is definitely something that's been studied. It was studied by necessity because in the UK, if you remember, they only had limited supply of vaccine initially. They had both Pfizer and AstraZeneca. So they basically just decided to give everyone one of the vaccines as soon as it became available, and whatever was available next, they would just give it to them. So they had a group of people who got the same and different in different sequences, and what they found was that no matter what you do, you still get robust antibody protection, and you didn't have to give two of the same kind of vaccine. And mixing and matching actually, in some cases, resulted in a more robust antibody response. The NIH here in the United States is studying that as well. And the idea is that if you give two different vaccine types, your body hasn't seen the second one and gets more excited when it sees it. And the idea is that maybe it results in a bigger, more robust antibody response. But at the end of the day, if you had a choice, you'd probably get the same thing that was studied in the trials and not to experiment unless you had to because of practical reasons.
Right, because most of those trials have been done with the same vaccine back to back. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Last question for you. Third doses. We are hearing from Pfizer today that they're saying you could get a booster shot between 6 and 12 months. Can you just kind of explain the difference between booster, third dose? Are those the same thing? And then also, what would the timeline look like? What's the recommended timeline if in the future we do end up having to do those third doses?
Yeah, so definitely, I think where Pfizer is coming from in terms of giving a time limit is if you give too many shots all at once, one after the other, it increases the potential side effects. And if for whatever reason you didn't have an antibody response and you wanted to independently go and get a third shot, giving it a lag time is good, not necessarily for efficacy as much as for just reducing the possibility that your body would be revved up, when it sees that same signal again. I think right now, formally, from the medical professional perspective, we're still understanding what a booster might mean. So, I think you're going to find very mixed opinions about the necessity for that.
All right, doctor, anything else that you're going to be watching or that you think is interesting for all of those viewers at home who are just trying to keep up with the latest news as it changes pretty much daily here?
Yeah, I think the main thing to watch out for is really as some of these highly vaccinated countries like Israel, the UK, get a spike in cases, does that really translate into increased hospitalizations and deaths? Because like I said, we are definitely, not probably, going to see a spike in cases here. But as long as hospitalizations and deaths remain flat, I think we will be in good shape. And hopefully people can get vaccinated. And I know we need that FDA approval, and I think there's some hope that that FDA process will come soon so that we will be able to use the vaccine in a much more liberal way.
All right, all great information per usual. Dr. Peter Chin Hong, our infectious disease specialist, thank you so much for coming on the show. We appreciate you, and I'm sure we'll be speaking again very soon.
Thanks so much, Daytona. I think it's
great information there provided by LiveNOW from Fox's Daytona Everett. Switching gears now, the president plans to expand the child tax credit and also plans to provide 2 years of free community college to eligible students. Here's the latest from Fox 26 Houston.
We talk a lot about postpartum depression, but seldom do we hear about post-wedding blues. And a lot of times, depression does follow the big day. So psychotherapist Mary Jo Rapini is live to explain why and also how couples can cope. Good morning, Mary Jo. So what's causing this post-wedding day depression or sadness?
Right. Well, there's always been kind of a blues after the wedding because the big event is over, but we're seeing more actual depression. And we think it's because of the pandemic. Many weddings were postponed. And so what happened is when they are getting married or they did get married, it was symbolic, Sally. It was bringing the family together, and they miss that closeness and that being able to be part of that celebration. Also on social media, it's a big letdown after the wedding day because you don't get any more likes and there's nobody wanting to know about what you're doing today.
So it's like all that attention suddenly goes away. So you got some coping suggestions for us. And first you say, take note of your feelings.
That's right. It's important to take note of them. Ask yourself, is this really depression or am I just bored and feeling a void? Am I actually lonely? And I'm trying to think of what I can do to fill that emptiness.
You also suggest that maybe focusing on a new hobby or a project that can benefit both of you could help.
That's right. Take all that creativity you put into planning the wedding and start putting that into your life together. Start candlelight dinners, take day trips, read a book together. Think out of the box about how you can reconnect and feel closer to your partner and more full of commitment and appreciation for each other.
And I think it's so important that you do spend time with family and friends who really, want to encourage your marriage. And that's one of your pieces of advice too.
That's right. I mean, it's important to find marriage mentors, people you can go to in the early years of marriage when you're struggling, that will be supportive and encouraging of your life together.
All right, listen to this one, guys. Premarital counseling is good, but Mary Jo says postmarital counseling is even better.
That's right. Everybody in the pre-stage, they think they're together forever. They're full of lust, and they don't understand that they are going to fight. So after the wedding is probably when I see more clients coming saying, listen, I might have married the wrong person. We're having a lot of trouble. And so it still works. A therapist is going to help listen. They're going to help you find a way to talk to each other that's going to make you feel more connected and deepen the relationship.
Oh, and finally, just give yourself some time. We talk a lot about postpartum depression, but seldom do we hear about post-wedding blues. And a lot of
All right,
times...
huge thank you to Fox 26 Houston for that segment. This next report is courtesy of Fox 13 Tampa. Dozens of states are suing Google, and Fox 13 is bringing us a closer look as to why.
Former Bachelorette Claire Crawley revealed she's having her breast implants removed, citing
Florida has joined 35 other states in a new lawsuit against Google. It claims the search engine and online media company is exploiting app developers and consumers with excessive fees. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain their case. Hi, Craig.
Hi there, Linda. Well, this suit, the latest suit, is accusing Google here of, in fact, breaking state and federal antitrust laws by illegally squeezing out competition, as it specifically relates to selling third-party apps. The suit, the attorneys general, the plaintiffs here are saying that Google, as they see it, manipulated the law, worked around the law in order to gain a monopoly on selling those apps. And as a result, those third-party apps wind up costing consumers much more because Google is then slamming the developers with billing fees. At a time in which Democrats and Republicans don't agree on much of anything, lawmakers in both parties agree the powerful big tech giants are too powerful and too big.
Just because a company creates a successful, innovative business that consumers like doesn't give it a free pass to harm competition or ignore our antitrust laws.
While Congress considers new regulations and revoking big tech's legal protections, the Justice Department and most state attorneys general are suing. And the antitrust suits against Google are piling up. They've accused Google of illegally stifling competition, abusing users' privacy, and manipulating search results. As the Nebraska AG put it, it's not people using Google, it's Google using people. Well, the new and fourth antitrust suit against Google accuses it of creating an improper monopoly on selling Android apps through its Google Play Store. And it accuses Google of burning consumers and app developers by charging excessive fees on every sale through its store. Well, Google says the app developers can work around them if they want, but the suit claims Google makes that exceedingly difficult and nearly impossible to succeed. The suit states that Android is the only viable operating system for non-Apple mobile devices, and it claims Google secured contracts with manufacturers to throw up technical obstacles for competing app stores in several ways. For example, consumers who try to use competing app stores have to work through security warnings and pop-up messages, warning them they could infect their phones with malware if they proceed. With that, the suit states Google has not only targeted potential competing app stores, but also has ensured that app developers themselves have no reasonable choice but to distribute their apps through the Google Play Store. Florida is one of the 36 states suing Google. Attorney General Ashley Moody said, "We will not allow Google to continue to monopolize an entire sector, eliminating competition and harming consumers." So then what are these fees, these billing fees or commissions that the attorneys general say are excessive? Well, they can vary, 15% for smaller developers, but in most cases and for most developers, it's a commission of 30%. And the attorneys general point out that those costs either get absorbed by the developers, which they can't often afford, but more than likely are passed on to consumers, which is why in many cases they may be paying 15 to, in many cases, 30% more for purchasing the app, which the prosecutors, the plaintiffs say is improper, and therefore they're taking action.
So what do the attorneys general want the court to do if it rules in their favor?
Well, they're seeking monetary damages against Google. If they succeed, Google has among the biggest profits in the history of the world. So beyond that, to try to deter and move Google to change, they're seeking court-ordered interventions to try to prevent Google from maintaining an effective monopoly, moving in ways perhaps legislative efforts have come up short.
All right, great, Patrick. Thank you. We'll have to keep our eye on that. If you've ever used LinkedIn to post your resume, job hunt, or network, your personal information could be at risk. Our consumer reporter, Sabani Banerjee, joins us now with what you need to know. So the LinkedIn breach that put 700 million user records at risk has now risen to $1 billion.
Yeah, and those records include the personal information of LinkedIn users, from their passwords to even their email addresses. Experts say this breach compromised more than 93% of users. LinkedIn told Consumer Affairs they are still investigating the issue, but their initial analysis indicates data scraping. Data scraping is also known as web scraping. It's basically when a computer program or a bot collects information rapidly from a site. Attackers can use these tools to access it much faster than, you know, if you were just cutting and pasting and dumping into a document on your computer.
So what sort of information, Serbani, did they scrape?
Oh, you know, all the good stuff.
Oh,
names, first and last street addresses, cities, states, zip codes, phone numbers, email addresses, websites, company names, job titles that you might have posted there, along with even fax numbers, email and password combinations. Basically anything that was on your profile and the connections that you had too.
That's a lot of information. So what should LinkedIn users do at this point?
At this point, you have to change your passwords, you know, across your various platforms, and you need strong passwords in general and to change them regularly. Unfortunately, that's kind of all you can control. Exposed passwords are a key target for hackers. So my suggestion is to do kind of a motivational statement. Linda, I always say this, something that's special to you. Put punctuation in a strange place, not at the beginning or end, and some numbers that mean something but aren't obvious, like your birthday. I used a site to check my common passwords, and it said a computer could hack my common ones in about 3 years. Then I did my most recent one using that little equation I just told you, and it would take, no joke, a computer about 7 quadrillion years.
Well, that's better than 3.
Afghanistan is highly unlikely. The president's comments are coming as he promises to maintain military personnel and resources in the country. This after a large-scale U.S. military withdrawal. Let's listen in to his full announcement.
Excuse me. Our military mission in Afghanistan will conclude on August 31st. The drawdown is proceeding in a secure and orderly way, prioritizing the safety of our troops as they depart. Our military commanders advised me that once I made the decision to end the war, we needed to move swiftly to conduct the main elements of the drawdown. And in this context, speed is safety. And thanks to the way in which we have managed our withdrawal, no one U.S. forces or any forces have been lost. Conducting our drawdown differently would have certainly come with an increased risk of safety to our personnel. To me, those risks were unacceptable. And there was never any doubt that our military would perform this task efficiently and with the highest level of professionalism. That's what they do. And the same is true of our NATO allies and partners who have supported, we are supporting and supporting us as well as they conclude their retrograde. I want to be clear, the U.S. military mission in Afghanistan continues through the end of August. We retain personnel and capacities in the country, and we maintain some authority, the same authority under which we've been operating for some time. As I said in April, the United States did what we went to do in Afghanistan, to get the terrorists who attacked us on 9/11 and deliver justice to Osama bin Laden, and to degrade the terrorist threat to keep Afghanistan from becoming a base from which attacks could be continued against the United States. We achieved those objectives. That's why we went. We did not go to Afghanistan to nation build. And it's the right and the responsibility of Afghan people alone to decide their future and how they want to run their country. Together with our NATO allies and partners, we have trained and equipped nearly 300,000 current serving members of the military, the Afghan National Security Force, and many beyond that who are no longer serving. Add to that hundreds of thousands more Afghan National Defense and Security Forces trained over the last 2 decades. We provided our Afghan partners with all the tools, let me emphasize, all the tools, training, equipment of any modern military. We provided advanced weaponry, and we're going to continue to provide funding and equipment, and will ensure they have the capacity to maintain their Air Force. But most critically, as I stressed in my meeting just 2 weeks ago with President Ghani and Chairman Abdullah, Afghan leaders have to come together and drive toward a future that the Afghan people want and they deserve. In our meeting, I also assured Ghani that U.S. support for the people of Afghanistan.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias, hopping back onto mission control for the top of the 10 o'clock hour. We're about an hour away from passing the show off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. We do have some news in terms of the coronavirus pandemic here this morning. This tweet recently going out from the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, saying Americans who have been fully vaccinated against COVID-19 do not need a booster shot at this time. Now, we've been hearing everybody conflicting reports about whether they are going to be needed. Are they going to be needed now? Are they going to be needed in the fall? The tweet continuing on to read, FDA, CDC, and NIH are engaged in a science-based, rigorous process to consider whether or when a booster might be necessary. And they have linked to the full CDC and FDA statement. So as of right now, they are saying a booster shot is not needed. By the way, fully vaccinated Americans, the good news that we are learning is that the current vaccines that are going out into the arms of Americans, they are very good at fighting the COVID-19 Delta variant that is more transmissible and making its way around the globe, not just here in the U.S. So I wanted to provide you that COVID-19 pandemic related update right here at the top of the hour on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, everybody, here's a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. Stocks are trading this Friday in the Big Apple, New York City, currently up about 370 points. I know the last time I checked stocks when they were trading yesterday, they were down 300 points, and that was because reports said people were concerned about the coronavirus Delta variant. But again, it looks like they have at least not just regained what was lost yesterday, but appeared to be on the upward trend again here this morning on Live Now from Fox. So good news there. Stocks are looking pretty good this Friday, and with trading a few more hours to go throughout the day, let's hope things stay that way. We'll continue to monitor it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, everybody, again, my name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got cameras across the country, top stories, and coverage that we can bring to you from our Fox-owned and operated stations across the country. Huge team effort to put on this show. We are now a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to LiveNowFox.com. Again, it's LiveNowFox.com. Take us with you on your smartphones, your tablets, your laptops. Listen to us on your Bluetooth and your radio in your car as you're driving around. That way you can always stay in the know with the top stories that you want and need to know about, not just here in the U.S., but worldwide. Speaking of what's been happening, let's take a live look at XRAD radar. This is Tropical Storm Elsa. She has certainly moved since this morning. She was off of the Jersey Shore, and now you can see she's off the coast of Long Island there, just to the southeast. And she continues up the East Coast, impacting Boston now as well. She made landfall earlier this week here in the state of Florida. Unfortunately, one person was killed when a tree fell on a car. Since then, there's been some pretty serious flooding, including in New York City. We showed you the videos earlier this morning here on Live Now, and we are probably going to show them to you again in just a little bit. So let's talk about some of those cameras that we have live views of. Here is the White House in Washington, D.C. We also have Capitol Hill as well. We spoke with Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard this morning talking about how the fencing around the U.S. Capitol
6 months after the attack on the Capitol, or Capitol riot as it's often referred to. That fencing is going to be coming down over the next several days. Some people were saying it was still necessary to make sure that everybody stayed safe. Others were saying not only was it an eyesore, but it was unfair to the American people who traveled to the nation's capital in order to be able to experience the Capitol grounds. So if you happen to miss that, we have it on the Live Now Fox YouTube page. Just go search for it. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Thanks for tuning in. All right, everybody, back here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We wanted to show you some video out of the New York City area of Tropical Storm Elsa's impacts here. As you can see, downpours caused flash flooding on several major New York City roads yesterday afternoon. This footage shared by Julie Esposito shows cars inching through floodwaters on the Franklin D. Roosevelt East River Drive. Esposito also captured video of the heavy rain's impact on Francis Lewis Boulevard in Queens, right near the George Washington Bridge. A flash flood watch was in effect for New York City through last night. Meanwhile, everybody, look at this footage in the Bronx. The subway station flooded yesterday as a flash flood warning was issued across the state. This video shared by Twitter user @Walcott881 showing gushing floodwater spilling down the stairs at the 149th Street Grand Concourse subway station. Again, Elsa impacted southeastern New York, northeastern New Jersey, and southern Connecticut. Well, it will be late yesterday into today, continuing up the East Coast there, bringing possible flash flooding to the region. That's according to the National Weather Service. Hey, we did get a report from Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak about the subway flooding and what is happening there in the city. So let's watch right here on Live Now from Fox.
Dangerous and life-threatening situation.
Flash flood warnings buzzed cell phones across the 5 boroughs, but it hardly prepared anyone for this. At the 149th Street Grand Concourse station in the Bronx, torrents streamed down a staircase, turning it into a waterfall. The same chaos at the 138th Street station in Mott Haven. Water pouring onto the platform and creating a soggy mess for commuters.
The shoes are still wet. I had to switch up the ensemble, but this is New York in the summer, you know?
Above ground was just as messy.
I had a poncho, but it didn't help.
This guy's umbrella didn't help much either. People trudged through water up to their knees in Washington Heights, where the streets looked more like one big and muddy kiddie pool. The night market in Harlem also filled with water. And just about every local roadway reported flood conditions. This is what the Harlem River Drive looked like yesterday evening. And this was the scene along the Major Deegan. Passengers in cars that flooded out and stalled had to be rescued. As for the MTA, officials are asking for patience as they try to drain out subway stations across the city.
I think they just got absolutely pounded with rain. I mean, they just got pounded.
Pretty serious situation out there. We have been watching it all unfold here on Live Now from Fox, and we will continue to monitor any updates for you as well. All right, well, Afghanistan, that's been in the headlines a lot this week as the U.S. troop withdrawal essentially near completion. We've just heard from President Joe Biden making remarks on the future of the country and the situation in the Middle East, and the U.S. Department of State, or State Department for short, also spoke on it.
The Biden administration continues to deliver on its promise that the United States will be an arsenal of vaccines for the world. By Saturday, we anticipate that we will have shipped approximately 9 million doses to Guatemala, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Afghanistan, and Vietnam. In the coming weeks, we will keep you updated as additional doses are shipped, and the United States government continues to lead the fight against COVID-19, both at home and around the world. The Biden administration continues to deliver on its promise that the United States will be an arsenal of vaccines for the world. By Saturday, we anticipate that we will have shipped approximately 9 million doses to Guatemala, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Afghanistan, and Vietnam. In the coming weeks, we will keep you updated as additional doses are shipped, and the United States government continues to lead the fight against COVID-19, both at home and around the world. The Biden administration continues to deliver on its promise that the United States will be an arsenal of vaccines for the world. By Saturday, we anticipate that we will have shipped approximately 9 million doses to Guatemala, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Afghanistan, and Vietnam. In the coming weeks, we will keep you updated as additional doses are shipped, and the United States government continues to lead the fight against COVID-19, both at home and around the world. The Biden administration continues to deliver on its promise that the United States will be an arsenal of vaccines for the world. By Saturday, we anticipate that we will have shipped approximately 9 million doses to Guatemala, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Afghanistan, and Vietnam.
All right, everybody, I'm realizing that this briefing is repeating itself here, so I want to make sure that we get the full presser for you right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, I will keep a very close eye on this situation. I'll try to find the full newser for you right here. It was my understanding that it was about 28 minutes long, but it appears the clip is only 28 seconds. So most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, we went from the East Coast way out west to my hometown of Phoenix, Arizona. Here's a live look from Sky Harbor International Airport. If you've ever wondered why Phoenix is called the Valley, it's because it sits between so many mountain ranges that even as a native, I don't even know the names of all of them. That large mountain there on the middle left-hand side of your screen, that is Camelback Mountain. On the right there by the airport tower, that is Papago Mountain. And there's tons of other mountains out there, and you see planes taking off, even some private jets right there as well in that live picture. There's a reason I'm taking you to Phoenix, and I guarantee you the party this weekend is going to continue because guess what? The Phoenix Suns are up 2-0 in the NBA Finals versus the Milwaukee Bucks. And of course, as a hometown girl, I am rooting for the Suns. But one college student in Milwaukee, he thinks he knows the prediction as to who's going to win the championship.
An NBA's final face-off between the Bucks and the Suns was not a matchup many saw coming, let's be honest. But a UW-Madison junior made that prediction all the way back to, get this, 2016. Fox 6's Aaron Maven live tonight with the now viral prediction and the team he has winning it all. Can't wait to hear more about this, Aaron.
Mary, it is really something. It was 5 years ago when Jared Plummer predicted that the Bucks and Suns would face off in the NBA Finals this year.
It's pretty cool. I mean, I'd like to think I'm pretty good at predictions.
Jared Plummer is gaining national attention for this 2016 tweet predicting a 2021 NBA Finals face-off between the Bucks and Suns.
Pretty much, I saw a tweet by a Cubs fan in 2016, and they predicted the World Series like 2 years beforehand. And then I was like, why don't I make a tweet of my own?
The giant Bucks fan was just 15 when he posted the prophecy.
The Suns have always been like a second team of mine, like my Western Conference team. And they had 2 young players, and the Bucks had 2 young players. So I said, why not? And I just randomly threw out 5 years later.
It wasn't until the Eastern Conference Finals when he remembered he made the wild prediction, retweeted over 18,000 times.
A lot of people don't even believe that's real, but it's just a blind shot of luck, you know?
When I talked to Plummer Wednesday, he revealed how predicting big events runs in the family.
My mom is actually a former meteorologist, and so she said some of her friends made jokes to her like, oh, your son's good at predictions just like you should have been a meteorologist.
Down by 1, but this NBA Nostradamus believes the Bucks will win it all.
I think it's gonna be 6 or 7, if I had to say. I would love Bucks in 6. I mean, everyone does, you know?
Bucks in 6, that's what we hear every single day. So let's go back to when that tweet was sent out. The Bucks were 12th in the Eastern Conference, the Suns 14th in the West. And Mary, now I'm wondering, I probably should have asked them for some lottery number picks, you know? Something like that really would have helped. We're live in the Deer District. Aaron Maven, back to you, Mary.
You do have his number, right? Because I may need some help too with that. Text
Got
me.
him on speed dial now.
Okay, right. Yeah, keep that.
All right, since that story was filed, everybody, again, the Phoenix Suns are up 2-0 in the NBA Finals series. We're taking a live now look. Chicago, Illinois. By the way, the final score of that game last night, 118-108, Suns versus Bucks. The reason I took you out to Chicago is because I am elated by this story. I'm bringing back Friday. It's when I get to bring you animal-related stories here on Live Now from Fox. Switch it up to the lighter, the happier news. You know, show you a story that might bring you some joy. I'm talking goats on a boat down the Chicago River. Let's find out why. Right here on Live Now from Fox.
The views from the Chicago River draw in tourists by the boatload. Or on this strange trip, a goat load?
Today they're just out enjoying the city. They've been working hard down in Pekin, Peoria, so they said take them out for a boat ride.
Apparently they are animals at their day job, working for ComEd downstate, munching away at vegetation in hard-to-reach areas near transmission lines.
They clear 20 acres in about 20 days, so they do about an acre a day, so which is really, really good.
So they earned this day off. And even though not everyone was embracing their fellow passengers, 11-year-old Hazel was smitten.
I think that, first of all, they are very cute, definitely.
But she knows they're more than just a furry face. Their goat power is green energy.
They're good for the environment, and I think they're just a good idea.
Besides a vacation day for these goats, this is certainly a way for ComEd to show off their green initiatives.
We want people to know that ComEd is environmentally friendly. We're looking at ways, solutions to solve problems that are outside of the box.
Out of the box and now on a boat on the Chicago River.
Well, it's different and it's fun, and I hope it's okay for the goats.
I heard it's hot goat summer, and these animals seem to be living their best life. On the Chicago River, Sally Schulze, Fox 32 News.
I mean, is it ever a bad thing when animals are living their best life? All right, everybody, again, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, July 9th, 2021. We are so happy that you are here. You know, there's lots of celebrations happening about, sport championships, games, and the like. Coming up next here, we're going to take you out to Tampa, where the mayor talked about the back-to-back, consecutive Stanley Cup win for the Lightning. Let's take a listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Back-to-back. That's right. Back-to-back. So we have the chair of the county commission, Pat Kemp, and we have our incredible CEO of the Tampa Bay Lightning, Steve Griggs, here, who makes it all happen. But anyway, this was a great day for our city last night. To be able to see the players hoist that Stanley Cup on our own ice was just nothing short of amazing. And again, we won the Stanley Cup 2021. Back-to-back. Back-to-back, that's right. So it really is a great day. And we celebrated last night. We're going to continue to celebrate here in Tampa Bay, and we're going to do it the way we do it in Tampa Bay, which is the original boat parade. So we are planning on having a boat parade this Monday. It's going to start. We're going to try to herd all of the players onto the boats starting about 10 o'clock down on Davis Island. We hope to get moving out on the water by 11. We're going to take the same route so everybody on the water gets to see. All of our fans will be able to line up along the Riverwalk, through our parks at any location, along Davis Island, Harbor Island, Water Street, any place. We're going to be circling around so they'll all get that bird's eye view of the Stanley Cup. Hopefully it will not go in the water. We haven't dropped it, and we haven't dropped the Lombardi Trophy in the water. So we'll dock up at Rick's on the River, and the anticipated time for that is around noon or 1. And then the players will be able to be at that location with their families. They'll get on trolleys, go to JBL, and they are all going to go into the River House. And then we are going to have a huge community celebration at Julian B. Lane Park. That is set to take place, hopefully, players taking the stage probably after 2 p.m. at some point. Julian B. Lane's going to open up at 9 a.m. We're going to have food trucks, we're going to have beverages, going to have music, entertainment, all types of activities at Julian B. Lane. And then the players will take the stage, again, with the Stanley Cup. In case anybody missed it, the Tampa Bay Lightning are the 2021 Stanley Cup champions. Back to back. That's right, back to back. Now I'll let Commissioner Kemp say a few words, and then we'll have Steve Griggs talk, and then we'll open it up for questions.
On behalf of the County Commission, Hillsborough County, I'm just here to say we are so proud of our Tampa Bay Lightning. This is such a great, incredible victory, and so sweet, especially after the year last year where we won the Stanley Cup for the first time in COVID conditions. And think about that, for us to win it here and be able to celebrate it big time. And certainly Tampa Bay knows how to celebrate. Awesome, all weekend long, all through Monday. We're going to celebrate this historic win. Our congratulations from Hillsborough County to the players, to the coaches, and to the staff, and especially to the incredible fans out there here at Tampa Bay cheering these teams on. This is great excitement, great joy, a great time for the whole community. And this is a historic win but it's not the last one. Did I hear somebody? Did you say three-peat? Yeah, we're looking forward to it. So.
All right. Steve?
I just want to say thank you to the entire community. I get to work in sports and entertainment, which is awesome, and there's nothing more that unites people than championships. So to get every single person in Tampa Bay together for this, united to win a championship, it was awesome, back to back. And for Jeff Vinik to raise the cup at center ice with 19,000 fans, one of my greatest moments in sports was watching my owner lift the cup. So thanks to all the fans. We're going to have a great celebration on Monday. And go Bolts, and don't forget the retail store is open for championship gear.
There you go. All right, we'll open it up for questions now.
We know the boat parade was kind of invented out of COVID, kind of by necessity, but it's really, seems like it's starting to become a tradition. Can you talk to me about why this area lends itself to continuing boat parades versus something more traditional on the land with cars and floats?
Well, we're doing a hybrid here, but we have that natural resource. The river and the bay really are the center of the Tampa Bay area. And so to be able to celebrate in that way, where you can bring individuals that are on the water, and then so many thousands of people can be on the land as well, and then to have the traditional parade where it's on land for the land lovers is a great bonus as well. But how unique is it for us to be able, especially when you look at, I remember talking to the owner of the mayor of the Winnipeg about the Winnipeg Jets. I said, hey, I go to the hockey games by boat. How about you? So we made a little video where he went by snowmobile, I went by boat. I think I win in that case. So what other hockey town can have a boat parade for a celebration?
But I would also think it was good exposure for the city as this video goes out around the world and highlighting some of our new parks and things like that.
It sure is. The same thing I've said about all of these major sporting events, whether it was the Stanley Cup winning back to back, in case y'all missed that, winning the Stanley Cup, winning the Super Bowl, the Tampa Bay Rays championship, that put Tampa Bay on the world map. Everybody got to see what we know, and that is we live in the best place in the United States. So what better way to really let the rest of the world know that not only do we win titles back to back, but we get to live in paradise.
Mayor, a lot of fans are hoping for a weekend boat parade. Why not Saturday?
Well, that's because, let's talk a little bit about the Vinik family. That's why we're all standing here, because of Jeff Vinik and the Vinik family and all that they have done for our community. Not only what they do to lift the community up, but what they do to bring the best hockey team in the world here back to back for our championships. And they have a commitment. I think everybody may have read in the newspaper that the Vinik family has a son who is getting married in the weekend. We couldn't have this parade without the person that made it possible, and that is Jeff Vinik. So we're going to make it on his schedule.
Can you talk a little bit about parade preparation?
Yes, we are prepared. We'll have the details of everything tomorrow. They're going to have a public safety presentation, news conference tomorrow. But you know how we are. One, we're so used to winning. We can put these celebrations together so quickly. But we have the best public safety personnel in the nation. So the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office is assisting the Tampa Police Department in the planning of it and preparation and the implementation. But we're going to have, as we do at Gasparilla, we're going to have Marine units from all over the Tampa Bay area that are going to come over and help ensure that it's a safe and fun celebration.
Can you talk a little bit about how the planning for this all comes together? Is this a city event? Is this a lightning event? Who kind of comes up with all the planning?
No, it is. It's a collaboration between the city, our special events group, and the Lightning. You guys may not have heard, but there's a little bit of superstition in hockey, and in sports in general. And so there weren't a lot of specific talks because you didn't want to get ahead of the trophy, but they've planned it all now, and they've got a great plan, again, that's going to keep everybody safe and give everyone an up-close view of that Stanley Cup.
There was a little bit of controversy over your call saying you wanted them to win here. Now that they did.
Really? I'm shocked.
What do you think now?
Well, here's the bottom line. It doesn't matter what lucky jersey you're wearing or what chair you sit in or what anybody says. The people that brought that Stanley Cup home are the boys on the ice. They're the ones that make it happen. So people can do or say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, the Tampa Bay Lightning are the ones that brought the Stanley Cup home.
Back to back.
Speaking though, right? There were a lot of ticket holders, a lot of bar owners that I talked to, a lot of people in town who kind of felt the same way. And we both talked about the players raising the cup in front of the fans.
Right.
Did you kind of put yourself out there, maybe take one on the chin for a lot of
Yeah,
people?
because when I turned around, none of those people were behind me. I don't know where they went. They must have been out getting a cold beer or something. I don't know. You know what? It's all good. It's all good. I just feel that our team is so good and they outplayed every team that they were on the ice with. I just have that confidence in them, and I just may have expressed that a tad prematurely.
But even if that was premature, the idea, I mean, we're making up for lost time because we didn't have any of this.
That's
last
right.
year. So this is extra sweet for us this
It
year.
is
How do you feel
extra
about the
sweet.
winning at home?
You know, that's a great point, because winning the Stanley Cup,
Back to back.
that's right, winning the Stanley Cup is wonderful. Winning the Stanley Cup at home is wonderfully sweet. And everybody got to see that last night. This place was pandemonium out here.
Your reaction, I mean, the fireworks display, I mean,
I know.
everything that was done, it seemed like it was a really nice way to wrap up this season.
Well, that is the Lightning organization right there. They do everything top shelf.
Mayor, you mentioned over and over with every big sporting event here that the world's eyes are on Tampa Bay. How do you think that all these championships can impact Tampa moving forward, business-wise,
Yeah.
anything else?
They already are. You know, businesses are coming. I know that Commissioner Kemp, we have these meetings on a regular basis of companies, families, people that want to move here to be a part of Tampa Bay. It is just red hot here. We are creating entire communities around, and it is a good time to be in Tampa Bay.
You talked about the cup, not ending up in the water itself. It's a bit heavier than the Lombardi trophy. Are the players being told, not to throw it, or how is it kind of being passed around from a?
Yeah, I'm not used to. I'm sure they're not as used to throwing a Lombardi trophy as Tom Brady is. I mean, throwing the Stanley Cup as Tom Brady is at throwing the Lombardi. But here's what I'll say: it's up to the players. That's their time. And I, during the last one, I said, man, it'd be pretty cool if Killorn got that on his wave runner, the Stanley Cup. And sure enough, somebody sent me the video of him with the Stanley Cup on his wave runner. But we are always prepared. So we have divers. If Stanley takes a swim, we'll get him back in short order.
Steve, just talk about, and I want to ask you without being obsequious to the owner. I want a real answer here.
Yep.
What makes Jeff such a good owner? And what has he really done to this team?
When you talk about Jeff Vinnick, you're talking about the most benevolent owner in pro sports, the best owner in pro sports, the best human in pro sports. And we've learned from him for the 11 years we've all worked for him is to always do the right thing. And we do that in the community. We do that with our fans, our sponsors, working with everybody, media. It's always about doing the right thing and doing it in a world-class manner. And so we're blessed to work for him. We're all blessed to be in the same community with him. And like I said, one of the greatest moments in sports was watching me watch that owner lift the cup on home ice in front of all those fans. It was amazing. So,
Let me give you a quick Jeff Vinnick. When I first met Jeff Vinnick was at Metropolitan Ministries when they announced that they were giving $50,000 a game away to a local charity. He saw me. I was assistant chief of police. He saw me in uniform, came over, introduced myself. He said, you know, I own the Lightning and I really want to make an impact in this community. He gave me his cell phone number and said, if there's anything at all that you or your department need, you give me a call and I don't want anybody to know about it. That's Jeff Vinnig.
Is it your goal to outdo what we've done in some of the previous parades? Can this one top the last one, or do you want it just to be on par?
Well, I think you always want to make it better from the first one, you know. So we had ours in COVID, and we had the Bucks, and then we're going to have another one. So we're always trying to make it better each and every time, and so we hope there's tens of thousands of fans enjoying it, and we'll make it a very special day.
Mr. Griggs, I wanted to ask you, are you aware of Ellis Allenson? He's a young guy. He's been featured on the screen.
Yep, absolutely.
There's a great shot
Yep.
with Pat Maroon.
Yep.
What is his support meant, and just his energy that he brings every day to the team and to the fans and that kind of thing?
Well, I think, you know, it wasn't just at the games. It was at the watch parties as well. And, you know, he wears his heart on his sleeve, and we've embraced him. Bo Williams has embraced him. And, you know, those are the special stories that weave through playoff runs like this, you know, and whether it be the astronaut man back in 2015, but, you know, these are the special stories of people all coming together that we'll all cherish for a lifetime.
All right, thank you guys. Go Bolts! Back to back.
Congrats. Thank you. All right. Mayor, thank you.
A lot of excitement and happiness out there in Tampa Bay. Back-to-back Stanley Cup wins for the Lightning. Taking a live look now at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board here on Live Now from Fox this morning, while we are also keeping a very close eye on Tropical Storm Elsa as she continues to impact the East Coast. Here's a look at XRAD radar right now. You can see where she's been and where she is expected to head. Still impacting New York, Long Island, moving on up to the Boston area as well. So our extreme northeast there here on Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We're going to be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We do have a breaking news alert to bring you from the Boston area. This is actually Middleborough, Massachusetts, is what we're being told. We're getting these live images from Boston 25 News. Police, along with Massachusetts State Police, have responded to reports of shots fired, and a manhunt is underway in the area of West Grove Street or Route 28. And we're also hearing that they may have issued a shelter-in-place order for residents living on Evergreen Drive. So some information that we are hearing from police coming out via tweets. I want to make sure that I can show you these live images at the same time. I'm actually showing you the tweets that are coming out as well for this breaking news situation here this morning on Live Now from Fox. So here we go. The tweets from Massachusetts State Police reading, troopers are assisting Middleborough PD in search for a suspect in reported shots fired incident in the area of Route 28 and Evergreen Drive. No further updates at this time. If we get any more information, everybody, we will let you know right here on Live Now from Fox. Hope you guys are all having a great morning so far. This is who we are and what we do. When news breaks, we bring it to you. So, of course, additional tweets going out as well. Massachusetts State Police also saying troopers are assisting Middleborough PD in search for a suspect in reported shots fired at the incident. No further updates at this time. But again, it said incident reported approximately 9:14 this morning. Suspect reportedly wearing fatigues took off into the woods west of Evergreen at Route 28. MSP patrols and tactical units assisting local officers has initiated reverse 911 shelter-in-place call. So again, this is breaking news unfolding in Middleborough, Massachusetts. We are in contact with Boston 25 News, trying to see if there is a reporter on the scene who might be able to provide us with some more information. But again, you are watching LiveNowFox.com. Again, this is LiveNowFox.com. We will continue to monitor this situation. Meanwhile, I'm going to bring you a segment from Fox 6 News in Milwaukee talking about coronavirus vaccines for zoo animals. Again, we are in touch with Boston 25 News, everybody, trying to get a live report. And we are going to stay on top of this breaking news situation. But as of right now, Middleborough, Massachusetts, we're hearing shots have been fired and a manhunt is underway.
Music sounds zooey, doesn't it? Big cats, primates, and otters will be among the first at the Milwaukee County Zoo to receive an experimental COVID-19 vaccine later this month. Hannah Jewell spoke with zoo officials today who say the vaccine will protect the animal population the same way it does humans.
A new experimental COVID-19 vaccine will soon be given to about 50 animals at the Milwaukee County Zoo, according to zoo officials.
Eagerly anticipating its arrival.
They say it's a way to keep them safe.
We plan on vaccinating the animals that have been shown to be susceptible to natural infection by COVID-19. And that includes our great apes, most of our primates, our big cats, and our otters.
From there, they plan to vaccinate more animals with the experimental vaccine donated by Zoetis, a veterinary pharmaceutical company previously run by Pfizer.
We have the largest bonobo population in the United States, and they are extremely acceptable to respiratory infections. We vaccinate them every year for influenza. And we were definitely worried.
The vet staff at the zoo already is accustomed to vaccinating different kinds of animals against other diseases.
The keepers have a very strong relationship with the animals, and they will just ask them to present a shoulder or a hip, and they will. Sometimes we administer them through a syringe attached to a pole. Other times we can administer it through what we call a blow dart or a carbon dioxide injected dart.
This vaccine will also go to the Henry Villas Zoo in Madison. It has already been approved by the state's veterinarian and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, according to zoo officials, hoping to prevent any deaths or illnesses, especially potentially spread by humans.
We so far have been very fortunate.
In Wauwatosa, Hannah Jewell, Fox 6 News.
Music.
All right, everybody, we're going to stay with Fox 6 News Milwaukee here on Live Now from Fox this morning, talking about a World War II veteran Congressional Gold Medal.
This afternoon, a World War II veteran from Brookfield receiving a long overdue recognition.
Dr. David Toy received the Chinese-American World War II Congressional Medal. Fox 6's Evan Peterson was there.
Inside this tiny Milwaukee church.
Since the American Revolution, Congress had commissioned gold medals as its highest expression of national appreciation for distinguished achievements and contributions.
A World War II veteran is about to receive one of our nation's highest honors.
Today we are all here gathered together to bestow this honor upon Dr. David Toy.
Dr. David Toy, a Chinese American who served during World War II as an Army technician in the Signal Corps, is receiving from Senator Tammy Baldwin the Chinese American World War II Congressional Medal.
I'm elated. I'm pleased. It is quite an honor to have the senator present me with that medal.
An acknowledgement of service, decades in the making.
So for that, we owe you a great deal of gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Toy.
Dr. Toy says he was just doing what he felt was the right thing, and he hopes others will follow suit.
Ever since I was in grade school, pledge allegiance to the flag, sing the national anthem, and do what you could for your fellow man.
Dr. Toy in Milwaukee, Evan Peterson, Fox 6 News.
Thank you to all who have served or who are currently serving. We have a quadruple live picture up here on Live Now from Fox this morning. On the top left-hand side of your screen, it appears things are dying down as the impacts of Tropical Storm Elsa. The storm itself keeps moving up the East Coast, now in the Boston area, but that's just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, New York. Top right-hand side of your screen, that is the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. The stocks, they trade right there in New York as well. The bottom two live pictures you're seeing, those are both in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. We've got Capitol Hill and we've got the White House. We are about 15 minutes away from passing things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. We're staying on top of all breaking news and updates for you, not just here across the country, but worldwide. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Again, we are continuing to monitor this breaking news situation out there. You see the Boston area, they are seeing the impacts of Tropical Storm Elsa out there. Some pretty serious weather moving through the area. But Boston 25 News, they are providing this feed here on Live Now from Fox. They are saying that police have issued a shelter-in-place order and shots were fired at the Massachusetts Department of Transportation out there in Middleborough. We are working our contacts, our sources, everybody. We're trying to get more information and possibly a live interview. It appears the reporter is preparing to go live out there as well, so we're keeping a very close eye on it, and we'll bring you any updates as we have them here on on Live Now from Fox. Again, here's a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board, how stocks are currently doing this morning, up almost 400 points this Friday. So many would say that is great news. I'm going to show you a segment from Fox 13 Tampa. Dozens of states file an antitrust suit against Google. Let's get the details.
Florida has joined 35 other states in a new lawsuit against Google. It claims the search engine and online media company is exploiting app developers and consumers with excessive fees. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain their case. Hi, Craig.
Hi there, Linda. Well, this suit, the latest suit, is accusing Google here of, in fact, breaking state and federal antitrust laws by illegally squeezing out competition, as it specifically relates to selling third-party apps. The suit, the attorneys general, the plaintiffs here are saying that Google, as they see it, manipulated the law, worked around the law in order to gain a monopoly on selling those apps. And as a result, those third-party apps wind up costing consumers much more because Google is then slamming the developers with billing fees. At a time in which Democrats and Republicans don't agree on much of anything, lawmakers in both parties agree the powerful big tech giants are too powerful and too big.
Just because a company creates a successful, innovative business that consumers like doesn't give it a free pass to harm competition or ignore our antitrust laws.
While Congress considers new regulations and revoking big tech's legal protections, the Justice Department and most state attorneys general are suing. And the antitrust suits against Google are piling up. They've accused Google of illegally stifling competition, abusing users' privacy, and manipulating search results. As the Nebraska AG put it, it's not people using Google, it's Google using people. Well, the new and fourth antitrust suit against Google accuses it of creating an improper monopoly on selling Android apps through its Google Play Store. And it accuses Google of burning consumers and app developers by charging excessive fees on every sale through its store. Well, Google says the app developers can work around them if they want, but the suit claims Google makes that exceedingly difficult and nearly impossible to succeed. The suit states that Android is the only viable operating system for non-Apple mobile devices, and it claims Google secured contracts with manufacturers to throw up technical obstacles for competing app stores in several ways. For example, consumers who try to use competing app stores have to work through security warnings and pop-up messages, warning them they could infect their phones with malware if they proceed. With that, the suit states Google has not only targeted potential competing app stores, but also has ensured that app developers themselves have no reasonable choice but to distribute their apps through the Google Play Store. Florida is one of the 36 states suing Google. Attorney General Ashley Moody said, "We will not allow Google to continue to monopolize an entire sector, eliminating competition and harming consumers." So then what are these fees, these billing fees or commissions that the attorneys general say are excessive? Well, they can vary, 15% for smaller developers, but in most cases and for most developers, it's a commission of 30%. And the attorneys general point out that those costs either get absorbed by the developers, which they can't often afford, but more than likely are passed on to consumers, which is why in many cases they may be paying 15 to, in many cases, 30% more for purchasing the app, which the prosecutors, the plaintiffs say is improper, and therefore they're taking action.
So what do the attorneys general want the court to do if it rules in their favor?
Well, they're seeking monetary damages against Google. If they succeed, Google has among the biggest profits in the history of the world. So beyond that, to try to deter and move Google to change, they're seeking court-ordered interventions to try to prevent Google from maintaining an effective monopoly, moving in ways perhaps legislative efforts have come up short.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you. We'll have to keep our eye on that.
All right, everybody. Again, I do want to let you know we are following the situation in Middleborough, Massachusetts, extremely closely here on Live Now from Fox. I do see a reporter standing in front of the camera. It appears that he is seconds, possibly minutes away from going live for his station out there, Boston 25 News. And he just started speaking, so I do want to listen in. Live, raw, unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
I want to show you the police here on the side of the road. They have not taken their eyes off of the tree line here next to this large field. We're really parallel to 495. So through the trees, you can see blue lights there. A patrolman is set up on the side of 495, and they're really focused on this wooded area here. Here's what we know. At around 9:05, somebody opened fire inside of a public works depot that's maintained by Mass DOT, which is just a short distance away from where we are. This is, again, the 200 block of West Grove Street. Nobody was hurt. That's the good news. But the gunman, who is said to be wearing fatigues, army fatigues, or some kind of camouflage, ran off into the woods. And as far as we know right now, police have not located that suspected shooter. However, I can tell you about 20 minutes ago, I don't know, about half a dozen police cars and pickup trucks just tore out of here with their lights on, headed out of this area. So I don't know what that means, if they were trying to get a better situation or a better location to maybe surround this guy where he is in these woods. But right now we're still waiting for an update from police. We haven't heard anything from investigators other than the press release and the few tweets that they've sent out. But we'll be here all day monitoring this active situation of a SWAT situation here in Middleborough. For now, we're live. Jason Law, Boston 25 News.
All right, everybody. So that was the latest there from the reporter on the scene, taking another live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. We're going to keep a very close eye on the situation and continue monitoring it, even as we pass live now from Fox off to the Phoenix headquarters here in just a few moments. So a lot of moving pieces here this morning. Guess what? We're going to stay on top of them all. Speaking of Elsa, I do want to show you XRAD radar right at this moment where she's been. That's kind of the quickly flashing hot pink line there on the bottom portion of your screen where she's currently at. You see the little spinning cyclone. You see the radar there of the heavy storms in the area, including in Boston. There are some yellow bands, and where she's headed is kind of that white cone looking of uncertainty there that continues going northeast. So she made landfall earlier this week in Florida, still having an impact here in the U.S., moving up the East Coast there. Meanwhile, again, we are just moments away from passing things off to Phoenix. We're going to listen in to Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont talking about Elsa.
Starting tomorrow at about 10 o'clock in particular, although you all know that we've had these sort of rolling thunderstorms for the last few days. This is about a year ago that Isaias hit us. I want you to know Elsa should be much less severe, both in terms of wind and in terms of flood damage. And I also want you to know we better be a lot better prepared than last time. I can tell you I'm here with Marissa Gillette, who's somewhere, and the PURA rules went into effect on July 1st. And those PURA rules are very clear. They're clear in terms of fines that are put in place if power is not restored within 96 hours. They're pretty clear in terms of extra capacity for communications for our electric utilities, Eversource and UI, to make sure that if you have any questions, you can get those answered for you, as needed in a real-time basis. I think they're very strict in terms of what Eversource and UI are doing in terms of having community liaisons to make sure that every one of our mayors and first selectmen will be up to date in real time in terms of what they need, whether it's trees coming down and repair work and make ready that we need to do. All those towns are going to have a particular liaison ready to go, and those liaisons can deploy all the necessary crews. There are hundreds of crews that have been pre-deployed right now in place. That said, it doesn't relieve you from everything you can do to be cautious going forward. First and foremost, charge your phone. This could go on for a while longer. If you don't have a couple days supply of food, get 4 days supply of food so you're ready. If you have some single neighbors or elderly neighbors nearby, make sure you're able to check on them and make sure they're in good standing as well. I think you're going to find this storm hits off the Stonington area about 10 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to think it's done by the end of tomorrow afternoon. Could be a little gray and rainy for Saturday, and I'm looking forward to a sunny Sunday. Be careful, everybody. Are there any questions?
Storm Isaias, what were some of the lessons you learned since that storm?
Err on the side of caution. Make sure you have more crews pre-deployed, ready to go than they had last time around. I thought last time around was a communications failure. I think a lot of people were flying blind. They need more capacity in their emergency response centers, in particular Eversource. I love the fact that now, under mandate, they've got these liaisons, so every first selectman, mayor knows who they can reach out to on a local basis to make sure they get a response.
We've had a lot of rain. Are there concerns for flooding with tomorrow kind of building up on everything that we've seen so far this week?
Well, I was just asking. We're here at the Emergency Operations Center, and I said, how about flooding? Looks like it's been raining an awful lot to me. They were less concerned about that, but watch out. And check online if you're in a flood zone. It looks like Elsa is moving pretty fast. That may mean there's a little less flooding. High tide, I think, is there'll be a couple of high tides we go through, but they're not the highest tide. It's not the fullest moon. So I'd like to think if you're prepared, we'll be okay.
Governor, Eversource has told us they are prepared for up to 380,000 outages, and that could take them up to 2 to 6 days to restore. The penalty kicks in, like you said, after 96 hours. I mean, do we have faith in our utilities to restore our power appropriately?
Trust but verify. That's for darn sure. Look, they've got crews pre-deployed. They told us, we just asked them 5 minutes ago, what if the storm ends up worse? Do you have extras that can come in? They're lining up those folks. They're ready to go right now. And there are penalties to pay if you're not resolved within 96 hours. And that's something that Marissa can call on based upon the severity of the storm.
And one of the things that they said that was really interesting in the press conference that they had earlier today was that if we had a storm that was a magnitude like Isaias, that is going to be really hard to fix in just a couple of days. That they almost kind of said, like, we know that that's a tall order. What would you say to them regarding that?
Better prepare accordingly. But Marissa, do you want to talk to that a minute? Marissa runs PURA, the regulatory authority. Eversource knows who she is.
They do. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Governor. So in addition, I would echo what the Governor said and say that this is about planning. It's also keep in mind that the ratepayers have put hundreds of millions of dollars into this infrastructure in the years leading up to it. So it's not just about preparing and pre-staging the resources. It's about making sure that the money that the ratepayers have turned over has been invested appropriately ahead of time. That can look like vegetation management. That can look like selective undergrounding. There are lots of things that should have been done and can be done leading up to the storms to make the grid more resilient and reliable.
While we have you up here, Eversource was saying today that that they felt like they made changes in regards to communication. Getting these additional crews, staged kind of well in advance. Do you feel like they are doing enough? Do you feel like they've learned enough from Isaias to really respond appropriately to this storm?
Well, I would echo the Governor and say trust but verify, but I would also say that the improvements we've heard them make are in conformance with the dozens of requirements that PURA mandated. So we are looking forward to seeing them put into place those requirements that we mandated in our April 28th order.
In the meantime, though, the storm, obviously, storm preparations, storm events are
Hi, good morning. Just want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look at that radar as we do have Tropical Storm Elsa still making its way along the East Coast. Now, it has brought a flooding threat and strong winds along with it as it continues to move northwards. And flood watches and warnings are up along the path of the storm, in addition to tropical storm warnings in areas where strong winds could still cause power outages and tree damage. And speaking of flooding, there's a story that isn't getting much coverage, but it is a slow-moving storm over South Texas. There has been rainfall of 3 to 6 inches. It's been piling up fast. Some spots could even get over 10 inches of rain. But this system is moving through the U.S. It will also bring a risk of some severe storms to the Midwest, Mississippi River area. And again, with these storms, you can always anticipate, too, that there's a chance for some hail, damaging winds. A few tornadoes could be also possible from eastern Nebraska to Iowa to northern Missouri to western Illinois. So It's not just the East Coast that's being impacted by some storm systems, but again, Tropical Elsa here has been making its way. It's been dousing the mid-Atlantic. It's been heading to New England, and there has been some reports of 78-mile-per-hour wind gusts recorded in New Jersey overnight as the storm moves up the East Coast. It's been soaking New York City. I'm sure some people have been seeing those videos circulating on social media. We'll show some later here on Live Now from Fox as well. But the heavy rains have been also causing a lot of traffic hazards, not only for the New York City area, but of course for areas that have been impacted by this tropical storm. So speaking of that, this fast-moving storm did hit the New Jersey coast with high winds, soaked New York City as it turned up the East Coast here today on Friday. Again, overnight, New Jersey did report some 78-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and there was also 71-mile-per-hour gusts of wind recorded at Beach Haven. Both appear to be associated with nearby tornadoes. This is all according to the National Hurricane Center. So right now, Elsa does have maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour. Forecasters are saying around 8 a.m. local time there on the East Coast. It had centered about 90 miles southwest of Montauk Point, New York. So there's been heavy rains. It's been causing traffic hazards, and it's already also been continuing with that Thursday flooding from the roads. And at least one subway station had also seen flooding. There was up to 6 inches of rain was possible for some areas here on Friday. Now, as we have been keeping an eye on this, a tropical storm warning Friday morning stretched along parts of the East Coast from New Jersey to Massachusetts, and forecasters did say Elsa was moving northeast at 31 miles per hour, and we were definitely seeing that rain out at that breaking news scene out just outside of Boston. And Hurricane Center does say rainfall totals between 2 to 4 inches were expected on Friday for eastern mid-Atlantic states and into New England. So isolated totals could be up to 6 inches possible, but there was a risk of considerable flash and urban flooding. Now, the tropical storm was expected to cross over the northeast by the afternoon and move over Atlantic Canada by the night and into Saturday. There's been no significant change in the strength that's been expected during the day, and Elsa's forecast to become a post-tropical cyclone by Friday night. So just wanted to keep you up to date as we've been following this storm ever since it came on our radars. Of course, we'll continue to have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. And unfortunately, there has been some injuries and a death even out of Florida because of this tropical storm. That death took place on Wednesday when a tree had fallen on 2 cars. And also on Wednesday, 9 people were injured in coastal Camden County in Georgia, where a tornado had struck a campground for active duty service members and military retirees. So 8 of those who had been hurt had been taken to the hospital. This is according to the Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base spokesperson, Chris Tucker. And it was an EF2 tornado that had ripped and flipped over multiple RVs and even had thrown one of the overturned vehicles about 200 feet into the lake. And the National Weather Service said in preliminary report on Thursday, yesterday, that their employees had been surveying this damage. That's how they categorized it, as an EF2 tornado. And again, in Jacksonville, Florida, that's where one person had been killed, unfortunately, on Wednesday when a tree had fallen, struck 2 cars. So there has been a path of destruction that this has really left in its place here with Tropical Storm Elsa. And as mentioned, it's still continuing to pummel much of our states. So once again, we'll have you completely covered as we continue to follow this storm until it makes its way out of the U.S. And again, many people seeing just the impacts of this storm. Here's a shot coming to us from our Connecticut station, Fox 61. They're giving us a look as they're driving along here. You You can see those wet roadways, definitely have those wipers moving fast as rain is coming down. Looks like completely gray skies from this whole shot that we can see. So what we're going to do is send some of you off into a quick 2-minute break. As we mentioned, not only will we keep an eye on Tropical Storm Elsa, but we'll also be bringing you more stories and, of course, live news events as they happen across our coast, from all the way from California to New York, from Minnesota down to Texas. We have you fully covered here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coming up after a quick 2-minute break. And good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, we've been taking a look here at the radar as that tropical storm continues to make its way up along the East Coast. It has definitely brought along some flooding and also some tornadoes and other damage that has been reported as it's made its way up our East Coast. So, of course, we'll have you covered here all day today on as we continue to follow this storm's path. You can see also there, Fox 61 out of Connecticut, they're giving us a shot of just some of that wet, rainy weather that is coming along with that storm. So, as I mentioned, we'll have you covered here as we continue to follow Tropical Storm Elsa. But I do want to continue things along, giving us some more stories that are happening here across our country. Of course, many of us have been thinking about COVID-19, what that means as we head into more schooling for our students, and as many more Americans continue to get vaccinated. A lot of people are wondering, when is it going to be time to shed those masks? Well, new here today, we do have the public health officials who are saying that vaccinated teachers and students do not need to wear a mask when inside of school buildings. So U.S. public health officials coming out and saying this here today. And again, many children are getting that vaccine ever since it became available for those who are 12 and older. So U.S. public health officials saying if you're vaccinated, you're a teacher or a student, no longer do you have to wear a mask inside of those school buildings. And this comes shortly after we did have also the CDC saying that if you're fully vaccinated against COVID-19, you do not need a booster shot at this time. So FDA, CDC, NIH, all are engaged in a science-based, rigorous process to consider whether or when a booster might be necessary. I'm going to read out their joint statement that the CDC and FDA had on these vaccine boosters. They say the U.S. is fortunate to have highly effective vaccines that are widely available for those aged 12 and up. People who are fully vaccinated are protected from severe disease and death, including from the variants currently circulating in the country, such as Delta. Now, people who are not vaccinated remain at risk. Virtually all COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths are among those who are unvaccinated. We encourage Americans who have not yet been vaccinated to get vaccinated as soon as possible to protect themselves and their community. Americans who have been fully vaccinated do not need a booster shot at this time. FDA, CDC, NIH are all engaged in a science-based, rigorous process to consider whether or when a booster might be necessary. This process takes into account laboratory data, clinical trial data, and cohort data, which can include data from specific pharmaceutical companies, but does not rely on those data exclusively. We continue to review any new data as it becomes available, and we'll keep the public informed. We are prepared for booster doses if and when the science demonstrates that they are necessary or needed. So once again, some good news coming to us from both the CDC and public health officials. Again, not only do we not need that booster shot if you're fully vaccinated, but once again for those students and teachers in the classrooms, if you're fully vaccinated, no longer do you have to wear that mask inside of the school building. So some good news coming to us here on this Friday morning. We're going to send some of you off into a quick 2-minute break. Then we'll go into some more stories that are happening across our country. More to come here on Live Now from Fox after a quick 2 minutes. everyone. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are giving you a couple different looks here as we have not only still our radar up with that tropical storm Elsa, but you can also see it's been a good day so far for our New York Stock Exchange. So, of course, we're going to leave up the big board, leave up the radar for you. But what I want to do is continue to move things along, giving you some of those stories that our stations have been sending to us as we continue to have you covered on all the top stories and breaking news happening across our country. I'm going to head out to California first, where we're going to hear from our Fox LA team as they talk about possible risks that you could have coming from your cell phone. So we'll have that plus more stories coming your way right here on Live Now from Fox.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We begin with that alarming study about cell phones and cancer. A researcher from the University of California at UC Berkeley says using a cell phone for 17 minutes per day over the course of 10 years increases the risk of brain tumors by 60%. He says to limit risk, users should keep devices at least 10 inches away from the body and head to reduce exposure to radiation. So let's bring him in. One of the research of that study from UC Berkeley School of Public Health. His name is Joel Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz, thank you so much. And for this very important, very scary research, I will say that. You've been studying cell phone radiation effects since 2009. So how alarming is this particular research?
Well, this research confirms what we found in 2009, but nobody wants to pay much attention to it, unfortunately. What we found, the bottom line of this quantitative review of 46 studies was that 1,000 hours or more of lifetime use of actually call time spent using the phone to make phone calls, increases the tumor risk in the brain by about 60%. The good news is that brain tumors are fairly rare, but there are a lot of other consequences from long-term exposure to wireless radiation from cell phones, cordless phones, Wi-Fi.
So when you're talking about use of a phone, are you talking about literally keeping it up to your head right now? What if you're using speakerphone? What if you're using AirPods? What if you're using wired headsets?
We recommend you use a speakerphone or wired headset or text, but be sure to keep the phone away from your body when you're making calls. In fact, you should probably never keep the phone on your body whenever it's turned on, because it will be constantly checking into the nearest cell tower.
Yeah, you know what, let's just talk about ways to reduce the risk, because you just brought up the fact that you don't even want men, especially, they put it in their pockets a lot. So you're saying don't do that.
Right by a certain area.
There's a lot of evidence of sperm damage in men, some evidence of infertility from keeping a phone near your genitals. There's also evidence of increased rates of miscarriage in women who are pregnant, keeping the phone near their abdomen. So parenting adults should definitely not keep the phone on their body.
Okay.
There's also some evidence of breast tumors in women from keeping the phone in the bra.
Because there are someone that put it in the bra. That's a bad idea. So use your speakerphone, wired headset, text over call if you can. Also, this is very interesting. If the signal is weak, what happens?
Well, the California Department of Public Health did a study which found that signal strength, the signal emitted by the phone can increase by a factor of 10,000 if the signal strength is weak. So you should only use the phone when your signal strength is strong, 3 or more bars on your cell phone. Don't use it in elevators, don't use it in automobiles, if you can at all avoid it.
So, I mean, what you're saying is like sort of mind-blowing research, considering so many people do everything that you just said not to do every single day. Why is this not a bigger deal? Why are more people not talking about this? Why is the federal government not talking about this?
Because there's a powerful industry, very much like the tobacco industry or the asbestos industry. The telecom industry is far more powerful than either of those industries. And that industry has been operating using the tobacco industry playbook since the 90s. basically wargaming the science, and they have their scientists, mostly physicists and engineers, who will contradict what many of the biologists and psychologists and health scientists have been saying for decades now. Over 200 scientists have signed the International EMF Scientist Appeal, all of whom have published peer-reviewed research numbering over 2,000 publications, letters and papers in peer-reviewed journals, calling for much stronger regulation of the exposure limits for radio frequency or wireless radiation.
So the regulatory agencies that oversee the cell phone, the telecom industry, the FDA and the FCC, on the FDA's website today, it says that there's no consistent or credible scientific evidence of health problems linked to cell phone radiation. And your response to that?
The preponderance of the studies since 2009, when I've been studying it, and we're talking about well over 1,000 studies, shows effects from low-intensity exposures to radio frequency radiation. So the FDA is wrong. The regulatory groups and the groups they rely on have been dominated by industry-affiliated scientists who rely on the industry for the funding for their research. We found in our study that the industry-funded studies actually seemed to show a protective effect, which made no sense between cell phone use and tumor risk. It's the higher quality studies that were not industry funded, which predominantly showed the harmful effects of cell phone radiation.
All right, so for me, like the cell phone is like an extra appendage.
Yep.
What about for you? Are you using a cell phone?
Rarely.
And the only reason why you have one, you told me earlier.
My wife requires it when I go out, but normally I'm either at home or in the office, and I use a landline in both of those places. So I think people are relying on these devices a lot more than they need to. You shouldn't be streaming video you don't need to stream video 24/7. It also involves massive energy consumption, energy waste for those who are concerned about protecting the environment and reducing energy consumption. The projections are really bad in terms of the future, in terms of the amount of electricity going to be needed to support this Internet of Things, which is coming along with the next generation, or actually the current generation, 5G, of cell phone radiation.
But you are missing out on so many great TikTok dances, though. I mean,
you can watch everything wired.
Okay.
There you go.
Right. It's much more secure.
10 inches away. Keep it 10 inches away.
Much more efficient.
All right.
Yes.
Wow. Mind-blowing. Interesting stuff. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with us.
And thank you to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to show you we are waiting for a press conference to take place here this morning, once again out of Surfside, Florida, as they continue to find more remains from that collapsed pile at the condo. Again, this is going to be taking place here very shortly. I haven't seen anyone walk up to the microphone and give any guidance about how many minutes away. It is scheduled to be taking place here in about 2 minutes, but it doesn't look like we have any authorities or emergency personnel up near the microphones that we have set up quite yet. So once that does happen, of course, we'll be bringing that out here to you live on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, we continue to listen in to stories across our country. Let's go out to Fox 6 Milwaukee. They are talking about the issue of tobacco age that their Wisconsin police are having trouble with.
Tonight, something a little different for our Fox 6 Insta poll. But before you answer, we want to bring you this story from Contact 6. It is against the law to sell tobacco to anyone in the United States who's under the age of 21.
Not so fast. A legal gap is putting Wisconsin out of step with the rest of the country. Our Jenna Sachs with what law enforcement wants done, all in this Contact 6 report.
After 82 years in business, Yulee Tobacco Company savors its reputation. It's the reason owner Jeff Steinbach says they won't sell to anyone underage.
I feel I've got too much on the line to sell to an underage person.
Wisconsin law says the legal age to buy tobacco is 18. So why is the age at Yulee's 21.
I felt that I had to go to 21.
His decision came in December of 2019. That's when then President Trump signed legislation raising the federal minimum age for the sale of tobacco products by 3 years,
Everyone was blindsided.
including local police.
There's a conflict in the law.
Wisconsin law enforcement upholds state laws, not federal ones.
We don't have an enforcement mechanism to hold them accountable.
So let's say police officers in Wisconsin were sitting inside a store and witnessed the sale of tobacco to an 18-year-old. Is there anything they could even do about it?
No, not right now.
As president of the Wisconsin Chiefs of Police Association, Patrick Mitchell wants state lawmakers to raise the age and close the enforcement gap.
Then we have uniformity with the federal law.
With police unable to enforce, it's up to the FDA to do so through compliance checks. But Contact 6 discovered those checks mostly halted back in spring of 2020. An FDA spokesperson confirms during the COVID-19 pandemic, the agency issued a partial stop work order. We are working with our state partners to resume tobacco retail inspections, which means it's up to retailers to police themselves.
I have visited some of these shops and they're already doing 21. They're already IDing.
The American Vaping Association referred Contact 6 to filmmaker Aaron Biebert for comment. Biebert has documented the vaping industry, the popularity of which is a major reason the federal age limit went up.
People I've talked to in the industry do support it because they would like their products to be known for adults.
I am optimistic that it will get done and get through.
Representative John Spiros has authored a bipartisan bill in its early stages to raise Wisconsin's legal age of tobacco purchase to 21. Spiros says it's about both enforcement and money.
$2.7 million annually that we could lose in federal funds by not doing this.
It would make no difference to me.
Yuli's has lost some business, but believes their reputation is worth it. Others may not feel so strongly.
You're going to, of course, find people that will still sell to an 18-year-old. You'll find people that will sell to a 15-year-old. It's just the way it is.
I'm Jenna Sachs, Contact 6.
Thank you, Jenna. In the first 3 months of 2020, the FDA issued decisions on 59 tobacco inspections in Milwaukee. It found 32% of the time retailers sold to an underage person. Statewide, there were 839 inspections during that time period. 16% of retailers sold to someone underage.
And here's a look there at the big board as we are up nearly over 400 points there in the green. I always like to see that green color versus the red that we've seen a couple days already here this week. So what we're going to do is continue to give you more of these stories happening across our country. And as I mentioned before, we are waiting for some guidance, but there is this press conference that is set to take place here this morning down in Florida as they continue to update us on the recovery efforts that they have there at the condo collapse site in Surfside. Again, families were brought to that site earlier, and now they're just all waiting to hear that confirmation that their loved one was found so that they're able to start the process of healing, which could include, having a memorial service for them, a funeral for them. So once we do have our authorities here in Florida step up to the podium, of course, we'll be taking this live here for you on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, as I mentioned, we're going to continue things along, taking us out to more stories from our stations across the country. First, going to go into a story about preventing bullying. That's coming from Fox 6. Then going to head right into that child tax credit issue that a lot of people are continuing to talk about. So we're going to have a couple stories here in a row for you, all coming from stations across the U.S.
Name-calling and threats escalating to physical violence. A Sussex teen suffering physical and mental trauma, scared to even go back to school after his parents say he was bullied.
Fox 6's Derica Williams shares the incident, which is part of a troubling trend and the prevention efforts happening all over the state. Now, we do want to warn you, the video you're about to see is disturbing.
A slight push, then unable to defend himself. Michael Ray is pummeled as a student stomps, punches, kicks, and slings him across the boys' bathroom. hard to watch.
Devastated, shocked.
His parents, Jared and Carrie Ray,
It's pretty disturbing what happened to him.
were concerned.
If he was punched in the abdomen the wrong way, he literally could have died.
The freshman has had many surgeries because of a birth defect in his abdominal region and is on the autism spectrum. Jared says his son was getting teased.
It's stemming from the bullying issue that's occurring.
Words turned physical.
He didn't know a fight could be intense.
The attack by the student seemed unrelenting. Others didn't break it up, but instead recorded on their phones.
It continues to circulate still to this day on social media.
While injuries caused physical pain, the mental anguish was just as scarring. It was shared online for all to see. Similar to another alleged recent bullying incident at a Fond du Lac high school where the victim had ADHD.
The more awareness we can do in anti-bullying, I think it really helps.
Former Green Bay Packers strong safety Leroy Butler wants kids to be supportive.
Make it obsolete by delete. If it's not true, it doesn't associate with you, just delete it.
Growing up with special needs himself and a father of a child living with them, he created the Butler vs. Bullying campaign. He visits with students and brings in professionals, teachers, parents, and families. Together in an open mic format, they discuss the social problems that derive from bullying, ways to work through it, and the advice to simply not do it.
A leader would not get in a circle and yell, fight, fight, fight. A leader wouldn't even laugh. A leader would address it. This is not funny. I'm going to tell a teacher. I'm going to do something because I don't want that person to go home to feel like he's less than me. A lot of kids think it's fun to put other kids down, but it's really not.
Advocating communication.
Interact with your kids. Be your kid's parent. You can be their friend. Be involved.
And understanding of differences.
If the pandemic's already hard, don't make it harder by treating somebody disrespect.
Have you guys heard about bullying?
While school is out?
Yes. Okay.
Penfield Children's Center continues to perpetuate the same awareness.
We also know that just because summer's here, bullying doesn't come an end. It's, maybe not happening now in the schoolyard. It's maybe happening at summer camp. It's maybe happening in a different location. So we are able to go and be wherever it's requested. Not only can anybody be bullied, but anybody can be the bully too.
The group provides workshops for children, sharing books and implementing social emotional learning activities about bullying.
You think your teacher can be bullied? No.
They also talk about celebrating our differences.
We find that about roughly 1 in 5 students experience some type of bullying during the school year. And we find that students that have a disability or have a special health need are 2 to 3 more times likely to experience bullying than a typically developing peer.
Educating at an early age.
Bullying can start as young as 3 and 4 years old.
Encouraging kids to recognize everyone's individuality while stressing the importance of empathy.
The more that we can all work together, the bigger the change we can make.
Sharing avenues to help stop the torment.
If nothing else, what we want to see come out of this is that nobody else goes through what Michael has gone through.
Teaching that instead of circling as a spectator, surround that person with support. We did reach out to Hamilton High School where Michael was hurt. The school released a statement saying in part, the safety and well-being of students is of utmost concern to Hamilton High School, and the school does not tolerate harmful behavior to others. An incident was investigated by the high school administration and promptly referred to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. If you are experiencing bullying, you are not alone. If you want the Butler vs. Bullying or Cole's Building Block program to visit your school, summer camp, or even church, we've posted that information all on our website, fox6now.com. Derica Williams, Fox 6 News.
We talk a lot about postpartum depression, but seldom do we hear about post-wedding blues. And a lot of times, depression does follow the big day. So psychotherapist Mary Jo Rapini is live to explain why and also how couples can cope. Good morning, Mary Jo. So what's causing this post-wedding day depression or sadness?
Right. Well, there's always been kind of a blues after the wedding because the big event is over, but we're seeing more actual depression. And we think it's because of the pandemic. Many weddings were postponed. And so what happened is when they are getting married or they did get married, it was symbolic, Sally. It was bringing the family together and they miss that closeness and that being able to be part of that celebration. Also on social media, it's a big letdown after the wedding day because, you don't get any more likes and there's nobody wanting to know about what you're doing today.
So it's like all that attention suddenly goes away. So you got some coping suggestions for us. And first you say, take note of your feelings.
That's right. It's important to take note of them. Ask yourself, is this really depression or am I just bored and feeling a void? Am I actually lonely? And I'm trying to think of what I can do to fill that emptiness.
You also suggest that maybe focusing on a new hobby or a project that can benefit both of you could help.
That's right. Take all that creativity you put into planning the wedding and start putting that into your life together. Start candlelight dinners, take day trips, read a book together. Think out of the box about how you can reconnect and feel closer to your partner and more full of commitment and appreciation for each other.
And I think it's so important that you do spend time with family and friends who really, want to encourage your marriage. And that's one of your pieces of advice too.
That's right. I mean, it's important to find marriage mentors, people you can go to in the early years of marriage when you're struggling that will be supportive and encouraging of your life together.
All right, listen to this one, guys. Premarital counseling is good, but Mary Jo says postmarital counseling is even better.
That's right. Everybody in the pre-stage, they think they're together forever. They're full of lust and they don't understand that they are going to fight. So after the wedding is probably when I see more clients coming saying, listen, I might have married the wrong person. We're having a lot of trouble. And so it still works. A therapist is going to help listen. They're going to help you find a way to talk to each other that's going to make you feel more connected and deepen the relationship.
And finally, just give yourself some time. We talk a lot.
All right, and speaking of time, it is past a little bit of when this press conference was scheduled, but again, this is something we're aware of. We're going to be bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox, the latest in the Surfside condo collapse. And again, search and rescue efforts have been switched to recovery efforts, and this is just over now 2 weeks since this incident took place. It took place back on June 24th. So again, authorities are going to be stepping up here any minute. So hopefully once we get some more guidance, I can update all of our viewers here. But what I'm going to do is before we head back into more stories, I am going to send us off into a quick 2-minute break. So we'll have more coming your way here after 2 short minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you this morning. As we've mentioned, still waiting for a few press conferences that are set to take place here, and also more coming at the next hour. So, of course, we'll be going out to some of these live events as soon as they do happen. But until that time, I do want to head out to a little presser that happened just earlier here this morning. Down at St. Pete in Florida, they have been cleaning up some dead fish. Let's listen in to what exactly authorities had to say.
Petersburg. So what we wanted to do today was provide an update on where we're at with red tide and what we're seeing, and show you what we're doing here along our waterfront. So first we want to, we recognize, red tide's not fun. I mean, you smell it, you're out here. We can see it along the shorelines. I know it's, for residents and our visitors, it's very, very frustrating. So we just want to let you know that we're out there working. You can see our crews out here. We've been out here for over 10 days working on removing these dead fish. It's the dead fish that's out in the water. They're floating in, they're on the shores, they're up in our mangroves. So we have staff, over 120 staff are out there right now, pulled from multiple departments, away from their normal, day jobs, to get out here and to get that fish off. So we've been out for 10 days. We've collected 15 tons of fish in those 10 days, and 9 tons of those fish have actually been picked up in the last 24 hours. So we've been dealing with red tide. Tropical Storm Elsa came and really exacerbated that issue and pushed even more fish in. We're out there all day, every day. I can't stress that enough, how much the city is really working to get this under control. The frustration with red tide is we scrape the beaches, we get it cleaned up. As soon as those tides change, we have fish right back in. So we're working as fast as we can. You'll see the crews back here behind me working now. As soon as they get these fish, they're going to move on down the line and they'll continue to pick up fish. And we have that going on all over the city. What makes our city so wonderful is all of our waterfront, and that also is what makes it really tough when it comes to tackling red tide. I wish we could tell you that, we're going to have it wrapped up here, as soon as possible. And we'll keep working to do that. But unfortunately, with red tide, we're at the mercy of the tides, at the mercy of the wind, and really just where those blooms are. And it's really tough to mitigate red tide. So, that the city's working, and we're working on right now to activate some of our city contracted vendors that can come in and help provide some very much needed relief for our city workers and for the residents that are out there that are having to deal with this as well. So again, I can't reiterate enough. We're listening, we care, we're out there, we're cleaning up. And it's not just the nets coming in and scooping fish. Some of you saw the tedious work in the mangroves. They're having to go in physically and pick the fish out, taking special care not to damage the mangroves or cut the mangroves. So it's tedious work, and they're working their way through. Another really important point I want to let you know is reporting the dead fish. So we're out there, we're scraping and we're netting fish, but the best way for us to know where those kills are and where the big piles of fish are is for you to let us know. So there's a couple ways that you can let us know here at the city. One is through our SeeClickFix app, which you can find at seeclickfix.com/ST-Petersburg, or you can call our Mayor's Action Center, which is 727-893-7111.
How serious of an issue is this just for the city, health-wise and just tourism-wise and fair-wise?
Oh, it's very, serious. And we think back to our last red tide bloom in 2018 and, how serious it was. And talking to the staff here, this is worse. They're seeing, bigger blooms coming in, or more fish kills coming in. We go up and take aerial footage and we still see more out there in the bay coming. So it's a very serious issue, and it's one that requires a lot of staffing and power to get in there and try to get in front of it. And again, it gets frustrating for residents and staff as well, because we don't know the end of it, and it can keep coming until the blooms shift and go back out.
If you guys know at this point, maybe it's kind of too late to fully know, but how has Elsa impacted red tide? Has it exacerbated it? Has it blown it away? Something hasn't blown it away? I don't know if it's too late to tell us.
So, we're looking at that, and I can't say, with 100% certainty, but in the last 24 hours, we've picked up, 9 tons, and it's been 15 tons in the last 10 days. So, looking at that Elsa and that push of water from the winds of Elsa seems to have definitely pushed in more of those fish kills.
This seems super early in the season for this to be happening. How bad is this right now compared to previous years?
Right now, as far as what I'm hearing is we're seeing larger fish kills than what we saw in 2018, but it seems to be concentrated, kind of in the St. Petersburg, Tampa Bay area right now. Reports from the county is we're not seeing a lot of reports of the red tide blooms yet up and down the coast. As we know, with the nature of red tide, it depends on, winds and things like that, if it shifts. So it is early, but we could do the best we can to react. It's hard to be proactive with red tide.
Any thoughts if the Pine Point discharge has anything to do with this?
I don't know.
And although the storm blew in a lot of fish, do we know if it broke up the red tide at all right now? Sometimes these heavy storms do that.
I'm not sure yet. I know there's folks a lot smarter than me working on it out there. I haven't heard any reports yet.
You seem to be on the plan now. What's the plan going forward, just with continuing being on the side?
So, as I mentioned, it's very labor intensive. We have all the staff put on it that we can right now. They've been pulled off their normal jobs, whether it's road work or, the grass cutting and handling forestry things. They're all working on this problem right now. This is our big problem, and it's taken priority. So with that, you may see some other areas of the city, be a little neglected while we put our resources on this. But with that means we're looking at what else can we bring in. The city has existing contracts just for these types of emergencies, so we're working with our city officials and our vendors to try to get some of those folks on board to really help provide some immediate relief to the residents and the staff.
And just on the people out here doing this, some of them I know were out doing sandbag before the storm, hoping and all that, just working constantly. Now here it is after the storm, and again, it's just nonstop.
Yeah, these folks have had no relief. They were out here cleaning up fish well before the storm, before we even knew Elsa was coming. They had to switch gears when Elsa was upon us, and they gave out over 20,000 sandbags, in just a couple days, and now they're transitioned back to fish cleanup. So there's really been no break. It's these storms always seem to happen over holiday weekend. So these guys have been, pushing throughout the holiday weekend. Every daylight hour there is, it doesn't matter if it's weekend or holidays, they're out here cleaning up in the heat.
Thank you. I want to let everyone know that the Police Marine Patrol boat is available at the Vinoy Marina, where we were. Sorry, but they can't bring the boat over here. If anybody wants to he'll take us out.
All right, so that update again coming to us down from Florida. Red tide, not a very fun thing, as you heard. It continues to wash up on shore a lot of those dead fish, and unfortunately the seaweed and other gunk that comes up, and they unfortunately have to clean it all up by hand. So a lot of manpower going down into that effort to keep those beaches clean. And I can say from experience, when I've been down in Florida and that red tide comes, it isn't fun to see that, and especially all those aquatic life that is in the mix with that seaweed that gets washed up. It does not smell great. So what I want to do is update some of our viewers here. Again, there was a alert that we had given to you here on Live Now from Fox, and now we do know that a suspect has been taken into custody. So this is the gunman who police say fired shots. It happened actually outside of the Massachusetts Department of Transportation facility in Middleborough, is now in custody. And officials did tell our station, Boston 25, that 4 to 5 shots had been fired outside of the facility. Before then, the suspect had fled on foot into nearby woods. So they had reported that around just after 9:15, there was a male suspect who reportedly was wearing fatigues. He was in the area of Grove Street, and he was described as a light-skinned black or Asian male, approximately 5'10", wearing a bucket hat. They added that he was believed to be armed and dangerous, and now for that area, they had been under lockdown. That has since been lifted. A shelter in place had been issued for residents. That's now been lifted, as they do have that suspect in custody. The good news coming from this scene is that there is no reports of injuries at this time, but police are, of course, going to have an investigation to conduct as they continue to keep an eye on this scene. So, of course, this was an update we wanted to bring to all of our viewers as we had broken in, sharing this breaking news with you. And once again, that suspect has now been taken into custody. So some news out of Massachusetts for you here on this Friday morning. What I want to show you is, of course, again, we are still waiting for that latest press conference out in Surfside, Florida. Here's a shot just to show you that we continue to wait for authorities. They're going to be stepping up to the podium hopefully soon here as they give us another update as those search and rescue efforts have been switched to recovery efforts. Of course, that means that they've been able to find more bodies. And again, ever since this happened in those first few hours of the rescue mission, they have not unfortunately pulled anyone out alive from that pile. Now it's been more than 2 weeks. We're in today, I believe, 15 or 16 now of these efforts to be out and out there on the piles. I know rescue crews must be getting tired, and it's just an emotional time for the city and, of course, our whole country, because as we know, not everyone who was inside of that building was a permanent Florida resident. So families have loved ones that are spread across the U.S. who are unfortunately were involved in this tragic incident. So we'll give you the latest here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we do see those authorities step up to the podium and all those microphones you're seeing. Until that time, though, let's head out into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news stories from across the country coming your way after that. And good morning. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. We do have more live events that are supposed to get started here any minute. As soon as they do pop up, of course, we'll bring that to you here. I do want to, though, first show you we are continuing to keep an eye on that tropical storm as it continues to make its way up along that East Coast. We've been seeing some of those social media videos of just the extent of rain that has been flooding areas of New York. I don't know if some of you guys saw them on social media, but subway stations being flooded. It was definitely something crazy to see. I do want to play a quick package for you of that, because there are so many people who may not have even gotten to see it quite yet. So I'm going to jump into that, then give you more stories on Tropical Storm Elsa right after.
This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation.
Flash flood warnings buzzed cell phones across the 5 boroughs, but it hardly prepared anyone for this. At the 149th Street Grand Concourse station in the Bronx, torrents streamed down a staircase, turning it into a waterfall. The same chaos at the 138th Street station in Mott Haven. Water pouring onto the platform and creating a soggy mess for commuters.
The shoes are still wet. I had to switch up the ensemble, but this is New York in the summer, you know?
Above ground was just as messy.
I had a poncho, but it didn't help.
This guy's umbrella didn't help much either. People trudged through water up to their knees in Washington Heights, where the streets looked more like one big and muddy kiddie pool. The night market in Harlem also filled with water. And just about every local roadway reported flood conditions. This is what the Harlem River Drive looked like yesterday evening. And this was the scene along the Major Deegan. Passengers in cars that flooded out and stalled had to be rescued. As for the MTA, officials are asking for patience as they try to drain out subway stations across the city.
I think they just got absolutely pounded with rain. I mean, they just got pounded.
So once again, this is the latest. And again, many New Yorkers take the subway. It's a big main way that people are using the commute, and you can see there from the videos just how much water was just dumping down on New York City. And there was even some videos of people trying to wade through water that was waist deep in some of the stations. Of course, they had to close some of those stations, but there was one person who had tweeted because there was a video of a woman wading through in her and it was up to her waist, but they said, well, in the background you can see the train still running. So there's, of course, some people still trying to make light of the situation as they are just trying to deal with all of this rain. And it's all coming from that tropical storm. So let's go look ahead at that radar once again. This is a live look at that tropical storm. You can see it is right over Boston, where we just had some of that breaking news. We saw police out earlier who were definitely dealing with all of that rain mixture as they were searching for that suspect. Again, that suspect did get taken into custody out in Middleborough, Massachusetts. But Tropical Storm Elsa has been not only been downpouring rain, some of us still dealing with extreme heat as it continues along across the U.S. But Tropical Storm Elsa has been, of course, showing us a lot of flooding threats up along the East Coast from the Mid-Atlantic to Northeast and New England. Flood watches and warnings up along the path of the storm, in addition to tropical storm warnings in areas where strong winds could cause power outages and tree damage. And speaking of flooding, story that's not getting much coverage, but there is also some storms over South Texas where rainfall is up to 3 to 6 inches. Now, Tropical Storm Elsa has left a path of destruction, not only with its flooding, but unfortunately on Wednesday there was an EF2 tornado that had flipped over multiple RVs. It had thrown an overturned vehicle about 200 feet into a lake. This is down in Camden County, Georgia, and it was a campground for active duty service members and military retirees. And so 9 people were hurt there at the Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base. 8 of those 9 people were taken to the hospital for their injuries. And in South Carolina, a Coast Guard Air Station Savannah crew rescued a family that had become stranded on Otter Island after their boat drifted off the beach. And the group was then flown to the hospital. They are in good health, though. And National Weather Service in Morehead City, North Carolina, had tweeted that a tornado was spotted near Fairfield on Thursday afternoon. So there's been scattered power outages that have been reported along Elsa's path here into Friday morning. About 24,000 homes and businesses were without electricity from Delaware to Massachusetts, all according to the website powerautages.us. So Elsa is, once again, we've said it before, it is the earliest 5th named storm on record. This is according to Brian Nobley, a hurricane researcher at University of Miami. And again, it has just been leaving a path of destruction, a lot of rainfall, and of course, many people have been concerned about this. So let's go out to our triple box. We're going to keep an eye on this radar. Also keep an eye on the big board because we are seeing a lot of green here today. But we did also have one of our Connecticut senators speaking with our news crew. Let's listen in to see what he has to say about Tropical Storm Elsa, plus other issues in Congress, including infrastructure, as they are trying to work on that bipartisan deal.
told them they have him here.
Well, that's it.
Yeah. Okay, that's good that he's coming here.
Yeah. Good for us. We're gonna have to go.
Take your time, Mike. It's fine.
It's all right. I'm already wet. This is what we do when we're not doing press conferences.
That's right.
Tony, do you want to stand in
Yes, sir. I'll stand in the middle.
So,
of
why don't you guys both stand in the middle?
Yeah. Come on in here. Am I good, Bill?
Okay. Mic check, mic check. All right, I'm all set. Good.
Okay, Senator, your first impressions, I mean, that's a scary sight.
This picture is really scary when you think of Metro North trains traveling these tracks and the vulnerability to this kind of catastrophe is really alarming. I'm taking this picture with me to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to say to my colleagues, you need any proof that we need to invest in infrastructure, resiliency, coastal management? This is it. Come here to West Haven, because this collapsing bank threatening the safety of Metro North travelers is Exhibit A for infrastructure investment. We cannot afford to delay any longer, because what's happening here in West Haven is happening potentially up and down the line in Metro North, for the entire Northeast, for Amtrak, for all of these tracks. So we need to invest.
This is the second busiest line, I believe, in the country, commuter rail line.
This line is the busiest commuter line in the whole country. And it could be crippled, and people could be endangered and possibly injured as a result of this kind of fragility in the banks and the tracks. Remember, we haven't had a hurricane. This is a severe storm, but it's not a hurricane, and yet it is threatening the structural integrity of the entire track line, carrying thousands and eventually millions of passengers every day on the Northeast corridor.
What should be done, I mean, after this?
We can rebuild the banks, we can strengthen the structures, we can straighten them so that they can operate at high speed, and our future is in investing in this rail. This form of transportation is our future, but what we're seeing right now is the vulnerability and fragility of travel in the Northeast corridor unless we invest big time. And it's now time to do it, because we can't delay this kind of investment any longer. What you're seeing in the crumbling bank here, potentially crippling the Northeast corridor rail travel, is a powerful example of why we need to invest big time in this kind of structural integrity of our rail.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you staying in the rain for us.
Hey, Tommy.
All right, so Senator Blumenthal there talking about a situation. If we do get a photo or video of that rail bank that is collapsing, of course, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Still waiting here in Surfside for that press conference to get started. So why don't we send some of our viewers off into a 2-minute break? We'll be then bringing you more stories across our country when you return. All right, we are seeing a few people step up to the podium. Going to be listening in to see if they give us guidance.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Doing some mic checks there, listening in to see if they will be giving any guidance on how soon this press conference could get started. So you can see we now do have some authorities, emergency personnel starting to make their way over to this area where we do have all of those microphones set up once again for this update to take place down in Surfside. And of course, we'll be bringing it to you here live, raw, unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Until this gets started, let's jump in. I do see we do have an update coming from that Boston station on the suspect that they had been searching for and did finally catch.
We don't know.
But he's just standing out in front of the facility.
Yes, there was approximately 5 people that saw him commit this act.
Does it appear to be random?
Again, we don't know who the individual is. He hasn't been identified. We're processing him right now. I will have more information released at a later time with his name, charges, and possibly a motive or a reason behind the reason why he did what he did. It's still being investigated at this time.
Was there a gun recovered?
Yes, there was a weapon recovered.
Did he put up a fight? Did he give himself up?
No, he was arrested peacefully.
Did the weather play any sort of role in the search for this guy? Did it hamper efforts? How did it work?
It's difficult to say. Obviously, it's a concern for all the officers that are out standing on a perimeter, but they stood the perimeter, kept the community safe, and apprehended the individual. And I commend the officers, all the officers that responded, for actually standing in this and protecting the community, and that's what we do every day.
How was he located? Did somebody see him?
We discovered him in the woods, yes.
Hiding?
Yes.
Colonel, can we get you up to the microphone? A lot of high-profile cases you've been upon over the past 2 weeks. Seeing a bizarre set of circumstances now that COVID is over, people are out. I mean, all of a sudden we have very high-profile news cases involving state police.
No, you're absolutely right. It's not lost on us, the increase in the operational tempo. Today's activity is just another example of that. I couldn't be prouder of the work that Middleborough has done. The chief has made his community safer through some really outstanding work that was done today in establishing that perimeter. We were happy to be a part of that and to assist the department in the ultimate goal of getting this person in custody peacefully.
What's your message to the general public with all these kind of crazy stories that have really transpired in our area over the past 2 weeks?
Well, my message is to continue to be safe. If you see incidents such as this, please report them. The information that was obtained by the police greatly assisted in the apprehension of this person. So the public is our most important partner in public safety, and we just ask that they continue to be that partner.
Last question, guys.
DA Cruz, you want to say a few words?
No, I appreciate it. I just want to say I want to commend the Middleborough Police, the Massachusetts State Police. You said they've done a tremendous job today by an individual with a firearm, a loaded firearm that's being discharged in this community, and he's in custody and nobody's hurt. And that's, I think, a real dedication of the police officers to their training, to their experience. As Colonel Mason just said, this is something that's happened now in the last couple of weeks. And I think that their professionalism and their hard and tireless work to keep Middleborough and other communities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has really been something. So I commend them for that. This case now will go its normal course. Eventually, once this individual is processed, he will end up in the court system, and we'll deal with him there. Okay? Thank you.
The chief another question? Chief, did he drive to the scene? Do we know how he got to the scene?
We do know how he got to the scene, but right at this time, I'm not releasing that information. He did not drive.
But you don't know if he's from the area?
He is not from the area. I do know that, yes.
How many guns did he have on?
We've recovered 1 firearm.
What kind of gun?
I'm not going to disclose the type of gun at this time, but we did secure a firearm.
And he did hit a vehicle
Yes, he did hit a vehicle was struck at the, a window was struck at the DOT facility. And I'm not sure if it's a window of the building or a window of a vehicle, but a window has been struck.
Where were the shots actually fired? Was
From
it
the side of the
street or
road.
Inside, like,
From the side of the street.
How many folks were in there at the time?
I do not know. There were 5 people across the street at a fence company that witnessed it.
are people allowed back in the neighborhood?
Yes, they are allowed back in the neighborhood. We've lifted the shelter in place, and we are opening up the road as soon as we're done here.
No other accomplices you're looking for?
No, nope.
Chief, I said, how did you catch him?
He was laying in the woods on the edge of the wood line. He was spotted by an officer.
Did you bring canines in as well?
Canines were here. We hadn't deployed them yet. They were here as a resource, and they had not been deployed yet.
Last question, guys. Are you familiar with this individual?
I am not. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. There you go.
He said he wasn't sure whether it was the window of a vehicle or a window.
All right, so once again, folks, we're bringing that live press conference here to you again. Shelter in place has been lifted as they do have that suspect who fired shots outside of the Massachusetts Department of Transportation now in custody. Again, that person had let off about 4 to 5 shots. They were fired outside of that facility, and then that person ran on foot, hid in the woods. But as you just heard from authorities, they did say that he peacefully did get taken into custody. So shelter in place lifted, and thankfully, as the police have been mentioning, there was no injuries to report here at this time. So what I want to do is, of course, take you out to Surfside, Florida. That press conference now just getting underway, and we want to bring it to you in full. Going to start it from the beginning as it just got started a few minutes ago.
Welcome to the joint operational briefing. To open it up, I welcome to the podium the Miami-Dade County Mayor, Daniela Levine Cava.
Hello everyone, we're now here on day 16. Many of you have been with us since day 1. Thank you. Our search and recovery team continued their efforts throughout the night and today, as always, and as we have stressed, this recovery is moving forward with great urgency as we work 24 hours a day on the pile to recover victims and bring closure to all of the families still waiting. We want to bring them news as quickly as we possibly can. We have now removed over 13 million pounds of concrete and debris. 60 trucks a day are working. And since our last briefing, our first responders have uncovered an additional 18 victims. Excuse me, I stand corrected. We have now uncovered an additional 14 victims of this tragedy. This brings the total number of confirmed fatalities to 78. This is a staggering and heartbreaking number that affects all of us very, very deeply. Please, please continue to keep all of the families in your prayers and in your hearts. Of the 78 confirmed victims, 47 have been identified and next of kin notified. 47. 200 people are accounted for, with 62 people potentially still unaccounted for. And our detectives continue to audit the list as they've done, verifying every single report that we receive and working to identify those who may have been recovered as quickly as possible so we can get accurate information. Today, the Broward Medical Examiner's Office has come on site to assist us with personnel. The Miami-Dade Medical Examiner is doing everything. They're fully staffed and they're working as fast as they can, but it is very, very valuable and critical that we provide some relief to those men and women working in the medical examiner's office doing this vital work. And so we're very grateful to the support from Broward County to help us allow our teams to rotate more frequently. All those who have passed, all 78, are leaving behind loved ones. They're leaving behind devastated families. The magnitude of this tragedy is growing each and every day. It's an aching hole in the center of this close-knit family here in Surfside, a beautiful, small, close-knit community. We know that the hard work of beginning to rebuild is just beginning for so many of these families, and we are committed to staying with them every step of the process, every step. We will not leave these families. We put the families at the center of every single decision that we make since day one. We'll continue to do everything in our power to provide all the relief and all the support that they need, those who've been affected, the families waiting and grieving, and the survivors. We're providing wraparound social services at our Family Assistance Center. That includes grief, psychological counseling, spiritual counseling, financial assistance, lodging, and any other form of assistance. And I also want to highlight that the State Department of Financial Services has a table at this Family Assistance Center for insurance questions, which many of our families have, and so they are there as well to assist. Also, as we discussed yesterday, the mental health and well-being of our first responders is also a key concern for all of us, and it is an urgent priority. Since the morning of day one, just hours after the collapse, our critical incident stress management team was on site, and we have rapidly added to that team with additional state and national resources in the following days. We also have peer support personnel assigned 24 hours a day at our fire stations. So there is support for all of our men and women working this site. We know that there will be long-term impacts as well for those on the front lines following this tragedy, and our teams will continue to provide support to them as well. They have given so much of themselves in the past 2 weeks, and we know in the months and years ahead they will continue as well to experience impacts from what they've seen and done. I also want to thank the Small Business Administration for their incredibly hard work and their partnership in providing support to the local businesses and families that have had an impact from this tragedy. And through their outreach, there have already been 68 applications received, including 40 from the business community. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, has made very significant progress in tagging and transporting pieces of forensic evidence from the pile. They've now collected over 200 pieces of evidence, and they recently deployed a scientist from the Physics Measurement Lab in Washington to assist with analysis. So please join me in continuing to pray for the families, those who have lost, those teams who haven't stopped since day one. Buenos días, aquí estamos en el día 16. Los equipos ahora han eliminado más.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Desde nuestra última sesión, nuestros primeros en responder han descubierto a otras 14 víctimas de esta tragedia. El número total de muertes confirmado es 78. Por favor, mantengan a todas las familias en sus corazones y oraciones. De las 78 víctimas confirmadas, 47 han sido identificadas y sus familiares notificados. Todos estos 78 dejan atrás a seres queridos y familias devastadas. La magnitud de esta tragedia crece cada día y es un agujero doloroso. En el centro de esta hermosa y unida comunidad de Surfside, sabemos que el trabajo de comenzar a reconstruir apenas está comenzando para muchas de estas familias, y estamos comprometidos a estar aquí con ellos en cada paso de este proceso hasta el futuro. También sabemos que habrá impactos a largo plazo de aquellos en la línea luego de esta tragedia, y nuestros equipos continuarán continuarán brindando apoyo a los hombres y mujeres que han dado tanto de sí mismos en las próximas semanas, meses y años. Continúe orando por las familias, por aquellos que hemos perdido y por los equipos que no se han detenido desde el primer día. Gracias, gracias a todos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Surfside Mayor Charles Burkett.
Good morning, everyone. I spent a good amount of time this morning at the collapse site and want to report that the pile that originally was approximately 4 or 5 stories is now almost at ground level. So the progress that our search and rescue teams are making is really incredible. And as a matter of fact, in some areas, I believe it's below ground level in areas where it was almost 4 or 5 stories tall. On another note, I had been asked often by the family members about whether we are finding personal items in the rubble and how those personal items are being addressed. I made it a point last night rather, to spend a good amount of time with the professionals who are accepting, identifying, labeling, categorizing, and storing all of the family's valuables, personal items, keepsakes, and other family treasures that have been found at the collapse site. They are using GPS technology to place the items found near the family's units so that we have a better idea to whom those items may belong. Those items are being guarded 24 hours a day. Everything you can imagine has been recovered and processed. This process will continue until every bit of debris is gone through. We owe a duty to the families, and I'm proud of the Dade County team within the police department who is undertaking this very, very important work. It means a lot to the families, and I'm glad it's being done like it's being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And our Creole translator, Leonel Letterbourg.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour. Jeudi encore, nous retournons. Ça fait le 16e jour depuis nous retourner sur place et après le désastre là. Nous continuons à travailler 7 jours sur 7, 24 heures sur 24 et gagner 13 millions de tonnes de débris qui déjà sortis sur ce site là. Et depuis la dernière fois nous parlions.
Oh, great. Once again, just want to say thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in here as authorities have been giving us an update. They have pulled 14 more people from that pile, so now they do have 78 people who have been found, and their remains have been taken out of that pile. Unfortunately, so we do have that number continuing to climb. Again, no one has been pulled alive from this collapse ever since it happened. Now, of those 78 people who've been pulled from the remains, 47 of those have been identified, and then they've notified their next of kin, notified those family members. So still waiting for about 31 people to be identified. Again, there's so many people, they have to go through a big process to make sure they're identifying the correct person, and then they have to reach out to these families as well. So unfortunately, that death toll only is going to continue to rise here as the days continue on. We do have at this time also 62 people still unaccounted for. When they have that number, it's of course a number that continues to be changing, as sometimes that number means that they just don't know if they were inside of the building at the time of the collapse. And again, it happened back on June 24th, middle of the night. Many people were in their beds sleeping, but not all people permanently live there at that condo. So authorities here giving us this update, and we're watching it live on Live Now from Fox.
And as usual, customary, we're going to go ahead and raise our hand, wait until you're called upon. And we have Miami-Dade Fire Chief here, Alan Kaminsky, as well, and Miami-Dade Police Department Director, Freddie Ramirez. We'll start with the gentleman here in the corner.
Chief Kaminsky, we've heard and you've talked about the importance of emotional support for the people working the pile. I know the clergy's been there, chaplains in there. Do they also pick each other up? Can you describe how they're working with each other to support each other as they work?
Yes, our mental health is critical. You know, obviously the stress that we're encountering, the hours, the efforts, you know, that all the firefighters, first responders are putting in, you know, it's essential. And part of that is communicating, talking. And yes, one of the most uplifting is communicating amongst each other and just, discussing situations, things they're encountering. It's important for us to be open and talk, not to keep things in. As well as having all our different staff and personnel and professionals as well to assist. But definitely the interaction amongst each other is critical as well.
We're going to go here and then follow up with you, sir.
Chief Kaminsky, this question is also for you. I'm hearing reports that a frontline worker was injured from debris or machinery. Can you confirm that over the past 24 hours?
Yes, over the past 24 hours, we did have 2 individuals, that were injured. One was cardiac in nature and was transported to the hospital and is in stable condition. The other individual was one of the task force members, which was received a laceration, did require some sutures, but is stable and doing all right as well.
Chief, this is also for you. I know that there's been a lot of talk about folks being found in bed, but I'm wondering if you might be able to describe where the latest people were found, and also if there's any indication that there were people perhaps in stairwells or trying to get to an elevator to sort of show what the last moments might have been for these people's lives.
Well, we're definitely located victims all throughout the rubble pile. We do focus because of the time frame, what occurred in regards to the dispatch, how we arrived, individuals possibly exiting through stairwells. So that's always our primary focus. So obviously in this type of collapse, it's been extremely difficult just locating that stairwell, that area where we would hopefully find survivors at that time, and now where we're continuing searching in a recovery method, as well as bedrooms, due to that time frame when we're doing our search, that's kind of the process. So when we feel we locate an area in that particular apartment or whichever, based on the schematics, based on the floor plan, that's how we would, do our search in regards to trying to locate the bedroom for the greatest,
so the
possible
last 14
location.
people, can you elaborate a little bit more about where you might have found them?
I couldn't be specific where they were located. Obviously we're communicating with the family in different aspects as well. But those are just key aspects that we look for when we're going throughout our search.
Final follow-up, around what floor level do you think these folks were found?
Well, as I mentioned, the rubble pile is still at all different levels. So I know we're in certain areas as low as floor 2, and we're still in certain areas at floor 5. So somewhere in that particular area.
Thank you, sir.
And no time with it.
Yes, Erica, in Spanish, if you could explain the process that you're in now, because we have seen heavy machinery, maquinaria pesada, and backhoes, excavadoras, and some people worry about what that means for any possible remains. Can you explain how that, just basically, obviously for nature, how that works?
Bueno, claro que sí. En este momento estamos utilizando esta maquinaria pesada y también maquinaria liviana para surtir estos escombros que quedan. Lo que estamos usando, la maquinaria pesada, con mucha precisión sabemos en qué áreas estamos buscando y en qué áreas debemos utilizar maquinaria pesada. Los escombros que están en este momento los han dividido en varias partes y la maquinaria pesada se está utilizando especialmente en esas partes donde sabemos que tal vez ya no hay víctimas.
This is for the police director. I know the fire chief spoke about injuries. We have heard also a Miami-Dade officer potentially hit by machinery. Could you speak to that? And also, Mayor, please clarify. We have some family members asking us, how will we be notified? What is the process? Just trying to prepare. If you can speak to that after you.
Absolutely, yes. Unfortunately, one of our officers got his foot run over on one of the traffic posts. He was transported to the hospital. I spoke to him yesterday right after it happened. I spoke to him last night and his wife. They're in good spirits. He's just frustrated that he can't be here to contribute, but we have all the support behind him, and I asked the community as well to pray for him and his family. He's going to be okay, but everybody here is working very hard.
And that was machinery?
No, it was a vehicle. It was a truck. Oh, absolutely. And in terms of your second question, we have a very strong systematic approach in which we notify the families. Our detectives, our homicide detectives, notify the families in person. That's why I call them the messengers. The moment we get an ID, they rush right away because those families have been waiting for quite some time, and we take very seriously bringing them closure. And we tell them also with a victim advocate that we have as well. We talk about the wellness. We have victim advocates that are there and support services that help the family comfort, plus all the work that's been put in
by the fire department, the family, please. I mean, this has been a long process of coping and coming together, and it's just not that one moment. It's the whole process, which has been amazing.
En español, por favor, eso mismo, por favor. ¿Cómo es el proceso de notificar a las familias que tanto han estado esperando?
Sí, lo hacemos muy delicado y como no, lo que pasa es cuando los detectives cogen la información, van directo a la familia y se lo dice. Y ahí también tenemos psicólogos y clinicians que ayudan con ese proceso, pero todo ese trabajo ya empezó cuando esto pasó. Eso porque tenemos los reuniones con la familia. Estamos preparando para estos momentos. Estamos procesando esto con una familia. Ya tenemos conexión con esta familia. Y tú sabes, es un proceso muy importante, muy delicado, y la alcaldesa se puso mucho esfuerzo en teniendo conexión con la familia y lo estamos haciendo juntos y estamos sufriendo juntos.
¿Cómo están manejando la lista de los potencialmente desaparecidos?
¿Cómo es?
Los que no saben, los potencialmente desaparecidos.
Sí, tenemos como 55 documentados con casos que no sabemos dónde están. Entonces hay otro número, que es casi 20, que no sabemos si estaban ahí, si son nombres incorrectos o que piensan que estaban ahí pero no estaban o han fallecido en el pasado. Esos números todavía estamos trabajando, pero no podemos dar un número total porque la familia queremos estar seguros. Y también tenemos el proceso de identificar a los que han fallecido también. Cuando empezamos a identificarlo, esos números empiezan a cambiar. Es muy delicado y siempre hacemos todo pensando en la familia.
Last quick question, USA Today, followed by you.
I understand that this has been a process that's evolving by the minute. The question is, it was announced, I believe, to the press on May 9 that you were thinking about imploding the building, and then it was imploded on Day 11. The question would be, when did the conversations about possibly imploding the building begin? And between that day and when it was actually done, what happened? I guess what I'm getting at is some people are saying maybe the building was exploded earlier. They could have gotten to those areas sooner. So just one of the reasons that we weren't able to implode.
I think from the very beginning, there was concern about the stability of that front tower. So the engineers were investigating and considering every option, and at that time we did not know of the rapid implosion method, and so it was considered that it would take, you heard it, weeks to accomplish. So we continued our search while we also continued exploring the demolition. When we did not learn of this rapid demolition method until right after I announced here at a press event that it was going to take weeks. So the engineers had been meeting right after that with the company that was capable of doing this, and when they were satisfied that this would be safe and a good alternative, we proceeded with all due haste to get it done.
So the initial conversations about imploding the building, when did those begin? On what day?
Like I say, it was always part of the equation. As to exactly when it was decided that very night, and then the work commenced immediately. Again, as a possibility that would need to be conducted, but something that we thought at the time, with the advice of our engineer, take a while before it could be accomplished.
Last question right here.
Well, first let me be clear, there's always been staff from the medical examiner's office on site. But what we did this morning is we brought the deputy medical examiner, a physician, to the site to continue the efforts on site. And again, we do not have a resource problem in our medical examiner's office, but we had the opportunity to ask Broward to assist us so we could give some relief to our staff, and that started today. It was requested last night, and they arrived today.
Thank you, folks. Next briefing is going to be at 5:30 this afternoon, 5:30.
All right, authorities once again giving us that update from Surfside. And what I want to do is continue to push through these stories that are taking place all across our country. We're getting a lot of new press conferences here this morning. First, a quick look at our radar, because we do see here that the tropical storm Elsa continues to move and make its way. I'm just going to adjust this just a little bit. You can see it's heavily downpouring over it just past New York. You can see Boston, so Massachusetts really getting hit hard there. But I want to go out to a press conference. It's taking place right now out in New Haven. Or West Haven. Landslide is impacting train service because of the tropical storm. So Fox 61 is out reporting this. Again, it's in West Haven, and the Public Works Department has just adjusted train service in the area due to a landslide. And again, they've been seeing heavy rain throughout the morning from Tropical Storm Elsa. So officials are in the area speaking about this. I'm going to put up a double box so you can listen in to what authorities are having to say on this, but then also, of course, still watching that radar. So it's all going to be playing out here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Opportunity and obligation now are to invest in the kind of resilience that can meet this kind of climate crisis. I was in West Haven just a short time ago. What I saw in West Haven was a mudslide, a washout, right adjacent to the tracks of Metro North, disabling one of those tracks so that it cannot be used, and when it will be usable is unknown right now. This mudslide is a picture that I'm going to be taking with me to Washington, D.C. as a powerful argument for action, and action now on resilience and infrastructure, not just short-term repair, but long-term resilience. Buttressing, reinforcing the tracks that carry literally thousands of commuters every day on Metro North is absolutely necessary. We need to buttress the track, but longer term, invest in infrastructure. And along those tracks, the hundreds of miles, are more of those same kinds of mudslides waiting to happen, more washouts that may be imminent if we face another similar storm. What we got here was a lot of rain in a short period of time. It wasn't a hurricane, but the kind of flooding that we've seen and also the other damage we have to use as a lesson for investing in infrastructure. The governor and I are absolutely united, as is our delegation, in favor of the kind of investment that is embodied in the bipartisan deal. The president's endorsed it. I hope we will move forward literally next week when we go back. This Monday, I'm going to be going back to Washington. I'm taking with me the picture of that washout, the mudslide that I saw here in West Haven, and the flooding that I've seen throughout the state today in Bridgeport, in the Stamford Greenwich area, and that I'm hearing about elsewhere. So I'm very hopeful that we'll have support from my colleagues and that we'll use this storm as a lesson in the need for infrastructure investment and resilience. And the governor has been absolutely steadfast and strong in support of this kind of investment. And I'll turn it over to him.
Right. Well, thanks, Dick. Here we are at the West Haven train station. The sun is coming out. Who would think we're here looking at the effects of a flash flood? Look, compared to a year ago when we had Isaiah, there the winds were much stronger and a little less flooding. Many more electric outages, little less rain that time, less flooding. This time, less wind, less electric outages with Elsa, but flooding, and the flooding is severe. And we've seen the flooding, here affecting our rail. As you heard the senator say, just a couple miles down the road, a mudslide that has closed down at least one of the tracks for the near term. That's affected rail stations. That's affected, airports here across the state. It's a reminder that resilience is not an abstract. Resilience is how you keep our economy going and how you keep it going safely. And it's just ironic that it was earlier this week, there we were at the Guilford Beach talking about resilience, talking about what we tried to do at the state level. We had a pretty good plan going through the legislature. It got watered down, so to speak, but we ended up with a resilience plan. And this is a reminder that resilience is not an abstraction. It has meaning. Go down and look at what that mudslide means, see what it means across the board for people here in this state. I want to salute Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy and our entire delegation for the work they're trying to do on infrastructure. I think it's a reminder that it's about speeding up rail, but it's also reinforcing our infrastructure for the incredible climate changes that are flash floods, and they're talking about scorching heat, drought, and on the West Coast. We've got to be prepared for this, and we're getting prepared. That's what the infrastructure bill is all about. And I really want to salute all the folks who are ahead of the curve in terms of taking care of this storm, making sure that we have folks on the ground, keeping our tracks safe, keeping our airports safe, and keeping you safe. Thank you for the efforts you put in.
Governor, what are you hearing about what's transpired across the rest of the state regarding flooding or other damage?
Yeah, as I said, fewer outages. Milford got hit pretty hard. A transformer went down there, a couple thousand people. They're getting that up pretty fast. Unlike last time, less tree damage, but maybe some underwater flooding, which impacts the transformers and the such in more of our urban areas. So I think that's been one of the effects. I think broadly speaking, we're going to go do an inventory right now of tracks and the such. That's what Jake and company are doing to make sure our infrastructure is safe, our transportation system is safe.
You believe that the violent storms we've had the last couple of days could have contributed to what transpired this morning here at these tracks because the ground was so saturated?
Yeah, exactly. The ground is so saturated. The trees reinforce. The trees are almost like a support structure. We don't have that right now. Look, I'm not an alarmist, but I do know that climate change is not an abstraction. Climate change, you're seeing it real. By the way, the hurricane season hasn't even begun yet, and we're doing this. Look what happened in Florida. They had a hurricane hit the West Coast. I don't think that's happened in many a decade. We got to be prepared.
Yeah, usually August, September.
That's right.
MTA says that, no delays, they inspected it and no issues. Were you okay with that decision with opening the train tracks fully?
My understanding is the train tracks aren't open fully. At least the track closest to the mudslide is not operational. My sense is that's appropriate, but we have experts who can opine on that.
Yeah, I think there's confusion which tracks are, because MTA says they're everything's fully normal.
Well, so far there have been no significant delays on MTA. We called MTA, as you know, to get them out there, and they're still assessing what needs to be done. Clearly, there has to be buttressing of the tracks and some short-term work to make sure that those tracks don't collapse. But I was saying to the governor, we stood together to announce the governor's plan for straightening those tracks, and a lot of the $8 to $10 billion that are necessary. This kind of picture ought to convince the people of Connecticut we have no time to waste for safety as well as speed in reinforcing the railroad tracks here. And yes, there may be some temporary delays, but Metro North is operating by using 3 out of the 4 tracks. You can't continue that kind of temporary. I was filibustering so that we could have that go by for the count. But they are operating, and they're assessing the damage.
How lucky are we that nobody was hurt, that there wasn't a train going by when that mudslide hit?
Well, you know, people want speed and they want safety, and they deserve both. We were fortunate, and frankly, the folks from the West Haven Public Works Department were on the ball. They were out there. That's why I went there. Lou Esposito, who's here, and his crew, McCarthy, and there were a bunch of others. It just shows you that local vigilance is so important. I spoke to Lou, that's why I went out there, because we were going to come to West Haven. They were on the ball, and they probably contributed importantly to making sure that there were no real catastrophes out there. But if you look, you'll see it when we go out there. The earth is crumbling as we speak right now. And to the governor's point, this country is heading for a real precipice, a real catastrophe. Yes, there might have been injuries or deaths at the wrong time out there in West Haven today, but all throughout our transportation system, there are accidents waiting to happen.
Governor, what is the procedure from here? You'll assess the situation, maybe Joe Giletti and MTA, you'll all sort of discuss where to go from
We've been getting together every few hours in the Emergency Operations Center up in Hartford. We have the utilities on the line. We have Department of Transportation on the line. We have DEEP on the line. We get a complete update. They have a heat map so we can see where the outages are, where the choke points are, where the risks are. I think they got things under control. I think we're doing better than we did a year ago.
I mean, from the track standpoint over here, is that strictly an MTA decision, or do you have some, weights?
My understanding is it's primarily MTA, Metro North.
Jake, can you
Jake?
step up just for the cameras at home? First and last name, spelling and title again.
First name Jake, J-A-K-E. Last name Manke, M-A-N-K-E. I am the Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security Region 2 Coordinator.
I'm sorry, can you explain a little why you're here? Are you here just for the West Haven landslide, or are you doing a larger survey of ground conditions?
So I'm responsible for 30 municipalities in the state of Connecticut, what is known as Demis Region 2. I support all the local municipalities who operate. So when there's something such as this, we at the agency will support the municipalities, sometimes with personnel and sometimes with logistic assistance.
So you came to West Haven specifically because of this landslide?
Correct. Thanks.
And you're going over to Bradley as well?
Bradley was actually a different region, so it would be a different coordinator, but West Haven and New
Tweed
Haven.
would be under your purview.
Correct. Yeah, Tweed and any of the areas between Milford, Old Saybrook, all the way as high as Meriden.
Have you been to Tweed yet?
Not yet as of this morning.
Has Sean Scanlon told you what transpired over there?
So the way the Emergency Management, Homeland Security in the state works, we support our local emergency managers. Routinely, we're in conversation with our local municipal emergency management departments. I have had several conversations with New Haven's emergency manager, Rick Fontana. We're aware of the different scenarios that the infrastructure within New Haven and supporting their requests as they bring them to our office's attention.
Are any flights affected?
As far as I'm aware of, not as of yet.
Governor, can we get you really quick on the new CDC guidelines for teachers and kids with masks?
I've just seen the top line on it. The CDC said, A, the emphasis upon the importance of everybody getting vaccinated. B, emphasis upon the importance of in-school learning. Nothing replaces the importance of in-school learning. Then we see the variants coming in, how that may affect the mask. I think right now they are leaning towards, if you're not vaccinated, wear the mask. And now we have to evaluate what our policies are going to be in Connecticut.
But the current policy is that kids have to wear masks in school.
Right now, our guidance is if you're unvaccinated, you should wear a mask indoor. That means the kids should wear a mask in school. Of course, nobody's in school for the next couple of months. We're going to look at that, and I think we'll look at what the infection rate is, certainly within each community, if not across the state, to make a final judgment.
Would it be a situation, Governor, where whether it's faculty, staff, or students, to make sure they're vaccinated, that they'll have to show a card or an app on their phone or something?
I don't think we're there yet. Right now, come on, teachers, everybody get vaccinated. That's you're all eligible. High school students, that 12 to 15-year-old group is less than 50% vaccinated. We've got plenty of time to get people vaccinated. And then Tony will figure out what we do for the younger age groups and how we verify that in the next month or so.
And how are we doing with the Delta variant?
I think compared to Missouri and Arkansas and Mississippi and Louisiana and those states that are less vaccinated means the Delta variant's accelerating faster there. Thank God, Connecticut, we have about 80% of our adults are vaccinated, so there are a lot fewer targets for the Delta variant, and we have a much lower Delta infection rate. Keep it up.
The good thing right now is hospitalizations and deaths
are still very low, thank God. But we still have pockets and communities where people are still reluctant to get vaccinated. And if this Delta variant doesn't remind you, I don't know what will.
Do we have any COVID numbers for today yet?
I haven't seen today, but as you know, we've been well below 1% for the last long period of time.
If the rest of the nation were doing as well as Connecticut, if the rest of the nation were doing as well as Connecticut, we would all feel a lot safer. If every governor were following what Ned Lamont is doing, we would all breathe a lot easier, and we'd all be a lot safer. And every day, literally, I'm dealing with colleagues who fail to recognize the importance of the kind of leadership that Governor Lamont has provided, and that the president has provided.
We're going to scoot over there real fast.
Hey, Lou, can you say anything on behalf?
All right, you can hear a train announcement there in the background as things wrap up. But again, Tropical Storm Elsa really creating some problems for people in Connecticut, especially with that landslide that took place. It has been bringing heavy rain to much of the East Coast. What I'm going to do is send some of you guys off into a quick 2-minute break. And then when we return, we're going to have even more news stories coming your way from all across the country. It's happening here in just 2 more minutes after this break. And thank you to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be giving you more details on this story out of Houston in just less than 30 seconds. And good morning. Thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. This is the official mugshot of Teresa Ray Balboa. She has been charged with capital murder. It's been filed against her for the death of the 5-year-old Samuel Olson. You may remember that name. It's been a story we've been following for you, and this happened all down in the Harris County area, Houston area. Now, Balboa was the 5-year-old's father's girlfriend, and she was previously charged with tampering with evidence in the case of his death. However, court records state that Balboa killed Olson by hitting him with a blunt object, and he had been reported missing back on May 27th. A few days later, a tip had led authorities to a motel room in Jasper, Texas, where the boy's body had been found. And earlier here this morning, his mother, the mother of 5-year-old Samuel Olson, did speak out after these capital murder charges have been filed. Let's go in and listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. I'm Joanna Anaya with the Gonzalez Law Group. I am one of Ms. Olson's attorney. We're here today to have Ms. Sarah talk about yesterday's charges that were filed against Ms. Teresa Balboa. It appears to be that justice is on its way for little Samuel Olson. And here's Ms. Sarah Olson that has a few words for you all.
Hi, I'm Sarah Olson. I want to start off by thanking everybody for the prayers and the support and for helping bring justice to my son. I want to thank the media for getting his story out there. It's been a long time. It feels like it's been a long time. And it feels like it's also just begun. And I'm thankful that someone's finally being held accountable for my son, and I'm hoping more justice gets served.
Can you talk a little bit about your first reaction, your initial thoughts when this news came out yesterday?
Honestly, I was a little angry. I am thankful for her getting charged for the murder, but I know for a fact someone else needs to be charged, and he's still out there, just running around free.
Who is that person, Sarah?
It's Sam's father. It's Dalton Olson. He was supposed to keep our son safe, and he didn't. He took him away from me for what? To have him murdered?
Sarah, there are now 3 people who have been charged here, including the 2 gentlemen who are accused of helping Ms. Balboa dispose of and transport Samuel's body. As prosecutors work to put this case together, what do you expect from them in terms of what they know about what happened to your son and what they should be talking about and telling prosecutors as they work this case? Or any thoughts on that?
I just hope they did say everything. And for everyone that was involved, I hope they did name them. I hope the police do know and are just keeping us in the quiet, because it is an open case still. I'm thankful that they did come forward, because without them, who knows? Who knows where my son be?
Can you describe just, you talked about waiting for this moment, because you've been waiting for this. I know the words are hard to come by, but just describe what your family's been going through, Sarah.
We've been going through a lot of pain, not knowing, and it's anger. We have anger, and we just want all those that are responsible to be held accountable.
So can you talk about if you were able to finally closure, get closure remaining the baby?
We were finally able to cremate Samuel. I was able to take Samuel, his ashes home on, I believe it was the 27th. We'll be holding a private service for him tomorrow.
What did that mean for you that you were finally able to go through that process? After waiting days that it take, in your heart it was like so long.
Honestly, I was waiting so long to get my son back. This isn't how I wanted to celebrate him coming back. So it hurts. It hurts having to do this. Because it wasn't supposed to be like this.
Sarah, is there an ability for you to be consoled or counseled through this? I mean, no one can imagine experiencing what you're experiencing and what you're living. I mean, how are you getting through it?
My faith in God is strong. The prayers, my prayers, y'all's prayers, I believe that really is getting me through this. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know how I'm standing here talking to you. I don't know how I'm processing it other than I have faith in God. And that's it.
Sarah, what's next for you, I guess, as this moves forward? What are you going to be doing?
Living day by day, being the best I can at whatever I'm doing. Life's hard, and it just got a lot harder. So
I was a little bit frustrated that it takes so long for somebody to get charged in the death of your baby.
it was very frustrating. It was all honestly, the person that I feel really needs to be charged is still walking around. And that's really what I'm waiting for.
What should he be charged with, you think? What did he do wrong?
He originally kidnapped my son from me. And then he put him in harm's way. Knowing there was a court order against Teresa Balboa, he handed our son to him? You endangered our child. And who knows what else happened? Only he knows, and he's sitting there silent.
Have you heard from him?
He tried contacting me about a week after they found Samuel, but I did not answer his phone calls.
If you were to talk with him, what would you say to him? If you're watching, what would you want him to know personally from you?
Tell our son's story. Stop being silent. Let us know what happened to Sam. There's no way you didn't know.
What about Teresa? What if you had a conversation with her right now?
I have no words for her.
there anything else you want to share, Sarah, before, you know, anything else that's on your heart?
Just thank you all. Thank you for getting my son's story out there. Continuing to share him. Thank you.
Do you have any message to other parents, moms, that probably are facing similar situation that you were living last year?
Keep fighting. Just don't stop fighting for your babies. Do whatever it takes. Just make sure they're safe.
Again, it's a very sad story coming to us from Houston. Once again, Balboa, who you see her mugshot there in the right-hand corner, was the father of Samuel Olson's girlfriend. Now she's been charged once again with capital murder charges.
Porque la señora Sara quiere expresar sus sentimientos.
What we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be bringing you more news happening across our country after that. Again, quick 2-minute break. More to come.
Por asesinato tocante al menor Samuel Olson y ella quiere
And for our viewers still here with us, thanks again for being here on Live Now from Fox. I do see they just popped up Vice President Kamala Harris. We're going to jump into that live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
And you really are, in that way, such incredible national leaders. You know, over this past year and a half, I know you all have been working long, long days. You have had a lot of sleepless nights, I know that. During this pandemic, you all have had to figure out how to free up hospital beds and set up vaccination sites. You all had to figure out how to provide social services and set up food distribution sites. People looked to you, they looked in your eyes to know and believe that you would solve the problems, their problems. People have looked to you to provide reassurance. They have searched your eyes for comfort and for confidence, to know that everything was going to be okay. And even when you weren't sure, you never gave up. You all never gave up. No matter how tired you were, you woke up every morning to get the job done. And so for all of that, on behalf of your nation, I say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your strength. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for your leadership. And like I said, you all know I started my career in a county office, in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, the seat which is Oakland, California, the place of my birth. I worked for the city and county of San Francisco. I know county government, and I know from personal experience then how much you all as county leaders take on. And the list of services, so I brought a list. The list of services that counties uniquely provide is a very long list, incredibly long. And so for those who may not be aware, our friends in the press and others who might be here, I'm going to just share with you a few of the essential services that people need to get through their lives, that counties provide. So here's the list: behavioral health care, birth certificates, building permits and licenses, child care assistance, child support services, CPR classes, financial assistance, flood assistance, foster care, health care services, housing services, jury duty, marriage licenses, pest management, potholes, don't ever forget the potholes, property assessment, public works, restaurant inspection, storm drainage, street lights, substance abuse treatment, transportation assistance, tree trimming services, veterans services, and all things voting. That's you. That's you. And you all know that list is not even near being complete in terms of what you do. Each and every day, you take our nation's ideals and you make them real. You see the needs of our people and you meet them. And that is why President Joe Biden and I see county leaders as true partners as we work to rebuild our nation. And we are determined to make improvements that are real, that are tangible, that are felt for generations to come. Here we go. And so let's start with our nation's infrastructure. Every day Americans drive over roads and bridges that are in need of repair. Every day, Americans commute on transit systems that are outdated. Americans have water coming out of their tap that isn't clean, and they use internet that is not high speed. NACO, the infrastructure of our nation is in desperate need of an update. And you all know this firsthand. For too long, counties have been trying to maintain or repair infrastructure that simply needs to be updated. Many of you have had to stretch already tight budgets to make that happen, to put Band-Aids on the problem. And let me be clear, our ailing infrastructure is an all-of-America problem, and it requires an all-of-America solution. The bipartisan infrastructure agreement, we believe, is a very strong start. This agreement, which was developed by Democrats and Republicans, represents the largest long-term infrastructure investment our nation has made in nearly a century, and in so doing, it would improve the lives of the American people in every county. Take, for example, high-speed internet. You all have seen what I have seen in our communities. We have students, even before the pandemic, but students who have to go to the parking lot of a fast food restaurant to use the internet to get their homework done. We have seen our seniors, and during the pandemic, tragically, who were tucked away at the local library trying to video chat with their doctor with little to no privacy. We have seen small businesses move from one county to the next to get a better connection. More than half of our 3,000 counties have internet speeds that are below outdated minimum broadband standards. So I think we all agree this is clearly unacceptable. We agree that when Americans are cut off from high-speed internet, they are in fact being cut off from opportunity. The bipartisan infrastructure agreement will help connect every American to high-speed internet. And through that agreement, we will expand our broadband infrastructure. We will open up competition to bring down prices, and we will close that digital divide. So NACO, I'm mentioning all of this to say the President and I, we need your help to get the bipartisan infrastructure agreement over the finish line, to get it done. Because you know what's at stake. Almost uniquely, you know what's at stake. And so I'm here to ask you to share your stories and your expertise as the leaders that you are, to let folks know about the need and to know about the benefit we will provide to so many people. when we address this critical issue, which is our nation's infrastructure. And I believe working together, we can get this thing done. So there's another ideal that you make real in the everyday lives of the American family, the American household, the American people. And that ideal is the freedom to vote. This is a nonpartisan organization, and this issue should be a nonpartisan issue. Because voting is not about one party. It is about our entire democracy, a democracy which must be grounded in a representative government. And in fact, protecting the right to vote is about as American as apple pie. We know this, we live this. County leaders are the backbone of our elections. County leaders, you oversee polling locations at senior centers and elementary schools and churches. County leaders hire and train and employ election workers. Every election, you work hard to ensure the people you serve can cast their ballot no matter who they vote for. You make sure that their ballot will be counted in a fair and transparent process. And even as you work to make voting more accessible, I know, because I'm here to speak some truth, I know that you see how obstacles to voting stand in the way of your efforts. Several county leaders have shared this frustration with me. For instance, right now, local election officials face threats and harassment. New state laws would punish local election officials for simply doing their job. And as a result, we are seeing local election officials of both parties leave these important positions. That is a major obstacle to ensuring free and fair elections, and one we must overcome. Local election officials sign up to serve, not to suffer. So please know that the President and I are extremely grateful for your service, and we have your back. And we are going to work to provide you with resources that you need to carry out our elections with integrity. Because in so many ways, the strength of our democracy depends on you all. It depends on you. So in closing, you know, often, and you all know this, NACO, the first interaction the American people have with their government is with you. Yeah. You are the leaders the American people look to. You are the leaders the American people trust. You are the leaders who deliver for the American people. You do everything I just previously read from that list, and so much more. So I will end where I started by saying thank you. Thank you for everything you have done and everything you will do. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all.
All right, Vice President Kamala Harris there addressing county leaders at this national conference that is taking place in Maryland. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into another quick 2-minute break. We'll have more news stories from across the country, including the White House press briefing when you return. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. What we're going to be doing is continuing to keep you updated on some of these stories happening across our country. What I want to do is head out to the White House press briefing now. For those of you who may not have heard, U.S. public health officials have said that for those who are fully vaccinated, teachers and students, they no longer are going to be required to wear masks inside of school buildings. So that was a brand new thing that came out, especially following right after the CDC said that there's not going to be the need for those booster shots if you are fully vaccinated to help against those variants that we're still seeing spread across the U.S. So it's going to be a couple of those different types of topics, along with Afghanistan and, of course, some of the Middle East conflicts that are still going on that are going to be talked about here in this White House briefing. So it's all going to be played out as we start the White House briefing from the beginning for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
I have a couple of items for all of you at the top. First, we welcome the unanimous adoption today in the UN Security Council to extend the mandate for a critical humanitarian aid lifeline to Syria. This agreement, which will directly impact the lives of millions of Syrians, was the result of hard work among the members of the Council and intensive diplomacy following a detailed discussion at the Geneva summit between President Biden and President Putin. Today's resolution, which renews the cross-border agreement that would have expired on July 10th, will provide further life-saving humanitarian assistance to the people of northwest Syria and is part of a broader humanitarian initiative led by the United Nations. The two leaders today on their call, there was a readout that just went out that should be in your inboxes, you may have seen, commended the work of their respective teams following the summit and welcomed the unanimous vote in the Council. There was a readout, I should note, that just went out of a call that President Biden did with President Putin this morning. I'm sure we'll talk more about that, but just to note for all of your inboxes. Also today, the President will sign an executive order that will direct a historic whole-of-government effort to promote competition in the American economy. This effort has three goals: lower prices for consumers, higher wages for workers, and more innovation and economic growth. Lack of competition drives up prices for consumers. Barriers to competition also drive down wages for workers. When there are only a few employers in town, workers have less opportunity to bargain for a higher wage and to demand dignity and respect. In total, higher prices and lower wages caused by lack of competition are now estimated to cost the median American household $5,000 per year. So we want to work to address that. Competition is the engine of our economy, and this is just the beginning. We'll be back in the weeks ahead to update you on the progress we're making on this executive order and the concrete benefits we are delivering to the American people. I also wanted to provide a quick update for you on our work in Haiti. The United States remains engaged and in close consultations with our Haitian and international partners to support the Haitian people in the aftermath of the assassination of the president. In response to the Haitian government's request for security and investigative assistance, we will be sending senior FBI and DHS officials to Port-au-Prince as soon as possible to assess the situation and how we may be able to assist. I also wanted to note that in January 2021, we announced a $75.5 million for a wide range of issues, including democratic governance, health, education, agricultural development, and strengthening of pre-election activities. Strengthening Haiti's law enforcement capacity is a key U.S. priority, was before the assassination a few days ago, continues to be. And the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs provides assistance directly to the Haitian National Police. We are also providing $5 million to strengthen the Haitian National Police capacity to work with communities to resist gangs. I also wanted to remind you all that earlier this year, the Department of Homeland Security redesignated temporary protected status for Haiti for 18 months, something the Secretary announced in May and something we are working to implement. And finally, Haiti is one of the countries that will be receiving vaccines from the United States. We will be prepared to deliver those, hopefully as early as next week. Part of that is assessing what can happen with the airport and how we will be able to deliver these. Two other updates. One other update and the week ahead. On global vaccines, today we are sending 3 million doses to Indonesia, 1.5 million doses to Nepal, 500,000 doses to Moldova, and 500,000 doses to Bhutan. With these shipments in this week alone, we have sent nearly 15 million doses to countries including Guatemala, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Afghanistan, and Vietnam. On Indonesia, I also wanted to add that in addition to the vaccines, we're moving forward on plans to increase assistance for Indonesia's broader COVID-19 response efforts. We recognize the difficult situation Indonesia currently finds itself in with a surge of COVID cases, and our thoughts are with those in Indonesia who are affected. Finally, let me get to the week ahead. On Monday, the President will meet with local leaders, including law enforcement, elected officials, and a community violence intervention advocate to discuss his administration's comprehensive strategy to reduce gun crimes and other violent crimes. And that's here at the White House. On Tuesday, the President will deliver remarks in Philadelphia, the birthplace of democracy, on his administration's actions to protect the sacred constitutional right to vote and the need to overcome anti-voter laws. He will make the moral case to the American people on why the right to vote is fundamental to who we are as a nation. On Thursday, the President will deliver remarks to mark the day that tens of millions of families will get their first monthly tax relief payments thanks to the American Rescue Plan. The expanded child tax credit provides working families $250 each month for every child 6 to 17 years old and $300 each month for every child under 6 years old. Also Thursday, the President will welcome German Chancellor Angela Merkel to the White House for an official working visit. Her visit will affirm the deep and enduring bilateral ties between the United States and Germany. This forward-looking visit will address our robust partnership on shared global challenges and identify areas to further strengthen cooperation in the months and years ahead. And on Friday, the President will participate in the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Leaders Retreat, remotely, obviously, on the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. On Friday afternoon, the President will travel to Camp David, where he will remain over the weekend. Alex, that was a lot of information. Hopefully, go ahead.
And we have new information about a call with President Putin. Can you tell us more about what prompted this? Was it decided in response to these recent ransomware attacks? What exactly did President Biden say? He reiterated that the United States will take any necessary action to defend its people. What threats, if any, did he make? And then I wanted to know, the top of the readout suggests that it was partly sort of a pleasant call. The leaders commended their joint work. So can you explain why President Biden was at all pleasant in this call when it seems that there are all of these ransomware attacks coming from Russia that may have been government approved?
First, let me say that the President is a believer in face-to-face diplomacy when possible and leader-to-leader diplomacy when that's not possible. And this is an example of that. And this is the first time, even though ransomware attacks have been increasing over the past 18 months, if not longer, that there has been this level of engagement at this level. And certainly the President knew, even when they met in Geneva, that there would be a need for ongoing discussions and engagements. I would say the reason that they commended the work of their teams is this is consistent with the President's view that diplomacy includes working together where there is opportunity and agreement and being clear and candid and forthright when there is disagreement. And this call is an example of that. So because of their agreement and the discussion they had in Geneva, the UN Security Council is going to extend access for humanitarian corridors, providing assistance, humanitarian assistance to people in Syria. That's something that is pivotal and that is going to save lives. That is something to be commended. At the same time, the President made clear, as I think you could see in the readout, that he underscored the need for President Putin to take action to disrupt these ransomware groups. Our evil, we know, operates in Russia and other countries around the world, and we don't have additional or new information suggesting the Russian government directed these attacks. We also know and we also believe that they have a responsibility. They have a responsibility to take action. And as you can see in the readout, the President also made clear that the United States will take any necessary action to defend its people and its critical infrastructure. So this was an example of leader-to-leader diplomacy, something the President feels is vital as he operates in the world.
Clarification on the new CDC guidelines on schools, because there seems to be a lot of confusion when these come out. Schools are now supposed to allow teachers and students that are vaccinated not to wear masks, but they're not recommended to keep track of that. Is that a recommendation enforceable? And if not, why even make the recommendation to begin with? And then going forward, as we're seeing an increase in vaccinations or increase in the Delta variant in some of these under-vaccinated clusters, is there a situation in which the administration would suggest returning to virtual learning at all?
First, the CDC laid out ways several months ago that all schools can safely return to in-person learning. That applies to schools in areas where there are high levels of vaccination and areas where there are lower levels of vaccination. And thanks to the American Rescue Plan, $122 billion in funding, schools can implement these mitigation measures that they may not have been able to prior. So this guidance today reiterated that masks should be worn indoors by all unvaccinated individuals. Schools should continue to maintain at least 3 feet of physical distance. Screening, testing, ventilation, hand washing and respiratory etiquette, staying home when sick and getting tested, contact tracing with quarantine, and isolation and cleaning and disinfection continue to be important layers of prevention to keep schools safe. Now, the guidelines that they provided, the guidance is in line with their public health guidance that they have provided broadly. So if somebody is vaccinated, they are safe. If they are not vaccinated, which obviously applies to children who are under a certain age who are not yet eligible, then there are guidelines that remain in place. How these guidelines will be implemented has always been the purview of local school districts. That has always been the case with vaccines in general, even prior to the coronavirus. So this is public health guidelines that they are providing. It is up to the school districts to apply and implement. Go ahead, Jeff.
Some 3 weeks or so ago, President Biden in Geneva said that Vladimir Putin knows there are consequences. He knows I will take action. Did he raise the volume of a similar message in their call today, or did he amplify it in any way, or did he just repeat it?
Well, I think as the readout makes clear, he reiterated that the United States will take any necessary action to defend its people and its critical infrastructure. And he also reiterated his expectation that President Putin take action, even if it is not directed by the Russian government and if it is because of criminal actors in his own country. So I'm not going to give you a tone and tenor readout here, but the president believes that and he's always believed this was going to need to be an ongoing diplomatic engagement with the Russians. We've had expert level talks. We've had those talks focused on cyber, focused on ransomware, but he also understands that there's going to need to be talks at times at the leader level. This is exactly
You don't have any new information that Russia was involved specifically in these attacks, is that right?
Correct.
Are the cyber groups still meeting next week, the U.S. group and the Russia side meeting next week on cyber?
Yes, go ahead.
So in this call with President Putin, did Putin provide any assurances to President Biden that he will in fact crack down on cyber criminals that are in his country?
Well, I'm not going to read out on behalf of the Kremlin. I will let them read out their own, what the president conveyed to President Biden.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but did President Putin provide any assurances to President Biden on that call?
Again, that's not an appropriate role for the United States to convey. I can convey and read out to you what role President Biden played and what message he delivered to the Russians. Go ahead.
So you've talked about the visit of Chancellor Merkel coming on Thursday. To what extent will President Biden ask Germany and other countries that are involved to stand with him in a response to Russia on these ransomware attacks? Is that a big part of your agenda?
Well, I would say that it has long been, and it was back to the G7 and the meetings on the president's first foreign trip. Part of his message to other European leaders and partners was we need to stand together and work together to address the threat of ransomware, cyber attacks. It is not just an issue for the United States. It is an issue for a range of countries around the globe. In terms of what percentage of the meeting, I think we'll have more as we get closer to the meeting with Chancellor Merkel, but certainly I would expect that the rising threat of cyber and ransomware would be part of the agenda.
I have one more on Germany and then another quick one. So on Germany, this one residual issue that is still to be addressed has to do with Nord Stream. To what extent are you hopeful that you might be able to reach some kind of an agreement or extract some kind of promises from Germany that would stave off the need to have this sanctions take place?
Well, it certainly will be a part of the discussion, and the president's, our view continues to be that it's a bad deal and one that has global issues involved in it, but I'm not going to predict for you what the outcome of the meeting will look like. Yeah.
Real quick on Haiti. So we have some reporting that there's investigation going on about the role that Haitian Americans may have played in that attack. Can you say a few words about your understanding of that? I understand you're sending to the FBI and DHS, and it may be a bit premature, but any readout now would be helpful.
I don't have anything to update in that regard. Obviously, the investigation is being led by Haitian police forces on the ground. There have been some reports, I think you're referencing, but I don't have any update beyond that.
Would that be a serious concern for the White House if you found that there were, in fact, American citizens involved in this assassination?
Well, certainly, but I'm not going to get ahead of where the investigation is going. It's ongoing. It's led by the Haitians on the ground. Go ahead, Kelly.
Did the president, in his conversation with President Putin, expand on the list that he presented to him in Geneva about the types of critical infrastructure and parts of the U.S. economy that were off limits? Has the increase in ransomware informed his view on that to expand that? And should we interpret this call and the implicit warning in there again as a sign that the U.S. will act and act soon?
Well, first I would say that, as you noted, the president did provide a list of critical infrastructure when he met with President Putin just a few weeks ago. He did that because, of course, an attack on critical infrastructure that would take out a swath of the American economy would have a significant national security impact. He did not provide that list to say if the attack is not on critical infrastructure, we're not going to take action. That was not the restriction he gave himself. And I think in this call today, he was making clear that, again, and reiterating again, that attacks by criminal groups, by actors that may not be directed by the Russian government, you still have a responsibility. And in terms of actions, he made clear that he's going to take steps to defend the American people and our own infrastructure and our interests here in the United States. So while we're not going to preview operationally what that looks like or what he may decide to do, he did make clear that he reserves that option to take action.
And do you think the president's intent in having this call and on this topic within the call was to send that signal that action could be imminent?
I think his intent was to make clear and reiterate again that attacks by criminal groups, ransomware attacks by criminal groups on entities in the United States is not acceptable, and that we reserve the right to take action. Go ahead.
And just a heads up for some of our viewers, you're going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Casilla and the RNC hack in this phone call, and did Putin say he was investigating? Did he deny it? What was that conversation?
Well, I'm still not going to read out what President Putin said, and I'm sure that the Kremlin will do their own readout of what he conveyed. I can tell you broadly that, of course, the ransomware attack that happened over the course of last weekend was a big focus, of course, of the call, which was clear in the readout that we provided. Again, I would reiterate on the RNC attack that the information we have to date is that that was on a third-party entity, and it's something the FBI is working with them on. We don't have additional information beyond that at this point in time.
Did the president express when he would take this action?
I'm just not going to have more to read out for you on operational details or specifics.
Okay, and I have a question on Hunter Biden's artwork. Did the White House play any role in crafting the sales agreement with the New York Gallery to protect the purchasers or the ultimate purchaser's identity?
Well, I can tell you that after careful consideration, a system has been established that allows for Hunter Biden to work in his profession within reasonable safeguards. Of course, he has the right to pursue an artistic career, just like any child of a president has the right to pursue a career, but all interactions regarding the selling of art and the setting of prices will be handled by a professional gallerist adhering to the highest industry standards, and any offer out of the normal course would be rejected out of hand, and the gallerist will not share information about buyers or prospective buyers, including their identities with Hunter Biden or the administration, which provides quite a level of protection and transparency.
The gallery owner is a private citizen who might not be privy to who might have some interests in purchasing this artwork. Is the White House doing anything to work with the owner to make sure there's not impropriety there when it is ultimately sold?
Well, I think it would be challenging for an anonymous person who we don't know and Hunter Biden doesn't know to have influence. So that's a protection. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On this call this morning with the Russian president, did President Biden discuss at all the Taliban delegation that was in Moscow yesterday?
The focus of the call and the conversation, which I can tell you was about an hour long, was really primarily on these two topics. I can see if there was anything in addition that was raised, and I can follow up with you after the briefing.
And then on the Afghan translators, does the president believe he has any executive authority to determine where these Afghan nationals await their visas? I know that the president said yesterday you guys are working closely with Congress. Want to know what that looks like. But in addition, does he have any influence on where they wait out this time period for their visas, as he similarly exercised with immigrants at the southern border by ending the Remain in Mexico policy?
Well, it's a different program, obviously, which I know you're conveying. And what we are trying to determine is U.S. facilities and bases that are located in different parts of the world where we can house these brave and courageous individuals while their processing continues. So that's what we're determining. We have not made a final determination of that. We're trying to also protect for security and operational reasons what that may look like, even when a final determination is made. So I would see it as a different type of a program, and but those are the considerations. And it's already law, so we are in a position where we can make a decision to relocate individuals from Afghanistan to these third-party countries.
And then on the vaccine, Pfizer requesting approval for a third shot from regulators. CDC, FDA said at this time you don't need a booster to be considered vaccinated. But what's the timeline that you guys are looking at on when that would be recommended, especially as it pertains to meeting vaccination requirements to forego things like masks?
Well, first, and you referenced this, but just for others, the CDC and the FDA put out a pretty clear statement last night after the announcement by Pfizer, making clear.
All right, guys, switching gears, President Biden here stepping out to sign an executive order.
It is not good morning, which my remarks say here, but good afternoon. We're in the midst of a historic economic recovery. And because our successful vaccination program strategy has been working, and the immediate relief through the American Rescue Plan has brought back our economy from the worst economic crisis in nearly a century, America is now on track. We're now on track for the highest economic growth in 40 years, and among the highest growth records on record. We designed our economic strategy to be durable to the ups and downs that come with recovery. There are ups and downs. That's why the American Rescue Plan was designed to help people not just all at once, but over the course of a full year. So we could continue supporting families, small businesses, state and local budgets to help them weather those ups and downs. And now that the economy is back on track, we're making progress on the second phase of our strategy, ensuring long-term growth. That's what my Build Back Better agenda, including my Americans Family Plan and the bipartisan infrastructure agreement we reached last month, that's what they're all about, long-term. But to keep our country moving, we have to take another step as well. And I know you're all tired of hearing me during the campaign and since I'm elected president, talk about it. And that's bringing fair competition back to the economy. That's why today I'm going to be signing shortly an executive order promoting competition to lower prices, to increase wages, and to take another critical step toward an economy that works for everybody. The heart of American capitalism is a simple idea: open and fair competition. That means that if your companies want to win your business, they have to go out and they have to up their game. Better prices and services, new ideas and products. That competition keeps the economy moving and keeps it growing. Fair competition is why capitalism has been the world's greatest force of prosperity and growth. By the same token, competitive economy means companies must do everything they do to compete for workers, offering higher wages, more flexible hours, better benefits. But what we've seen over the past few decades is less competition and more concentration that holds our economy back. We see it in big agriculture, in big tech, in big pharma. The list goes on. Rather than competing for consumers, they are consuming their competitors. Rather than competing for workers, they're finding ways to gain the upper hand on labor. And too often, the government has actually made it harder for new companies to break in and compete. Look at what that means for family budgets. Take prescription drugs. Just a handful of companies control the market for many vital medicines, giving them leverage over everyone else to charge whatever they want. As a result, Americans pay 2.5 times more for prescription drugs than in any other leading country. And nearly 1 in 4 Americans struggles to afford their medication. Another example, hearing aids. Right now, if you need a hearing aid, you can't just walk into a pharmacy and pick one up over the counter. You have to get it from a doctor or a specialist. Not only does that make getting hearing aids inconvenient, it makes them considerably more expensive. And it makes it harder for new companies to compete, innovate, and sell hearing aids at lower prices. As a result, a pair of hearing aids can cost thousands of dollars. That's a big reason why just 1 in 7 Americans with hearing loss actually use a hearing aid. Another example, internet services. There are more than 65 million Americans live in a place with only one high-speed internet provider. Research shows when you have a limited internet operation, you pay up to 5 times more on average than families in places with more choices. That's what a lack of competition does. It raises the prices you pay. It's not just consumers getting hurt. Big Ag is putting a squeeze on farmers. Small and family farms, first-time farmers, like veterans coming home and Black and Latino and Indigenous farmers. They're seeing price hikes for seed, lopsided contracts, shrinking profits, and growing debt. Lack of competition hurts workers as well. In many communities, there are only a handful of employers left competing for workers. Think of company towns across Appalachia and other parts of the country where one big corporation runs the show. When corporations have that kind of leverage over workers, it pushes down advertised wages by up to 17%. And as competition decreases, businesses don't feel the pressure to innovate or invest in their workforce. That hurts working families and hurts our economy. All told, between rising prices and lowering wages, lack of competition costs the median American household $5,000 a year. Well, look, I'm a proud capitalist. I spent most of my career representing the corporate state of Delaware. I know America can't succeed unless American business succeeds. But let me be very clear. Capitalism without competition isn't capitalism. It's exploitation. Without healthy competition, big players can change and charge whatever they want and treat you however they want. And for too many Americans, that means accepting a bad deal for things that you can't go without. So, we know we've got a problem, a major problem, but we also have an incredible opportunity. We can bring back more competition to more of the country, helping entrepreneurs and small businesses get in the game, helping workers get a better deal, helping families save money every month. Good news is we've done it before. In the early 1900s, President Teddy Roosevelt saw an economy dominated by giants like Standard Oil and J.P. Morgan's railroads. He took them on, and he won. And he gave the little guy a fighting chance. Decades later, during the Great Depression, his cousin Franklin Roosevelt saw a wave of corporate mergers that wiped out scores of small businesses, crushing competition and innovation. So he ramped up antitrust enforcement, 8-fold in just 2 years, saving families billions in today's dollars and helping set the course for sustained economic growth after World War II. He also called for an economic Bill of Rights, including, quote, the right of every businessman, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies, end of quote. Between them, the two Roosevelts established an American tradition, an antitrust tradition. It's how we ensure that our economy isn't about people working for capitalism, it's about capitalism working for people. But over time, we've lost the fundamental American idea that true capitalism depends on fair and open competition. 40 years ago, we chose the wrong path, in my view, following the misguided philosophy of people like Robert Bork and pulled back on enforcing laws to promote competition. We are now 40 years into the experiment of letting giant corporations accumulate more and more power. And what have we gotten from it? Less growth, weakened investment, fewer small businesses. Too many Americans who feel left behind. Too many people who are poorer than their parents. I believe the experiment failed. We have to get back to an economy that grows from the bottom up and the middle out. The executive order I'm soon going to be signing commits the federal government to full and aggressive enforcement of our antitrust laws. No more tolerance for abusive actions by monopolies. No more bad mergers that lead to mass layoffs, higher prices, fewer options for workers and consumers alike. My executive order includes 72 specific actions. I expect the federal agencies, and they know this, to help restore competition so that we have lower prices, higher wages, more money, more options, and more convenience for the American people. Today, I want to focus on 3 specific actions. First, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. We're going to work with states and tribes to safely import prescription drugs from Canada. That's just one of many actions in the executive order that will lower prescription drug prices. Second, the FDA is going to issue rules so that hearing aids can be sold over the counter. That's something the last administration was supposed to have done but didn't do. We're going to get it done. After these rules go into effect, a pair of hearing aids could cost hundreds of dollars, not thousands. And you'll be able to pick them up at your local drugstore. Third, we're going to improve competition for workers. I've talked a lot about non-compete agreements, contracts that say you can't take another job in your field even if you get a better deal. I made a speech, I was just reminiscing with my staff, back in 2018 at the Brookings Institution, where I talked about the non-compete clauses that were just, I found to be absolutely ridiculous, but how prevalent they were throughout industries. At least 1 in 3 businesses require their workers to sign a non-compete agreement. These aren't just high-paid executives or scientists who hold secret formulas for Coca-Cola so Pepsi can't get their hands on it. The recent study found 1 in 5 workers without a college education is subject to non-compete agreements. They're construction workers, hotel workers, disproportionately women and women of color. Think of the 26-year-old employee at a company. She's a star worker, but she isn't being treated right. She's underpaid, passed over for promotions. Competitor across the street knows it, but wants to bring her in at a higher wage, but she can't do it. Her company threatens legal action over a non-complete clause she had to sign in order to get hired in the first place. She can't afford a lawyer for help, so she's locked in. Imagine if you're in her shoes. You'd feel powerless, disrespected, bullied, trapped. That's not right. Workers should be free to take a better job if someone offers it. If your employer wants to keep you, he or she should have to make it worth your while to stay. That's the kind of competition that leads to better wages and greater dignity of work. Look, I'm not going to go into it now, but I used to, there's non-compete clauses or people running the machines that lay down asphalt. If in fact you get offered a job and you have you're in Arkansas doing it, a lot of specific examples, you can't take a job in West Texas to do it. What in the hell does that have to do with anything? No, I'm serious. where there were clauses in McDonald's contracts. You can't leave Burger King to go to McDonald's. Come on. Is there a trade secret about what's inside that patty? No, but I'm serious. You all, I don't know whether you do know. I didn't know till 5 years ago the incredible number of non-compete clauses for ordinary people who are done for one reason, to keep wages low. Period. Look, my executive order calls on the FTC to ban or limit non-compete agreements. Let workers choose who they want to work for. I'm also calling on the FTC to do away with certain occupational licensing requirements. You realize if you braid hair and you move from one state to another, sometimes you have to do a 6-month apprenticeship, even though you've been in the business for a long, long time? What's that all about? Military families, for example, they're often on the move between states with each new assignment. So you have a woman in the military, her husband's following her, or vice versa. Guess what? If you're a plumber, you have to get a different license when you move from Delaware to Missouri. Look, it can't be a significant burden to get a new license in a new home state. That burden can't be around anymore. It takes time and it takes money. It takes a toll on families' income while you're waiting. We should remove that barrier, providing more mobility, more opportunity, higher wages for families on the move. This is something that my wife Jill has worked on together with Michelle Obama through the Joining Forces Initiative for the military. We're going to keep that moving. We're going to get it done with an executive order. And let me close with this. Competition works. We know it works. We've seen it work when it exists. Fair competition is what made America the wealthiest, most innovative nation in history. That's why people come here to invent things and start new businesses. In the competition against China and other nations of the 21st century, let's show that American democracy and the American people can truly outcompete anyone. Because I know that just given half a chance, American people never, ever, ever let their country down. Imagine if we give everyone a full and fair chance. That's what this is all about. That's what I'm about to do. So I'd like to invite the cabinet members up here. I'd like to, the Attorney General is here, General Garland. Javier, Mr. Secretary, you can come up too. I've been watching on television, you've been really good. Gina Raimondo, also Pete Buttigieg, and the chair of the FCC, Lena Khan, acting chair of the FTC, and director of the National Economic Council. Am I leaving anybody out? Anyway, come on up. This may be the first cabinet meeting we've had.
Once again, we are taking a live look at this event taking place at the White House. President Biden here signing an executive order aimed at promoting competition across the U.S. economy by pushing federal regulators to ban or limit non-compete agreements, occupational licensing restrictions, and other measures that officials say make it harder to land a job. So this order is designed to improve workers' opportunities in the economy, increase their chances of employment, and generate more competition among U.S. employers. And this has all been said by White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki earlier here this week, and we just heard President Biden speaking about it here live in the White House.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So this order will direct the Federal Trade Commission to ban or limit non-compete clauses that have stopped workers in industries including fast food and big tech from going to other employers for higher pay. And again, this is all coming to us live. We're on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
that the United States expects when a ransomware operation is coming from his soil, even though it's not sponsored by the state, we expect them to act if we give them enough information to act on who that is. And secondly, that we've set up a means of communications now on a regular basis to be able to communicate to one another when each of us thinks something's happening in another country that affects the home country. And so it went well. I'm optimistic.
You said 3 weeks ago there would be consequences. Will there be, sir?
Yes.
So President Biden there answering just a few questions as he makes his way out here of the state dining room. Again, he was kind of talking about that ransomware. He had that conversation on the phone with Russian President Putin. So it will be more, if there's more news coming from that call, of course, we'll bring it to our viewers here on Live Now from Fox. But I'm going to send some of you off into a quick 2-minute break. More news stories are going to be coming your way when you return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here at the Dow as the big board showing us a lot of green here on this Friday morning, afternoon for some of our viewers who are here with us. And again, something we like to see is that color green whenever we pop up the big board. So up over 400 points, and we'll of course keep an eye on it as it finishes out the week here. We'll see if we can finish strong here in the New York Stock Exchange. But I do want to continue to move things along. There was a story coming to us from down in Houston that I want to jump out to. This is a story about, unfortunately, a teen was tragically shot while traveling home from a Houston Astros game. And according to the father, last updated story, that teen did die from those injuries. So police are giving an update down in Houston. We're going to jump into that here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Put the overheads on. And Justin, I'll let you know when we're ready, okay?
All right.
Can we have somebody just kind of pull that door closed if there's nobody else out in the hallway? That's fine. Yeah, as long as it's closed. Okay. You guys all ready on your end? Yes, sir. Yeah, okay, I'm going to hit mine and then I'll let Justin know. Hold on 1 second. All right, Detective Brown, if you can introduce yourself, please.
I'm Detective Brown with the Houston Police Department, Homicide Division. This is my partner, Mark Condon. We're here to disseminate some of the information we've received on the shooting case, the road rage case from the Astros game the other night. On July 6th, approximately 2300 or 11 p.m., an incident occurred on Chartres Street leading to I-10. The suspect vehicle you see here, which we think is going to be a 2010 to 2014 Buick LaCrosse, white in color, sunroof, paper tags, no front plates. Chased our complainant's vehicle down I-10, exiting Wayside, going underneath the freeway, and that's when the shooting occurred. We know from video that we've received that both vehicles went back westbound on I-10, the complainant with the suspect following. The description we have from today is going to be a black male or a light or dark-skinned Hispanic, 5'8" to 5'10", 20s to early 30s, muscular build, thin. We're asking the citizens of Houston, citizens of Harris County, if they know anyone that matches this description or the vehicle, to please contact the Homicide Division or Crime Stoppers, 713-222-TIPS, and help us out with this case. Anything more?
The rims are a little distinctive. I'm Detective Condon, Houston Homicide. Couple more things about the car. The rims are a little distinctive. They have 7 holes. We found some cars that have 9, but this one has 7. And the complainant's father, Mr. Castro, said that the front headlights were yellowish, had a yellow tint to them.
Any questions before we ask Mr. Castro to come up?
Do you think this guy also attended the baseball game?
We have him on video coming in off 59, heading 59 North, exiting Polk.
So he was not part
He was not
of this
attending the
buildup
game.
traffic?
No. He entered traffic and met Mr. Castro as they were coming out of the game.
We're coming off a holiday weekend. That's a busy intersection.
Very busy.
Is there a chance he doesn't even live in Houston?
Possibility, also with the paper tags, but we're hoping the tips kind of lead us in the direction around Houston or Harris County. So.
Can you walk through the series of events again, where the shooting happened? Because originally it was said to be on McCarty.
Right. Yesterday we were doing a mass canvass for surveillance. As I said, the suspect comes off 59 North, exiting Polk, mingles in the traffic where Mr. Castro is leaving the game. He's already driving aggressively. You can see him weaving in and out of traffic. The suspect vehicle and Mr. Castro meet somewhere on Chartres, possibly near Congress or Preston. The suspect becomes angry. You can see him leave his vehicle, open the door, start yelling at Mr. Castro. He follows him up onto I-10 and is heading I-10 east. They exit Wayside, go up under the freeway, and that's where the shooting occurs.
So you have all of it on camera?
We don't have the shooting on camera. We're trying to backtrack the vehicles. We have them up to the point where the shooting happens on the service road.
And at one point he gets out of the car?
That's on Chartres. He opens his door. You can see the door open. You can't see him physically get out of the car, but you can see the door open. Yeah.
This story has just like rattled Houston. Everyone's wondering what they would have done in that situation. Watching this play out, is there anything the Castro family could have done differently?
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that this time. Yeah.
I'm sorry, just for my clarification. So the shooting happened under I-10 at Wayside.
Yes.
And then the suspect continued to follow the Castro family.
Exactly.
When did he divert away?
We don't have that video. We don't have the point to where they diverted or anything past that. We know that they got on at I-10 at that entrance ramp, and that's where we lost them. Yeah.
Was anyone else in the car?
Yeah.
We can't tell definitively. From the video we have, it looks like one single male.
And just to be clear, the suspect did not know the Castro family at all?
No.
And by the time the shooting, well, you can't see the shooting, but where you see it in the video, I'm imagining again, the crowd getting out of the game. It's bumper to bumper, usually
Yes.
for quite a distance. And so from what can you gather so far in this investigation, how he was able to get out? Is there perhaps more people who might have seen this car?
Perhaps that's why we're putting out this information. to see if anyone has seen anything. Anything would help at this point. The traffic was moving so slow, anyone could have seen anything. People nowadays have cameras on their cars, anything like that. We're asking for anything to come in.
Any other questions?
So just to be clear, he was coming towards the freeway, the suspect.
See, he exited 59 at Polk. He ran into the traffic at Chartres as the game was letting out. You can see him driving aggressively, trying to get around traffic. He's actually swerving around people in the intersections. And just as he continues down Chartres, him and the Castro family sort of meet together right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
But there was no stopping the both vehicles, nothing.
No, nothing like that. The traffic kept moving. And whatever incident occurred, the suspect opens his door, starts yelling, closes the door, and from that point on, he follows Mr. Castro.
What's your advice to people, because this has happened before, and road rage incidents are going on around the country, but what do you have to say to people that...
I'm not going to give any advice to people right now on that. I'm just here to highlight the information that we have here on this case. Okay.
Last question from the detective.
You guys have a lot of pieces of this. You have a description of the suspect. You have shots to be able to tell, the back of the car. How frustrating is it to just, if they had a license plate, you have so much more information.
That would definitely help the case, but we know that someone in the city, someone in the county knows this person. They can link this person to this vehicle, and that's why we're asking for anyone who knows this to call in with us.
And just really quickly on the vehicle, at what point would you consider releasing some video of it, just because it seems to be these rims might help identify, and you don't sort of capture that very well in the still?
We can release that video, I think, as soon as possible, as coming off
We're
50th.
extremely busy right now.
Yeah.
So as soon as we can, we will.
Tips are pouring in already on this.
May
Yeah.
help you today.
Yeah, it may not.
Oh,
be
tips are already pouring in on
The
this.
tips are pouring in, but with the information, the more descriptive information on the vehicle, paper tag, the rims, we're hoping to kind of narrow those tips down.
And this vehicle description so far doesn't match the getaway vehicle for any other crime.
I can't answer another time.
Thank you.
Do you feel like you've exhausted your search for surveillance video, or are you still actually looking for other opportunities?
We're still constantly looking for surveillance, yeah. And if any tips come in that could lead us to more, we'll check that out as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Detective, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Castro, if you could give us your name and spelling of your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Paul Castro, Paul Castro. I'm the father of David Castro.
Any questions?
First of all, sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Sorry. What is right now, what is your main focus? Obviously, the briefing process, but you want this guy to be caught.
Yes, as a father, and I still consider David with us, so a father of three. A person who behaved the way that he did is a threat to all of Houston, all of Texas. And this person is probably not afraid to use violence again, and this person needs to be taken off the street.
I ask, sir, again, condolences, how you're feeling, and I would imagine that seems like such a loaded question, but you're grappling with the loss of your son, and on social media today you're calling on Houston for acts of kindness and for people to forgive. I would imagine you're grappling with quite a lot right now.
Yes. So first of all, I'm here because of my family, and I'm here because of my love of the city of Houston. It would be much easier for me not to be here right now, but as a lifelong educator, I've served the Houston community for over 26 years in the classroom as an administrator. I've had the opportunity to meet many families across the city, and they've been showing me and our family their love and condolences, and I appreciate that. I'm deeply, deeply thankful for all the outreach, and I used a metaphor of pebbles on this side and the boulder of grief on this side, and each one of those pebbles that's added just helps us a little bit. My other children, Dave's mom, send our thanks to the community for that. How do we feel? I mean, it's obvious. People always say you'll never know what it's like to lose a child, and every single parent, I don't care if you're 70 years old or if your child is 70 years old, you don't bury a child. It's a nightmare. That is not something that any anybody who has a child can imagine. And I've always thought that. I've gone to children's funerals as a principal, and I remember feeling the pain of those losses and hugging parents as they buried their child and just wishing to God that I would be spared that, and I wasn't. So you can't imagine, I'll just tell you that. And at the same time, my son David was a light in a world that is sometimes dark. And he lived a life of giving, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let someone steal that. I'm not going to behave in a way that would make him embarrassed or ashamed, and so I'm doing this not for me. My natural instinct is to feel very differently. My son is the reason that I'm putting out the messages that I am, and I'm asking for random acts of kindness on behalf of David, and whatever that looks like, because I think if the world were better, maybe this man who was obviously angry at something, maybe he would not have made that decision, or someone else who has a weapon available in that moment of rage that's 10 seconds long make a decision that they can't take back and that affects another family, a community, in an irreparable way like this one did.
And even in your son's death, you had mentioned yesterday.
And just a heads up for some of our viewers, you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
Yes, so we received a call from Life Gift today, and they're evaluating his organs. They said, as a healthy 17-year-old male who, hadn't smoked or drank, to my knowledge at least, that he's a good, healthy candidate for donation, and we're hoping that his last, physical gift is going to be one where other families who are suffering in some way, shape, or form will find solace. Un poquito, puedo entender casi todo, pero no puedo hablar un poquito. Lo siento. Sí, mi hijo David es una persona muy guapo, muy generoso. Y cada día él vi como un hombre que quería hacer un mundo más bueno. Y por eso yo necesito vivir en una manera similar como mi hijo. Y lo siento que él no está aquí con nosotros, porque todos ustedes podían amar a él como a mí. You tricked me. You made me talk Spanish, and I couldn't keep control of my tears.
Usted pide un acto de generosidad.
Sí.
Cualquier cosa que pueda uno hacer por el otro, que lo haga.
Puede ser algo tan pequeño como una sonrisa a alguien en una línea en el store. Es posible hacer si uno no está hablando.
Welcome back here to our viewers who were in that 2-minute break. We are listening in to this press conference that took place just moments ago down in Houston. This father speaking out after his 17-year-old son was just one of 2 passengers in a pickup truck. He was the one who was driving, and police say that it was he and this suspect that you can see. The car is that picture in your right-hand box there. They had a little road rage incident. So the suspect and this father had exchanged some hand gestures, and that's when the suspect started to follow his pickup truck, and that's where he then had fired several shots into their truck. That teen, who is his son, was shot in the head. You just heard from him that they are going to be using his organs to donate them to other families and other people in need. So once again, a very sad story coming to us from Houston.
He was worried about global warming. He was worried about the environment. He was worried about gun violence. And he wanted to do something with his life that would make the world better. So yeah, I went home for the first time yesterday, and I saw my notes. We had a meeting with the college counselor, and she was going over options that she thought were available for him. So seeing that today, again, as I went to go grab a cup of coffee, and knowing that like all those college letters are going to be coming, it's too much to bear, honestly. But my son David, the reason I'm asking for acts of kindness, and here, like I've had some parents reach out to me and they said, like these little vignettes, right? He was a kid who, if he saw some kid sitting by himself at lunch, he'd go sit with him. He was a huge band guy. He loved drums. He loved percussion. He was always focused on his little group, and he knew that was a safe place for like the misfit toys, right? So he was going to be a section leader, and it meant so much. Mr. S had his band director had just left to go to another job, and he was heartbroken, but he realized I have to step up, because if he's gone, I got to help the percussion teacher who's just out of college. I have to be that person. And he decided he was going to step up and lead. And so when I say that there's a David-shaped hole in the world right now that other people are going to have to fill up, his friends, his family, me, my job, he was a better person than I am, because I have anger, I have issues. He didn't. He was a person who, of all the people in the entire world, did not deserve this. And that's why I'm asking for people. If you're sitting across from the guy who is the killer, and you think, I could think he did that, like that sounds like the person that he killed did not deserve this. There's so many times where people are like, oh, and what's happening right now, and I'm afraid, like I keep hearing like, oh, I heard you exchange hand gestures. So let's just imagine that for a second. If I exchange hand gestures with you, does that require you to execute the person sitting next to me, my child? Like, is there any world that we live in where an exchange of hand gestures excuses the execution of another human being? And if the answer to that question is no, then I don't care what your relationship is to that person. That person is dangerous to the community and needs to be arrested. And as a matter of fact, because I want to get this straight, the hand gesture I exchanged, which I originally reported to police and was reported from that conversation, was when all these lanes were merging, I'd already let one person from his lane in. I'd let two people from the left in. And I was thinking, there's all these people behind me who were like, come on, let's go. And I was like, I gotta go. So I moved forward, and this guy, he was so close to me, he was like almost chipping the paint on my truck. And I kept moving forward. He screams up, and that's when he leaned out. And all I said is, I've already let 3 people in. That's my hand gesture. So that hand gesture got my son executed. And that's not fair. And I'm asking for the city of Houston, if you think that your dash cam might have caught an image of that vehicle, if you think that the person that you hang out with sometime, but you're like, man, that guy's crazy, I can't hang out with him. That guy killed my son, and I'm asking for your help in bringing him to justice. And I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at what he did. I don't know who he is. I don't know enough but I know he killed my son. And I'm not looking for blood justice. I'm looking for justice. And I'm asking the city of Houston to come together and to identify this. But if you can't do that, I'm asking for a random act of kindness in service of my son's memory, because everyone's reaching out. What can I do? Thoughts and prayers. Yes, I'm asking for thoughts and prayers. I'm asking for action. As a man of faith, I'm a believer in acts as much as faith. And the act I'm asking you to do is to love your neighbor. And for that, if you do that, then you're honoring my son. And if you share that with me on social media, I'll respond, because I appreciate that. That's the thing that I'm asking for. And I just want to say I thank the city of Houston. I cannot thank enough Detective Brown, Detective Condon, for doing the work on behalf of HPD. It was misreported. The HPD had misreported something. I'm the person who did that. I put that on social media, and I subtweeted the HPD tweet. They did not screw that up. I screwed that up because when I found out they weren't operating on my son because the damage was so extensive from that damn bullet that they put in his head, I said, my son is dead. This is now a homicide. And that's why it was reported. That had nothing to do with HPD. HPD's been nothing but professional. I'm so thankful they're working around the clock and they're turning over every rock.
Mr. Castro, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, a very sad story, and you heard the emotion coming from his father there, who was inside of that car driving with his son in the passenger seat when this incident took place. We do have that picture of that car up. Police say that the suspect vehicle is to be this white Buick. It's a four-door sedan, and again, there's a sunroof. It was being driven by a black male suspect, so they are now asking for the public's help to try to identify this vehicle. I'm going to send our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. We'll have more news stories coming our way when you return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking another look here at the Dow for you as we continue to see it staying constant over 400 points here in the green. Of course, it will be something we'll continue to pop in and look at here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to head out to a press conference that is taking place out of Minneapolis. We do have authorities and representatives speaking. This is in the case of a Minneapolis police squad car that was pursuing an armed robbery suspect, but then that squad car did strike an uninvolved vehicle, which did kill the driver. That driver was Lanil Fraser. And let's listen in to exactly what they have to say here in Minneapolis.
Is here as well, as are a number of other leaders from our community that you will hear from. Among the members of Mr. Fraser's family that are here today are his mother, Jacqueline Jackson, his sister, Cheryl Fraser, his brothers, Orlando and Anthony Fraser. You're also going to hear from his daughter, Jamie Bradford, and his daughter, Lanisha Fraser. Is Kidale Smith and Shatana Cooper, the brother and sister of Winston Smith, who was likewise unlawfully killed by over-aggressive
Looks like we're having a little trouble bringing that to you here on Live Now, but the event is still going on. Let's jump into it live here for you, again on Live Now from Fox.
Minneapolis. Yet what we saw in this situation was the officers' reckless disregard for departmental policy and putting people in the black community, a lower income black community, at risk. We know that this would not have happened in Southwest Minneapolis, but we are constantly being subjected to being underserved when people have to call 911, and when officers do show up, they treat us as if we are less than human. There have been far too many casualties at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department. Just last October, there were 3 young black boys driving in a car, and the police started a high-speed chase against them. And those 3 boys wound up dead. There was no widespread outcry. We didn't see elected officials step up and condemn the actions of the Minneapolis Police Department. They tried to justify the killing of those black boys who did not get an opportunity to tell their story. And before that, in 2013, when the police recklessly and violently executed Terrence Franklin in the basement of his South Minneapolis home, long after that private execution happened, what we saw was a Minneapolis police officer speeding to the scene unnecessarily and killing someone on a motorcycle. Once again, no accountability, no public outcry, no statements from elected officials condemning this behavior. Silence is being used as a weapon against our community when those in positions of power refuse to use their voices to hold police officers accountable. We are demanding that Brian Cummings be fired immediately. We are demanding that Governor Walz appoint Attorney General Keith Ellison to take over this case and to look into the facts of this case, as well as prosecute Brian Cummings for what he did. We are also calling on the media to remember that black people are human. What we saw in the news story regarding the death and the killing of Linnell Frazier was some news outlets that focused on the fact that the K9 in the officer's car was safe. Who gives a damn when a black life has been needlessly lost at the hands of those who are supposed to protect and serve? See our humanity. See our cries for justice. So we would ask the general public to not just disregard and dismiss this situation, but have some empathy, have some compassion for this family. Demand change, demand accountability, demand justice. Thank you. With that, I'm going to call up Mel Reeves, who is a longtime activist who worked on the case involving Terrence Franklin, as well as many other killings at the hands of police.
So we're here at another sad occasion, and as I keep hearing people in the community say, it's too much. It really is too much. It's trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma, tragedy on top of tragedy, and we wind up standing looking in the cameras, and folks are taking notes, and then every time we turn around, somebody tries to say that, well, things have changed. Well, if things have changed, we wouldn't be standing here right now, right? And when things change, they actually change. I think we've confused talking about change, talking about wanting to do right, talking, empathizing or sympathizing on some level with real change. We need real change in this city. The Minneapolis Police Department is accountable to nobody. If they were, again, we would not be here. So one of the things we're demanding is that the officer involved be charged just like any one of us. If we were driving recklessly and killed somebody, we would be charged with vehicular homicide. I think, is that right, Jeff? And that's what that officer should be charged with, right? We can't bring our brother back, but we sure as heck can get a measure of justice for them, right? And that's what we're here for. We're demanding justice in this case. We demand that he be charged to the fullest extent of the law, just like we would. And we're also demanding that the city of Minneapolis, the city council, the mayor, actually do things to bring the cops into accountability. They're not being accountable. And we're here and people say, well, it's not a black issue. As Jeff pointed out, it is a black issue. It is a brown issue. As Nikema pointed out, the police have killed lots of folks in these chases. She left out the Latin man who was killed over in North Minneapolis because somebody said somebody was sitting in the car dealing some drugs or something. So he took off. The cops started chasing him. He took off and ran into this man and killed him. He had nothing to do with it, right? We've had a situation where even the state patrol chased somebody onto a park. Y'all remember that? And the kicker is, they don't do this in Minnetonka. They don't do this in Edina. Now tell me if I'm wrong here, right? They don't do this in Plymouth. And people say, well, it's not it is an issue. I was standing on my porch 2 weeks ago when the cops were chasing a robbery suspect all the way from St. Paul. Some of y'all remember this. They drove recklessly all over North Minneapolis. I mean, flying through stop signs. It was fortunate nobody got killed in that instance. But we see it all the time. And why is it? It's not because we're crying race all the time. It's because race is an issue. They don't do this in other neighborhoods, right? So if they don't do it in other neighborhoods, you have to ask yourself the question, why do they do it in our neighborhood, right? Why do cops run reckless in our neighborhood? Because our neighborhood is not respected. In 2021, black Americans, African Americans are still treated like second-class citizens. How else do we explain this? And we demand to be treated as human beings in this society, as first-class human beings. And we demand that it happens in Minneapolis. We're going to keep protesting until something changes. And the mayor should stop giving half-hearted condolences. Either he's sorry that Brother Lenil Frazier is dead or he's not. And to Nakima's point,
I just want to give some of our viewers a heads up. We are going to be going into a quick 2-minute break as we continue to listen in to this press conference taking place live in Minneapolis.
If I hurt somebody, the first thing I would say is, I'm so sorry. I would come to the family and hug them and ask for forgiveness. They never do that. But yet we always are trying to uphold these people. Right? They don't act like, you wonder why we're upset at the police, because they don't act like human beings. They never show any empathy when they do something wrong. It's bad enough that they behave the way they do, but we never can get an apology. Do you all know that this mother has not seen her son? What do they do that kind of thing? She's not seen her son. So not only they kill us, but then they heap insult on top of insult. And we've had enough. So to wrap up, we demand that this cop be prosecuted and in the meantime be fired. Don't put on a mean leave, because supposedly the policy, and the mayor got up and made a nice speech about it, and so did Chief Arredondo, that the policy dictating the behavior of Minneapolis police is that the sanctity of life. The sanctity of life is the guiding principle supposedly for their actions. Well, I don't see that being played out, right? If the sanctity of life was important, Brother Lenil Frazier would still be here, because the cop wouldn't have run that intersection. So either we are full citizens or we're not. And if we're not, they should tell us. Then at least we know what we're up against, right? If the sanctity of life only applies for certain citizens, then the mayor and them should tell us, right? But if it's going to be about the sanctity, that principle, the sanctity of life, then we need to uphold it. We're tired of coming and having press conferences. We're tired of losing our members because we're not respected like everybody else. Thank you.
This is worse than a Holocaust on the black people.
Thank you, Mel. Next, we'll hear from Angela Rose Morales, who is the president of the Minneapolis NAACP.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angela Rose Myers, and I'm the president of the Minneapolis NAACP. And I stand here today as a policy advocate, but we've seen now that even when organizers and advocates push for policy change, push for the Minneapolis Police Department to change in the laws, in the policies, there needs to be some enforcement so that people can actually survive these encounters. Policy and changing the policy isn't the end if you don't enforce it. It doesn't matter if you've changed anything in words when people's practices do not change. The essence of sanctity of life does not mean, oh, whenever I feel like the life matters, then I'll go do what I want to do. And when I feel like it doesn't matter, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. No. Life matters in every single instance, in every single case, with every single body.
That's right.
I don't understand why every time we are out here, every time we are in the streets, they say, well, our hands are tied. When you keep on killing us, when you keep on giving excuses as to why we are dying, I do not understand why your hands apartheid. To the Frazier family, what had happened should never have happened to your family, to anybody. And the fact that the police department has yet to allow you to see the body, to fully grieve and mourn the death of your loved one, is a continued injustice. I'm here to stand with you. Whatever you all need, I am here for you. And I'm here to also say that the trauma inflicted upon all of our families is unbearable. And it doesn't end with just calling for change, to policy change. It needs to be actual change to the point where people stop dying. And whatever we can do to make sure we get to that point, I'm here, and I'm here with you.
Next, we have Mohammed Ibrahim from Care, Minnesota.
I want to say condolences to the Frazier family. And honestly, we failed you. The city failed you. The state failed you. And in the past, how many years we've been here trying to prevent failure from happening, right? Us standing here demanding to stop injustice, us standing here demanding that something ought to be done for the Frazier family is failure. The system, as we know, has not been working for black and brown and indigenous people in the state of Minnesota for as long as we all can remember. And yet we do not have the courage or the audacity to say this is not okay and this is not enough and we have to change this. We have been pushing for policy. We have been pushing for policy to change. We've been pushing for legislature to change. And yet here we are again saying we demand justice. And police violence is not gun violence only. These high-speed chases are also a different form of violence. How could we have police officers that do not turn on their sirens, speeding down our neighborhoods, killing somebody, and yet here we are days later not having somebody held accountable? We demand for Brian Cummings to be fired right away, and we also demand, and we also know that county prosecutors have a hard time charging police officers. We see that in the case of Winston Smith. We see that in the case of Dante Wright. And now here we are again with Mike Freeman having a hard time charging a police officer. So this is why we are demanding for Governor Walz to step in and appoint Keith Ellison to bring forth charges against Brian Cummings.
All right, so once again, we've been listening in to community members speaking out here in Minneapolis, but I just want to reiterate the story that this is all surrounding around. We're taking a look at some of that video from this incident that took place on early Tuesday morning. Minneapolis police squad car was pursuing an armed robbery suspect, and it then hit an uninvolved vehicle, which did kill the driver. Now, according to Minneapolis Police Department, it happened around 12:30 in the morning. Officers were searching for an armed robbery suspect, and that's when officers saw the suspect's car, and they were pursuing it and traveling along when the squad car then struck a car traveling in a different direction right in the middle of an intersection. The squad car went into another lane, struck another car, and both the officer and driver in the westbound car were taken to the ambulance. And the officer did suffer from some serious but non-life-threatening injuries, while the driver of that car, who was not involved in the pursuit, was just driving along in the middle of that morning, had been identified as 40-year-old Laniel Frazier, and he did die from his injuries. And the other driver, who was in another vehicle, was uninjured. So the victim's daughter is saying that her father was headed home to his girlfriend's house and saying that I didn't expect it to be my father. I'm really grieving because all these police are out there. They're not watching what they're doing. They need to watch not only what they're doing, innocent people out there being hurt. So a community is grieving again for that loss of that 40-year-old. We'll have more stories coming your way here on Live Now from Fox after we go into a quick 2-minute break. Going to be switching gears, giving you a little update on Tropical Storm Elsa, plus celebrations are happening. I'm not talking about here in Phoenix after the Suns beat the Bucks last night, but also down in Tampa. They're still celebrating that Stanley Cup win. We'll have more as they get prepared for their boat parade on Monday. It's all going to be coming up here in just a 2-minute break. This is a live look at our radar as that tropical storm Elsa continues to make its way along the East Coast. And there's been stories of flooding that have been happening all up along that coast as heavy rain has continued to downpour on portions of these states along the East Coast. Now, Tropical Storm Elsa had brought some rainfall totals 2 to 4 inches. Earlier, when it was down in Florida just a few days ago, it was even bringing up to 10 inches of accumulated rain. So once again, this storm has been leaving a path of destruction as there was one person who died down in Jacksonville, Florida after a tree fell and it struck 2 cars. There was also that EF2 tornado that had flipped over multiple RVs. It even threw an overturned vehicle about 200 feet into the lake. That was out of Camden County, Georgia. And that tornado that went through the campground for active duty service members and military retirees, that did injure 9 people. Now, 8 of those 9 people had been taken to the hospital, but a lot of community is still dealing with the aftermath of Tropical Storm Elsa. You can see it's still making its way. It looks like Portland is getting hit hard with rain. So if we do get some live pictures coming in here to our desk of some of those areas that are getting hit with rain and flooding, of course, we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. But let's switch gears here since Tampa Bay not only lucked out, they didn't have too much damage after Elsa had moved through, but they have also had good luck with their hockey team, the Lightning winning for a 2nd year in a row the Stanley Cup. That means they're going to be doing some celebrating. Coming up on Monday, they are going to be hosting a boat parade. So let's go in and listen to that press conference as officials talk about the safety
Ruben
surrounding
Delgado, one
that
of the
parade.
assistant chiefs here, and I just wanted to take a few minutes to give you some details on the upcoming parade that we will be having here. for the third year, or third time in a year, right? This city's had the awesome job of planning a boat parade where the city has now become known for doing these parades for our championship teams. And for this one, it's for our back-to-back Tampa Bay Lightning champions. And we can give all the thanks to Jeff Vinnick and his team. And there's no way that we would do a parade like this without him or his family or his entire team here to celebrate this great time with us. So, like all the other big cities that you used to see when we were in Tampa, they'd all have ticker tape parades during the week. They'd have these big parades. Well, we're now that city, right? Tampa is become the sports city. We've had the most championships here in the last year, 2 years. So we are the big city doing the big parades. So I got a feeling that we're going to be doing a lot more of these here in the next future by the looks of our teams. So the weekday parades are something that we're going to embrace. We like it. Starting early gives us a chance to really enjoy our weather. We all know the afternoon thunderstorms roll in, so by getting this done, there's a big parade plan. I'll go over some of the details, as well as a party at Julian B. Lane Park. So we're excited to do it, and I just want to go over a few of the details with you. If you guys remember the route that we did for the Lightning last year, the route will stay the same. So we will start off by Davis Island area. The flotilla will then start. The parade will start there, go north through the channel, right, passing the convention center area, passing Curtis Hickson, up through Armature Works, where we will unload the players just north of Armature Works, right? And then we'll have the event that will get bussed in, and they'll go to Julian B. Lane Park, where the Lightning have planned a tremendous event right here at this park to enjoy the Stanley Cup and to see the players embrace the crowd and everybody that's here. So we do ask that when we do go north on the river to unload the boats, that we just keep it to the parade participants themselves. It's a tight area there that we got to get them in and out of the boat safely and be able to get them here to this park in time so the rest of the community can enjoy the parties. If you're coming downtown to view the parade, there's obviously plenty places you can watch it from on the river. There's a huge, gorgeous river walk that we all know. You can stay at the Curtis Hickson Park, Armature Works, the Tampa Convention Center is going to have area. So there's plenty of places to watch a parade safely on land. Of course, if you're on the island, Davis Island or Harbor Island, you can view it from the channel as well. A couple places I want to talk about where we won't allow pedestrians just for some safety issues is on all of the bridges. All the bridges that cross Hillsborough River, we are going to keep pedestrians from, just like we did last year, we won't allow pedestrians to watch the parade from there, only because we're probably going to have some boats that we need to raise the bridges for, and we cannot have pedestrians on there, which would also mean there's going to be temporary road closures there as well. When we have to open the bridge to let the boats through, the traffic will be temporarily stopped on those bridges. So a couple road closures to go over real quick, and again, we're planning this as we're going. There's still meetings going on right now, but as of right now, Doyle Carlton's going to be closed, along with Laurel and Green Street from Boulevard. Laurel and Green will be closed from North Boulevard to Laurel Street. And then obviously boaters are welcome to be in the water to enjoy the parade. You guys can see the best views probably from the Tampa General Hospital area right there in the basin by the TCC. However, that if you are in the water, we do ask that there's going to be multiple law enforcement vessels in the water keeping the parade safe, keeping the citizens safe. We ask you for your cooperation and keeping a safe boundary from the actual parade itself. That way we can have a safe event and everybody can enjoy the event. They can get off the boats and come to DMB Lane Park for the party that's over here. So standing behind me is just a sample of some of the law enforcement partners and public safety partners that we do. Every big event in here in Tampa, we can't do it by ourselves. Obviously our partners standing behind us are a big part of that. So Tampa Fire Rescue obviously is hand in hand with us day in and day out. The City of Tampa Mobility as well. These big events, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Chronister and his team are always there by us, and all these events from Super Bowl to the Pope Parades, and including this one. HART is also a big part of our plan when it comes to transporting people to and from downtown area, right, getting them here safely, as well as FWC and the U.S. Coast Guard will also have some assets in the water to help us out. So with that, I want to turn it over real quick to Chief Barbara Tripp with the Tampa Fire Department just to go over some tips from her end. Chief?
Okay, thank you, Chief. Chief Barbara Tripp with Tampa Fire Rescue. Just a couple of warnings I would like to put out to the public while we try to celebrate. the winning of the Stanley Cup. We want to make sure everyone stay hydrated. Even though it's going to be early in the morning, we know the humidity here, and actually we want everyone to take precautions as far as the heat. We will have EMS units out here to assist throughout the parade route and on the Riverwalk, so if you need any assistance, make sure you contact us, as well as our Marine Division. We will have our Marine Division out on the water to provide that extra safety. So we want everyone to have a good time, celebrate, but we also want you to think wisely and think about your health, okay?
Major David Arthur, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. On behalf of Sheriff Chad Chronister and the close to 4,000 men and women of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, congratulations, job well done. We're excited to invite everyone to come out and celebrate with us on Monday, but we ask we do it responsibly. If you're going to be operating a boat or watercraft, please refrain from consuming alcohol. If you do, please have a designated driver on board with you. And also make sure you have all the proper safety equipment, including vests, life jackets for all your passengers. It's going to be hot. There's going to be a lot of people out here. We're expecting the crowd into thousands, so please pack some patience as well. We're going to have marine assets out here, helicopters, motorcycles, boats, as you can see, so it's going to take a lot of patience from everybody. And one final thing, if you see something, say something. Tampa Police, thanks again for the invite to come out here and secure this venue with you. But you guys, the public, you're our best public safety partner, so thank you very much.
Afternoon, Vic B-Day, Mobility Department. So we do expect a lot of traffic. We'll have a lot of our community down here. That's what happens when you win 2 championships, so that's a good problem to have. We are opening all of our parking facilities and lots. They will be available, but it is a weekday, and so capacity will be limited. If you plan to view the parade from the downtown core, south of 275, your best bet is to park in Ybor City or the port garages and take the streetcar. The streetcar is free, runs every 15 minutes, and you'll get off at either stations 10 or 11 to access the parade. Again, do expect some traffic. We will be opening and operating the bridges as needed, but traffic will be unavoidable. So come early, park in a good place, know where you're parked, and enjoy the parade. Thank you.
Thanks, Vic. And just real quick, just a couple things before we wrap it up. It's been said a couple times, but just like we do in all events here than we do in Tampa, either the parade or Gasparilla or the Super Bowl events, if you're planning on coming down, have a plan in place. Right? Try to get here early, like you heard, and we fully expect this to be a big crowd. We expect the citizens to come out and really enjoy the back-to-back Stanley Cup championship. So there's going to be people, there's going to be crowds here. So try to plan to get here early. Try to have an idea of where to park. If you're bringing small children, take a picture of them when you get here or right when you leave the house so we have a picture of what they're wearing. So in the event that you guys get temporarily separated because of the crowd, there's plenty of law enforcement officers that are going to be here on foot, right, in the water, on bikes, up in the air. We'll be able to locate the kid a lot quicker and get them to you in a short amount of time. And then when you park, if you're not real familiar with parking lots in downtown area or the surrounding areas, just take a picture of the cross streets area. So if you get some confusion, you can stop any law enforcement officer here. We'll be happy to help you get to your car a lot quicker, save you from a few hours of walking around aimlessly. And then just like Major Arthur said, if you guys see something, please say something. There's plenty of officers out here, but we truly do rely on citizens of this city to keep it safe. So if you see something that's not right, you see something out of place, please notify a local law enforcement officer that you see so we can address it properly and keep everything safe. So with that, I think we'll open it up to any questions you have for anybody up here. So, I mean, it's like large crowds are just, they're concerns for us in general. But like you said, we have a good partnership with all of the local law enforcement agencies. So when we get crowds like this, it's a matter of us picking up the phone, and we get plenty of assets here to ensure that exact thing, that the events go off safe and that the people come here to truly enjoy the event and not have to worry about anything else.
How difficult was it to keep other folks away from the Long game, folks getting too close to the Tom Brady's boat?
Yeah, everybody wants to be on Tom Brady's boat. Yeah. Oh, it's a, and that's why we asked just to please cooperate with we know people are going to get excited. We know they want to get close to the players. There's plenty of opportunities to view them safely from a distance. You just got to remember there a lot of people are going to be down here to see it. There's plenty of room in the water for the boats, but we just ask that you please just stay. There'll be numerous law enforcement vessels up and down the river to try to keep them aside, but we do ask that the boaters boat responsibly, right, and keep a safe distance from the actual parade route itself. Plenty. We'll have enough. We don't talk specific numbers. It's just like any other event. We sit down and we plan it with other agencies on the need, on the space and the distance of what we have, and we ensure that we have adequate coverage, both air, land, sea, to make sure it's a safe event.
This may seem silly, but the players are thinking about it.
I knew it. Yeah. So that's we actually we had a conversation about that itself. So so we do have the dive team on the boats. They're part of our marine package. They're on every boat that's going to be in the water. If for some reason something happens and we got to go in the water, then we'll be the first ones down there. A lot of things. So just like we do when we have the guys on the bicycles patrolling around looking for things out of place, they're going to be concerned with boaters not acting responsibly or not listening to the rules. So they have their own guidelines on the water. Like David Arthur said, we want to make sure that they're responsible. There's no excessive drinking on the boats, and people have their proper equipment with them. So they'll have their hands full, but they're up for the challenge. Yeah, so it's in the city. So the city of Tampa is a point, but like every other event, we can't do this just with our 1,000 men and women that we have working for us. So just like Super Bowl, just like the other parades, we have an operational center where everybody's in the same room together, talking through what's going on, and then the right decisions coming out. Jamal, is this yours?
So once again, a lot of people down in Tampa excited for the boat parade. Again, that's going to take place on Monday. I'm going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. We'll have more news stories coming your way, including we do have an update from family members and police out of Plymouth, Minnesota, after there was that fatal shooting on Highway 169. Plymouth is just right outside of the Minneapolis area. And then we do also have out in the California area, someone who's running for governor. Caitlyn Jenner had a press conference earlier this morning. We'll be playing that out. Some of the issues talked about was not only the recall of Governor Gavin Newsom, but also the homeless crisis out in California, which we do have a piece from Fox 11 that will also play out for you on that as well. So a lot more news coming your way here after a quick 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. And we do want to say thanks to all of our viewers who are watching across the country, even around the world. We do appreciate everyone tuning in here with us as we continue to bring you stories and news press conferences from all across the U.S., sometimes even worldwide, right here for you. We've been updating you on a number of incidents that have been taking place this week. Earlier this week, we did have out of Plymouth, Minnesota, unfortunately, a baseball coach had gotten shot and killed while he was driving on Highway 169, and this was near Rockford Road, for those of you who are familiar with the area. I shared this before. That's an area where I actually grew up. I'm from Minnesota. My family's home is right off of that intersection, and we heard from police earlier in the week, right after this incident took place, and I can attest to it too. They said, you know, this is very unusual for this area. You know, we don't usually see this type of violence and crime in Plymouth, so they have been very hurt by it, especially the family. That baseball coach was driving home with his son on the way home from practice when this incident did take place. Both cars were headed in the same direction. They believe there was an altercation between the two of them, some road rage that could possibly have happened when the other vehicle then decided to take action with a gun. And unfortunately, again, that coach did lose his life. He had crashed then his car. So we did have the family members of that coach speaking out here today, along with Plymouth Police. They're also giving us an update as to where they are in the search for this suspect's vehicle and that suspect to bring him into custody, him or her. So what we're going to do is play out this press conference that is taking place right now in Plymouth, but I'm going to start it from the beginning so that we can hear from those family members.
Done so with such a compassion and an understanding to our family that again, Eric, Mike, thank you guys so much. I would also like to thank the resources in Hennepin County that are involved in Jay's case, the Highway Patrol who was on the scene and helped, first responders on the scene that helped Jay. There was a few bystanders. We wanted to thank them. They were there and provided help as well. So thank you to those. The Hennepin County Hospital, the North Memorial, hospital that helped Jay when he arrived. Again, thank you to North Memorial. I apologize. A big thanks to the communities of Plymouth, New Hope, and Crystal. The outpouring of support has been phenomenal, which goes to show you the type of person Jay was. It's been a really source of strength for the family at this very difficult time. So again, a sincere thank you. I think what the family needs right now, first and foremost, is your prayers. We ask for those. Privacy, we could use that. We need some time to begin the healing process. Time to heal, time to recover. And space. We could use the space to breathe. That's hard to do right now as well. Jay Boughton was coming home from coaching his son's baseball game on Tuesday night. And he was shot. He was murdered, executed, for doing something most of us do every day, taking your child to an athletic event, a sporting event. So in that sense, we've all been there. And in a sense, we are all Jay, right? We do these things every day. Jay was a great man. This is the world we live in, people. Is this the world we want to pass to our children? Is it? Is it? I'm done. Eric, pick up.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Well, I just want to take just a quick moment to provide just a couple updates from the police department side on the work being done by our detectives to locate the person responsible for Tuesday's shooting, and also make a request for help from all of you. Our detectives have been working extremely hard Hard to determine a timeline of the events leading up to the shooting that occurred at Highway 169 Rockford Road last Tuesday night. We believe through our investigation that prior to the shooting, the suspect was driving westbound on I-694 from the area of Snelling Avenue in the city of Arden Hills. Evidence shows that the driver likely drove west on I-694 and exited at Highway 169 and traveled south, where moments later this tragedy occurred on Tuesday night. I know that many drivers, many of us have personal dashboard cameras in their vehicles. Many commercial trucking companies utilize them as just a part of their routine business operations. And I want to ask anyone or any businesses that may have a dash camera installed in their vehicle, and that they may have been in the area of I-694 or Highway 169 on Tuesday night between 9:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. To take a few minutes to review that footage, and hopefully you may find something that could help us with this investigation. Directly after this press conference, we will be releasing a series of short video clips that will more accurately depict the suspect vehicle and their driving conduct along this route that we have identified, as well as the map that's on my left here. This will give the viewers, or all of you, a better idea of exactly when we think the suspect vehicle was at any given time. And you can see some times, some timestamp locations on that map, so that we know exactly when that suspect vehicle was in a specific location, the moments leading up to and after this incident. Lastly, our department has partnered with Crime Stoppers of Minnesota to offer a reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of this suspect or suspects. Anyone with information about the incident is encouraged to contact them I'll give you a phone number and an email address, 1-800-222-8477. Tips can also be submitted at crimestoppersmn.org. I apologize, it's a website, not an email address. Any contact that people have with Crime Stoppers is anonymous. Second to note, since Tuesday we've been distributing a phone number for Captain Michael Reed of our police department. That will continue to be monitored, so feel free to continue to use that phone number too if that's what you have. We'll take tips any way we can get them, any kind of method of getting information. In closing, I just want to ask that we all continue to respect the privacy of the Boughton family and all their friends and loved ones while they continue to work through this tragic loss of Jay. I don't have any words to express the heartbreak that we're all feeling for them at this time. And I just want to reiterate the ask that we don't reach out to them at any time for the time being, and just respect their privacy. That's all I have for right now. I don't have a lot more information in terms of status of the case investigation, but I can certainly take any questions that you guys may have.
Chief, could you talk about just how labor-intensive this has been for your detectives, and how difficult this has been trying to get those images and find this person?
It's a very arduous task. What you see on TV does not happen. I wish it did. I wish we were like a television show where you can just enter some locations in a map and everything pops up and it's nice. But we're literally receiving large files of video clips, and at times, because Tuesday night was so rainy, the camera lenses are full of rain droplets. As you've seen from many of the pictures that we've been able to push out there, they're not very good quality. So while reviewing video, I mean, at times you're clicking one frame at a time. So it's a painstakingly long process to try to gather the video that we have to this point. And they're continuing to do that as we speak. But the importance of getting out what we have now, we feel is critically important, and that's why we're putting out what we have at this point.
Yeah. Point to the videos and then the pieces of material at the collision scene tell you about a description of the suspect vehicle.
We still believe that the suspect vehicle is a light-colored full-size SUV, and we will say we believe it's either a Ford Expedition, a later model like a 2018 model year or similar to that, or a Chevrolet Tahoe or Suburban. We don't have, with the you have seen most of the clips. You understand what we're working with. Our detectives are still meeting with mechanics and experts, motor vehicle experts, to really try to narrow that down. But at this point, we do believe it's likely either a Ford Expedition, light in color, either white or silver, or a Chevrolet Tahoe or Suburban, that size big SUV.
Can you even make out whether the suspect is male or female?
We can't at this time.
Do you think multiple people were in this vehicle?
At this point, we don't know. And anything additional to that, I guess I can't really speak to it.
Chief, could you talk about where in the video that you've watched and on that map there, where their paths crossed for the first time?
We don't have a precise location, but we do believe that this was a very short event in which these two vehicles crossed paths. I don't think, we have no reason to believe that they were following each other or driving next to each other for even more than a few seconds, which in my opinion, in my humble opinion, it makes this even more senseless in my mind.
Go ahead.
Chief, you've been able to track the path leading up to the incident. I imagine you're working on now getting the path after that where this vehicle.
Correct. We're going both ways, really. I mean, we're working from the middle out, basically, to follow where the vehicle came from and also follow where the vehicle went. So we're really, for this specific part of it that we're talking about, there is a ton of evidence that their detectives are searching through, and this is the piece that we feel is relevant to put out to the public and help us. But this is really solely the traffic management cameras with the assistance of the state of Minnesota that we're working through this piece. And like I said, it's painstaking, but we'll continue to piece that out as best we can until there are no cameras left to look at.
Do you know where the Fountain vehicle started its travels?
We do, but we are not sharing that at this time. All right.
How have you been doing personally? The first press conference, you had a pretty hard time.
Absolutely. I'm doing fine. As best as I guess could be expected. I'll tell you, I don't have much sleep these days. So besides that, my main job is to make sure the folks that work for me are doing okay and they have everything they need. And our detectives and all our staff and our patrol officers and our special investigations unit staff, they are working tirelessly around the clock right now, following up on every single lead that we're getting, on every single tip. They're the ones that I worry about, and we're doing okay right now. We're just going to continue to check in on them. So this is very important work, and it needs to get done.
Chief, any more clarity on the term you've used, the traffic-related altercation? Mm-hmm. Anything that you've seen from the video that helps provide more details about what that means?
I can clear, as best I can clarify, the word road rage has been sent out or has been used in the media. I don't believe I've used that word. I wouldn't classify this as any sort of road rage incident. Jay and his son were simply driving south on 169 coming home from a baseball game. And this suspect vehicle, from best that we can tell, came up beside them quickly. And there was some sort of, when I say traffic altercation, lane changing use, something very minor. This wasn't a back and forth, and it escalated quickly, and we don't know why right now. I don't think this was not a mutual kind of road rage or altercation between two drivers. It was simply a senseless act by someone that we will find.
Chief, with the reward being offered, you usually find maybe a greater deal of success when something like that happens?
I have to be perfectly honest. In my time here at Plymouth Police Department, I don't recall a time that we've had a case like this where we've had to offer a reward. I would say that I trust that people will do the right thing and not be bonused by money. And I also trust that in this day and age, I think the bigger worry is that people want to help, but they want to be anonymous. And That's a big benefit with using Crime Stoppers or partnering with them. That if you reach out to Crime Stoppers with any sort of tip, it's completely anonymous. You can email them, you can send them, you can access their website, and there's no trace back to you. We just want the information.
Chief, are there other resources you're looking at for investigative help at this point?
We are taking an all hands on deck approach with this. I have spoken with just about every agency in the metro area and the state. There are federal agencies that have offered assistance, and we're not too proud to beg. This is not something where we feel like we have to do it all. So we've had a lot of support from Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from the State Patrol, from BINDOT, and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. We've been in contact with them from the very beginning, just for that guidance. As I've mentioned before, this sort of incident doesn't happen every day in Plymouth, and we have some of the most talented investigators and officers that I've ever had the privilege to work with in 20 years of law enforcement, but we'd be foolish not to take that advice and use all the help that we can get during the course of this investigation. All right, with that, thank you all for coming.
Once again, that sad update coming to us from Plymouth, family members speaking out, asking for just some time for them to process this and heal. And again, it was a local baseball coach, a 56-year-old, who is the victim who had been shot while he was driving himself and his son home from practice. So a reward is being offered. Again, $1,000 is being offered for information that can help lead to an arrest. And just want to once again show you the video of the car that they are interested in. It is believed to be a light-colored SUV, possibly a Tahoe, possibly a Ford Expedition. They aren't sure exactly on the car type, but they do ask for the public's assistance if you know of anything around this case. We're going to go out into a quick 2-minute commercial break and then have more news stories coming to you here on Live Now from Fox after we return. So once again, going to take you out to a quick 2-minute break. More to come after that. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue giving you stories happening across our country. First, I want to head out to our Fox 11 LA team as they talk about the homeless crisis that has been hitting California hard. Earlier this morning, there was a big cleanup effort on Venice Beach, but it continues to be a problem that they combat day in and day out. And after we go into that, then we'll go out to Caitlyn Jenner, who was also speaking not only on that issue, but also the recall of Governor Gavin Newsom. And so we'll have it all coming up right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, first can head out to that special piece from our Fox 11 team out in LA on the homeless crisis.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We begin with that alarming study about cell phones and cancer. A researcher from the University of California at UC Berkeley says using a cell phone for 17 minutes per day.
And apologies, started playing the wrong package there for you. Once again, going to go out to Fox 11 LA for that homeless crisis piece they did.
And now part of that infrastructure push today came from the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge.
I also talked with her about that, but we also discussed California's homeless crisis. Of course, she is the top official in the entire federal government dealing with homelessness, and we talked about the crisis situation here.
What more can be done from a federal perspective on the issue of homelessness? Because so many people are so frustrated right now looking outside their door.
There are a few things that are going to have to happen. We are going to be pulling together the Interagency Council over the next week or so. The President's Rescue Plan put in place $10 billion to address homelessness or those at risk of being homeless. $5 billion for vouchers and another $5 billion to create and or build new structures to get people out off the streets and out of congregate care. So what we are seeing is that people have to understand you just can't go up to a homeless person and say, I've got some place for you to go. A lot of it is cultural. We are seeing more and more families that are homeless. We are seeing more people who have mental illness that are homeless. And so we have to address it in a way that most people don't think that we do. We have to put the wraparound services there.
Complex issue. So GOP California gubernatorial candidate Kevin Faulconer released a plan to address homelessness, a proposal he modeled after actions he took to curb homelessness in San Diego when he was mayor there.
Yeah, it's one of the key parts of his run for California governor. Mayor Faulconer, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be back with you.
All right. So what is your plan, and what do you make of the federal government plan you just heard from Secretary Fudge?
Well, my plan is based upon the model that worked in San Diego. I did not allow, as mayor, 10 encampments on our sidewalks and streets because we care about people. And I firmly believe that if you allow that to happen, people are going to die on your streets. And we're better than that as Californians. We were the only big city in California where we actually reduced homelessness by double digits. So I'm taking that exact same approach, which is taking folks from the streets to shelters, making a difference. And as I said, making sure it's not about money, because you can throw all the money in the world at this problem. If you do not have the political will to make a difference out on the streets, it's not going to change.
But let's talk specifically about how do you get those tents on the sidewalks and the people who are inside those tents to follow your plan and move into shelter, because a lot of them just don't want to go.
That's true. But at the same time, you have to be persistent and you have to insist. And so I set up a shelter network in San Diego, and I picked the locations myself. I made a bargain with the community. I said it's going to be cleaner and safer with the shelter than before it was there. And to back that up, I created a new division within the San Diego Police Department called the Neighborhood Policing Division, whose sole focus was on homelessness and quality of life. And it made a huge difference. That division became the #1 referral source to folks to get them off the streets into the shelters. And it's not just about a bed. It's about the mental health services. It's about substance abuse. But you have to have a bottom line. And it's unacceptable to have somebody put up a tent in front of somebody's house or for somebody's business, or to have somebody have to step over used needles to go to work. We're better than that. As I said, we did not allow that in San Diego. That's the exact same approach that I'm going to take as governor, and I'm going to lead by example.
Yeah, I mean, two big things, though, that would be potential challenges for you. One, the concept of not in my backyard, which you just said, what you did in San Diego, but much more complicated in a state with 58 counties and a whole lot of other interests involved with that. And two, you'd be walking into a Democratic supermajority in the legislature who are not necessarily going to want to see you succeed, especially if you only got like a year on a term. How do you convince them? Where do you get the money to pay for what you're talking about with the Democratic legislature that may not be supportive of this plan?
Well, I have a lot of experience of that. When I was mayor of San Diego, my entire tenure, I had a majority Democrat city council. I'm a big believer that the things that we're talking about here tonight are common sense, and that we can go out and win the argument publicly, then you can win the vote. Because that's what we have to do to change in California, and people know it and they understand it. It's time to have a governor who's not worried about being politically correct, but a governor who's actually going to take a stand and say it's not okay to have 10 encampments under every freeway, underpass and overpass. The graffiti, the trash that's stacking up all over our great state. That's what I mean by leading by example on state property. I'm going to show how we can do it, just like we did it in San Diego. As I said, we have a multi-billion-dollar budget surplus in California. It's not about money. It's about the political will to make a difference.
You know, the governor is now putting $12 billion towards homelessness, which is a record investment. He's also putting over $1 billion towards cleaning up California, some of those encampments where they were trying to clean it up. It seems like every other day he's doing one of these events where he's actually out there picking up trash himself. I was out with him last night in downtown Los Angeles. Here's what he said.
We mean business. This is not a photo op. This is not a press conference. We were out here a number of months ago. You were with us. We're coming back, and we're going to come back again and again and again and again.
How do you, though, make it last permanently?
You got to keep coming back.
What's your response to that?
Well, when you look at how the governor has enabled this problem for years and years, I'm glad he's actually focusing on it or trying to. And I'll tell you, a lot of it's based upon a successful plan that we had in San Diego called Clean SD. What we're seeing this governor, the recall is here. It's all about self-preservation. He realizes, he thinks he has to do finally about something about homelessness, all the trash and litter on our streets and our sidewalks, our overpasses. I think the fact of the matter is it's too little, too late, and Californians know it.
All right, let's look at the calendar. It's July the 8th, the recall, September the 14th, just over 2 months from today. Let's take a look at other Republican challengers out there and where you fall on this list. So we have former Representative Doug Osee, Caitlyn Jenner, of course, businessman John Cox, and also Assemblymember Kevin Kiley out of Rockland, a vocal Newsom critic who just got into the race. Where do you see yourself in the field? How do you separate yourself?
Is the candidate that has the experience, who ran the second largest city in our state, who got elected in a deep blue city in a deep blue state. Our campaign is about serious ideas and proven results. And I think that's what Californians want. I think they want somebody who can roll up their sleeves and get to work on day one. It's not about partisanship. It's about leadership. And I'm ready to lead.
Kiley has a lot of fans, especially among the base. There's a lot of talk that you might be getting an endorsement, though, from the Republican Party of California. Is that true? Are you close to that? Any potential timing on that?
Now that the party's going to go through a process to pick and to get behind one candidate. I think that that's important. So that's obviously a process that the party is going to go through. And look, we have a lot of candidates. And I think the reason that we have so many candidates is because you're seeing this frustration of what's going on with Gavin Newsom. I think we're going to have dozens and dozens of candidates from all different partisan backgrounds, from all walks of life. And I think what somebody wants, as I said earlier, they want somebody who's ready to lead. And I think that's why our campaign has so much momentum and why I've been leading this movement to recall this governor and make a change at the top. And so September 14th can't come soon enough, I think, from Californians who are ready to go.
And of course, the middle of this month will be the deadline for candidates declaring, so we'll know who the candidates are. Next week. And by the middle of August, people are going to be voting because vote by mail happens here in California as well. So this is all happening very, very quickly. Great to see you, Mr. Mayor. Hope to see you in person sometime soon.
Thank you both.
And on that note, you are hearing from just one of those candidates. Earlier here this morning, Caitlyn Jenner did hold her very first press conference, this coming 77 days after announcing that she'd be running for that governor's spot. And we do have that press conference we want to play out. Now, I played that homelessness crisis issue because that's going to be one of the things that she touches on, also touching on that she's joined a lawsuit to stop incumbent Governor Gavin Newsom from being designated a Democrat on ballots in the upcoming recall election. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
In Sacramento, unless you be a resident of the great state of California. But the reason I'm here, this week I filed a motion as an intervening party in a lawsuit that Gavin Newsom has filed against the Secretary of State, Shirley Weber. Now, why did I file? It's because I want transparency. I want people to see what's happening up here in Sacramento and the things that are going on. And I just wanted to be part of this lawsuit so that Shirley Weber doesn't fold. She actually does her job. Actually, on Gavin Newsom's application, Politico just reported just a few minutes ago, you know what, he absolutely blew it. And this is part of the problems that we have here in California. And so I want to make sure that she just does her job, and I want to be involved in that process. This is one of the reasons why I decided to run for governor. I've been a part of this state for 48 years. I moved here in 1973 when gas was 39 cents a gallon. Today, taxes are over 50 cents a gallon. I love this state. I love where I live. Too many people are leaving. Companies are leaving. I decided to stand up. Like all citizens of this state, we need to stand up. And we need to fight, because California is worth fighting for. Questions?
Mr. Jenner?
Yeah. There we go.
Mr. Jenner, the county records show that you failed to vote in 2/3 of the elections in which you were qualified to vote. And in a CNN interview, you appeared confused about whether you voted in the last election. So based on your own voting record, doesn't that undermine your argument today that you're a champion of election integrity here in California?
I vote like probably most all California voters. Sometimes there's issues that I want to vote on, sometimes there's not. And I stick with that. I voted when I needed to, depending on what the issues are. So no, I have no regrets on something like that. There's no reason, that's not a reason why I'm running. No, I'm actually very proud of my voting record.
Now, you said that you want people to see what's going on here in Sacramento. What do you mean by that?
Well, just what's going on right now. The hypocrisy that's going on, the corruption that's going on, the lies that are being told up here. We have a crisis in California. We're overtaxed. We're overregulated. It's a terrible place to do business. 18,000 companies have left this state. Why? Did they leave because of the beaches? Did they leave because of Yosemite? Did they leave for any other reason than overbearing, overtaxing government? No, they all left because it's just not a good place to do business here any longer. In fact, they did a survey on the best states throughout the United States to do business. You know where California wound up? 49th out of 50. Thank you, New Jersey. And so we have to do something about that. The state has to change. And it's been one-party rule for the last 30 years, and it's hurt the state. And it's hurt the businesses of the state, and it's hurt the people of the state. And so, yes, that's why I'm running.
Mr. Chair, do you want President Trump's endorsement in this race?
No, I'm not looking for, I am a private citizen of the state of California. I have every right in the world to be able to run for this office, okay? And I am on the Republican side. Obviously, I'm on the Republican side. And why am I on the Republican side? It's because I have conservative economic values. But don't put me in this box. Like, if you're in this box of you're a Republican, you have to think this way. I consider myself an inclusive Republican. I'm on the Republican side because of the economic values that I have. Less taxes, less regulations, a pro-business environment. But on the social issues, I'm an inclusive Republican. I am inclusive to all people. And so, to be honest with you, I don't fit in that box, and I don't want to go to that. I hope the Republican Party comes to me and becomes more inclusive, and hopefully I can be part of that process.
Have you spoken to President Trump at all about your candidacy or the campaign?
No, I have not spoken to him. It's honestly, I'm more concerned about just running for governor than, and so, yeah, I honestly, I haven't talked to him. I've been very critical of him in the past when it comes to LGBT and especially trans issues. I wrote an article in the Washington Post that was very critical of the things that he did there. And so, honestly, no, I'm not. I'm not seeking anybody. I'm doing this as a private citizen.
And you're probably the most well-known candidate. I mean, you might even be better known than the governor himself.
And, I actually am, to be.
But the polls suggest that you really have had a tough time connecting with voters. You're very low in the polls. The election is scheduled now. It's a lot sooner than we thought. Would you consider dropping out of the race? Do you think you have enough time to actually make this competitive?
First of all, that was the UC Berkeley poll that came out last April. It's the only poll that's been done, okay? That poll came out when it was only rumored that I was going to be running for governor. Since then, nobody's done any other polling. I guarantee you, I am in the lead when it comes to question number 2. I know, like John Cox and some of the other people, they've been doing polling and they've been keeping it quiet. They don't even talk about it. Why? Because they know they're behind. I have a tremendous advantage, obviously, because of name recognition. I think people are learning more about me as we go through this process, about my political beliefs and how I would govern. So no, I'm not concerned about the polling. To be honest with you, I've been in a lot of races in my life, and I know how to win. I just keep working hard.
If the recall is not successful, will you run next year in the regular election?
First of all, I don't go into a race thinking I'm going to lose. I didn't go to the Olympic Games thinking that I was going to lose that race. I go in to win. And honestly, that's all I'm concentrating on right now, is just winning this recall. To me, that is the most important thing, because in question number 2, I'm leading.
But
Question one is the thing that we have to constantly work on and keep the yes votes above 50%. So I'll deal with that question once this is over. Right now, I'm here to win it.
You intervened in the Newsom v. Weber case. Also, the other lead proponents of question 1 have intervened as well. Have you talked with the people who actually organized the recall? Are you helping push on question 1 at all in that way?
I was with Ann Dunsmore yesterday, and she's been really one of the most important people in this entire recall election. And I have worked with those people. I really like Ann. She's been absolutely great. She works extraordinarily hard. This recall can be won. People see what's happening in this state. They see law and order, how it's gone down, corruption that's going on. We're running out of water. I am a big advocate of fire protection, okay? 3 years ago, I'm standing in my backyard and watching 300-foot flames come at my house, okay? I never saw one fire truck. I never saw one helicopter. I saw no resources at our house. Fortunately, my house made it, but in our area, 8 houses were gone. I wake up this morning, And what do I see? Malibu, there's a fire. Fortunately, it's not really good conditions for a really big fire, but we got another fire. We're going into drought season. We have no water. What are we going to do about water in California? We have to do something about it. Right now, we're spending billions of dollars on a high-speed rail, okay? That probably nobody's going to use, and it goes to nowhere, okay? We have to get water into California. If it's desalination plants, we have to take these types of things really seriously, because those are the things that are affecting California right now.
Caitlin,
Yeah.
do you have,
Yes.
With the short timeline that we have, I'm wondering what your plans are, moving forward specifically, to reach out to voters, to establish yourself as a serious candidate, as some critics have said that you might not be. Just what's your plan overall the next couple of months?
Okay. Come and meet with you people today. This afternoon, I'm going to CPAC for 2 days, talk to people, do some media. And then in about, I think, August 14th, right around there, August 12th, I'm going to spend 1 month, the last month of the campaign, on a bus. I'm going to go around the entire state. We're actually working on exactly where we're going to go. I want to meet with the people. My campaign and my candidacy to run for this is about the people. I don't have one special interest favor in Sacramento, okay? I don't owe anybody a favor up here. I want to come in and turn things around and expose things. So, and the people are the most important thing. So I'm going to spend a month on the road. Love to have some of you come spend some time. We're going to hit all these towns over the next month, over that last month leading up to the campaign. So yeah, just continue to work. If it's one thing I've learned from athletics, you have to work. I mean, you got to train. You got to prepare yourself. You got to get better with the issues. You got to understand the issues. Obviously, I'm an outsider, and I think that's a good thing. But you have to continually work on this. Yeah, and it's
Last question. Are you planning to release your tax returns as has been required by the Secretary of State?
Yes. Yes. Actually, that happens next week.
You said that there weren't any ballot propositions that interested you in November. And you've also said you're running for governor to make a change in the state. So, as citizens who are not elected officials, those ballot propositions are voters' opportunity to make a change, including in November to reverse several decisions made by this governor and the previous governor. So I'm just wondering, what's your message to voters who took the time to understand those ballot propositions, make a decision, cast a vote? How will you convince them that you'll engage seriously in policy as governor if you don't engage in policy as a voter?
I have been involved in politics from the outside. As a lobbyist, I went back to Washington, D.C. Actually, while Arnold was in office, I was the commissioner of the California Athletic Commission. I've done things, but mostly from the outside. And I think the voter has to realize that that's a good thing, that I am from the, I am not your typical politician. I get it. And I think I can win their vote over, because I will take a different approach and a very positive approach and do what's right for the people of California and not what's right for up here in Sacramento.
Should the California Republican Party endorse in this race? They're starting to make some moves right now.
Thank you. All is good. Thank you.
All right, once again, that was Caitlyn Jenner doing the very first official press conference there ever since announcing her candidacy. Again, she's going to be running on the Republican side for that governor spot, as that recall election is going to take place on September 14th. It's not the only political news coming out of California, though, here today. We do have a big announcement, as President Biden did nominate LA Mayor Eric Garcetti for ambassador to India. Let's go to Fox 11 for this breaking news.
We do have some major breaking news in the city of Los Angeles. Alex Michelson is here with those breaking details involving Mayor, almost former mayor perhaps, Eric Garcetti.
Yes, Marla, this is the news that has been sort of the worst kept secret in Washington. L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti will officially be nominated by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, to be the next ambassador to India. This announcement coming after the mayor has served more than 8 years here in Los Angeles. He would say he's on bonus time now because they're giving him extra time to have the calendar of the city elections match up. This appointment comes in the midst, of course, of the homelessness challenges here in Los Angeles. There have been several controversies involving the mayor's staff and some of their behavior towards different people that may be a part of a Senate confirmation process. He does have to be officially confirmed by the Senate. Mayor Garcetti was a co-chair of the Biden campaign. He was part of the vice presidential search committee that picked Kamala Harris as vice president. He was one of an early endorsers of Joe Biden at a time when the Biden campaign was really struggling here in California. And now it appears that he is being rewarded for that political loyalty to the Biden campaign and the Biden administration. Big question is, when exactly could this happen? He still needs to be confirmed by the Senate. Will he leave office before then, or will he stay until he is officially confirmed? I'm going to be talking with him within the next hour or so, and then we will have that throughout the day here on Fox 11, Marla. But big news, the mayor of the biggest city on the West Coast will be leaving that job.
And then the other big question is, who will replace him? We've talked a lot about that as well, so we look forward to your reporting tonight at 5 o'clock, and I know you have to go off and interview the mayor. Alex, thank you so much.
And thanks again to our Fox 11 team for that coverage. As they mentioned, they're going to be speaking with Garcetti. Hopefully that's something we can also bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. But as the big board is going to be closing and that final bell is going to ring, we will take some of you out to a quick 2-minute commercial break. Have more news stories coming your way after that 2 minutes.
Order bill. Child order replaced. Well, there you have it, the closing bell ringing out strong, ending here the day. Up more than 400 points here on the big board. And of course, we'll have to keep an eye on it as we head into yet another week. But this closing out on a Friday, looking strong here. Always like to see when it's been in the green the entire day. So what we're going to do is take you out to more stories that have been happening here across our country. Going to go down to Florida for a sad story, unfortunately, where a 2-month-old died and a woman has now been taken into custody. This 2-month-old was taken to the hospital for a skull fracture, and they did find that the baby baby had been unresponsive and unfortunately had died from their injuries. So let's listen in to our Polk County Sheriff as he gives us an update on this investigation and this story.
A child in common, a baby, 2 months old, a male. And it's Saturday, July the 3rd, the day before our Independence holiday. And it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They are still in bed asleep at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, the fact that they have methamphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana in the house as well as paraphernalia probably has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that they're sleeping all day long. But this infant, 2 months old, starts making baby noises. So Judith gets up to check on the baby. Hippolito is still in bed, and he describes himself as sleeping, maybe sleeping lightly. When all of a sudden, Hippolito hears a loud thud, and he jumps up to see Judith kneeling over the baby. He screams, "Where is the baby?" She's screaming, "Where is the baby?" And the baby's on the floor. This is a concrete floor that's covered with a linoleum. So immediately the baby's unresponsive. They dial 911. They live inside the city limits of Fort Meade. The Sheriff's Office, Fort Meade units respond, as well as EMS. The baby's airlifted to Tampa General in extremely critical condition. Our detectives are called in. Judith says that the baby is making baby noises, and she gets up to check on the baby, and she blacks out. Well, how convenient is that? She blacks out and she doesn't remember anything. When we get the baby to the hospital and they perform some basic medical tests and some x-rays, the back of the baby's skull is crushed. It's crushed. You think of a baby or anyone laying down, and the back of the head has some curvature to it. This baby's head was flat. It's our supposition that she took this baby and slung it onto the ground, hitting its head one time. He heard the crack. Judith doesn't remember anything. So they have another son. He hears the noise, and he hears a banging noise, and then hears Hippolito and Judith arguing over what happened to the baby, but he doesn't see anything. Through extensive investigation, and then we take Hippolito and Judith back to the residence, and they reenact what occurred. And clearly, unequivocally, according to our medical examiner, who is simply the very best, he said that baby's injuries are extensive, very violent, and did not cause, or was not caused by the baby being dropped or rolling out of the bassinet, or even mama falling on the baby. This was a very, very hard, crushing blow to the baby's head. The baby died at 6:30 that evening. We effected the arrest yesterday afternoon. Judith at this time is charged with aggravated manslaughter of the infant, possession of meth, possession of cocaine, possession of cannabis, and possession of paraphernalia. Hippolito is charged with paraphernalia and possession of meth, cocaine, and cannabis. Every piece of our evidence at this point in time shows that Hippolito was not near the child, that Judith was, that Hippolito didn't touch or drop or throw or injure the child, that Judith did. Hippolito has a felony criminal record. He's been arrested several times and convicted. He's a convicted felon, but in this case, he's in possession of the drugs. So let me suggest this to you. Over and over I say this. We hear about this low-level, nonviolent drug, whether it be cannabis, methamphetamine, cocaine. It's not a violent drug. Well, I suggest to you that they wouldn't take a drug test for DCF. They refused. They're still sleeping at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And they indicated to the detectives that they were up late into the evening the night before. So, I suggest that those drugs were probably, from my vast experience as a law enforcement officer, the predicate for the circumstance to be set up. Was she under the influence of drugs at the moment she apparently slammed the baby into the floor? I have no way of knowing that. But this is a clear example of a beautiful little baby boy who was healthy, and he was murdered. We can call it manslaughter, we can call it aggravated manslaughter. This infant was murdered, and every bit of the evidence at this point in the investigation shows that Judith Torres Garcia is the one that murdered him. Any questions? Okay.
That's even more gross than I thought.
Oh, it's terrible. The child in common.
You've been listening into this press conference out of Florida here. Sheriff Grady Judd on the investigation into a 2-month-old baby's death. Investigators say the baby had multiple head fractures and severe bleeding when paramedics rushed into the hospital, where he later died. A Fort Meade woman is charged with aggravated manslaughter in the infant's death. The investigation is still ongoing. We're going to move away from that, head into a live look out of the nation's capital, where finally that fence that has been up since January 6th, we all remember January 6th, the insurrection at the Capitol there, is finally being taken down. We've been waiting for this for a while, as we've seen those investigations underway into rioters who stormed the Capitol on January 6th for the certification of the 2020 election. Security was always a priority for local officials there, trying to keep the Capitol safe. But now the fences are coming down, kind of symbolic for months later following the 2020 election. When we come back, the latest from President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. What have they been up to today? We'll let you know here on Live Now from Fox. It is a little after 1 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have a pretty packed couple of hours coming up for you. You don't want to miss a bit. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we bring you all of these live events from across the country. The remaining fencing around the U.S. Capitol that was erected in the wake of the January 6th insurrection finally coming down on this Friday afternoon in Washington, D.C. The U.S. Capitol Police said that based on the current threat environment, recent enhancements to the USCP response capabilities and enhanced coordination with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners, the Capitol Police Board said that they are, quote, supporting the USCP's recommendation to, in fact, remove the temporary fencing around Capitol Square. You can see crews are out there on this Friday afternoon. The board, which oversees security on the Capitol campus, needed to give final approval to the removal plans before they could be implemented. Capitol Police said that in an email sent out to several of our networks that the removal was expected to begin on early Friday. Today, of course, weather permitting, and the weather is looking just fine out there out in Washington, D.C. Here's a live look from outside of the Capitol there, a further view, as it is a little bit cloudy, but still good enough for those crews to be out there taking down this fence. Speaking of the Capitol, speaking of what's going on in Washington, D.C., Vice President Kamala Harris emphasizing infrastructure and elections this afternoon in her first in-person conference as Vice President at the National Association of Counties. Their conference today at the Gaylord National Hotel and Conference Center in Prince George's County. Harris, who of course got her start working in county government as a district attorney for Alameda County in California, spoke with county officials about those crucial services that counties provide. We want to play out some of those remarks from earlier today with the Vice President here on Live Now.
Neighbors and our friends in person. And I wanted to say it is so wonderful in particular to be with you, the county leaders, the leaders who have been holding it down and holding it up all at the same time. And you really are in that way such incredible national leaders. You know, over this past year and a half, I know you all have been working long, long days. You have had a lot of sleepless nights, I know that. During this pandemic, you all have had to figure out how to free up hospital beds and set up vaccination sites. You all had to figure out how to provide social services and set up food distribution sites. People looked to you, they looked in your eyes to know and believe that you would solve the problems, their problems. People have looked to you to provide reassurance. They have searched your eyes for comfort and for confidence, to know that everything was going to be okay. And even when you weren't sure, you never gave up. You all never gave up. No matter how tired you were, you woke up every morning to get the job done. And so for all of that, on behalf of your nation, I say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your strength. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for your leadership. And like I said, you all know I started my career in a county office, in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, the seat which is Oakland, California, the place of my birth. I worked for the city and county of San Francisco. I know county government, and I know from personal experience then how much you all as county leaders take on. And the list of services, so I brought a list. The list of services that counties uniquely provide is a very long list, incredibly long. And so for those who may not be aware, our friends in the press and others who might be here, I'm going to just share with you a few of the essential services that people need to get through their lives, that counties provide. So here's the list: behavioral health care, birth certificates, building permits and licenses, child care assistance, child support services, CPR classes, financial assistance, flood assistance, foster care, healthcare services, housing services, jury duty, marriage licenses, pest management, potholes, don't ever forget the potholes, property assessment, public works, restaurant inspections, storm drainage, street lights, substance abuse treatment, transportation assistance, tree trimming services, veterans services, and all things voting. That's you. That's you. And you all know that list is not even near being complete in terms of what you do. Each and every day, you take our nation's ideals and you make them real. You see the needs of our people and you meet them. And that is why President Joe Biden and I see county leaders as true partners as we work to rebuild our nation. And we are determined to make improvements that are real, that are tangible, that are felt for generations to come. Here we go. And so let's start with our nation's infrastructure. Every day Americans drive over roads and bridges that are in need of repair. Every day, Americans commute on transit systems that are outdated. Americans have water coming out of their tap that isn't clean, and they use internet that is not high speed. NACO, the infrastructure of our nation is in desperate need of an update. And you all know this firsthand. For too long, counties have been trying to maintain or repair infrastructure that simply needs to be updated. Many of you have had to stretch already tight budgets to make that happen, to put Band-Aids on the problem. And let me be clear, our ailing infrastructure is an all-of-America problem, and it requires an all-of-America solution. The bipartisan infrastructure agreement, we believe, is a very strong start. This agreement, which was developed by Democrats and Republicans, represents the largest long-term infrastructure investment our nation has made in nearly a century, and in so doing, it would improve the lives of the American people in every county. Take, for example, high-speed internet. You all have seen what I have seen in our communities. We have students, even before the pandemic, but students who have to go to the parking lot of a fast food restaurant to use the internet to get their homework done. We have seen our seniors, and during the pandemic, tragically, who were tucked away at the local library trying to video chat with their doctor with little to no privacy. We have seen small businesses move from one county to the next to get a better connection. More than half of our 3,000 counties have internet speeds that are below outdated minimum broadband standards. So I think we all agree this is clearly unacceptable. We agree that when Americans are cut off from high-speed internet, they are in fact being cut off from opportunity. The bipartisan infrastructure agreement will help connect every American to high-speed internet. And through that agreement, we will expand our broadband infrastructure. We will open up competition to bring down prices, and we will close that digital divide. So NACO, I'm mentioning all of this to say the President and I, we need your help to get the bipartisan infrastructure agreement over the finish line to get it done. Because you know what's at stake. Almost uniquely, you know what's at stake. And so I'm here to ask you to share your stories and your expertise as the leaders that you are, to let folks know about the need and to know about the benefit we will provide to so many people when we address this critical issue, which is our nation's infrastructure. And I believe working together, we can get this thing done. So there's another ideal that you make real in the everyday lives of the American family, the American household, the American people. And that ideal is the freedom to vote. This is a nonpartisan organization, and this issue should be a nonpartisan issue. Because voting is not about one party. It is about our entire democracy, a democracy which must be grounded in a representative government. And in fact, protecting the right to vote is about as American as apple pie. We know this, we live this. County leaders are the backbone of our elections. County leaders, you oversee polling locations at senior centers and elementary schools and churches. County leaders hire and train and employ election workers. Every election, you work hard to ensure the people you serve can cast their ballot no matter who they vote for. You make sure that their ballot will be counted in a fair and transparent process. And even as you work to make voting more accessible, I know, because I'm here to speak some truth, I know that you see how obstacles to voting stand in the way of your efforts. Several county leaders have shared this frustration with me. For instance, right now, local election officials face threats and harassment. New state laws would punish local election officials for simply doing their job. And as a result, we are seeing local election officials of both parties leave these important positions. That is a major obstacle to ensuring free and fair elections, and one we must overcome. Local election officials sign up to serve, not to suffer. So please know that the President and I are extremely grateful for your service, and we have your back. And we are going to work to provide you with resources that you need to carry out our elections with integrity. Because in so many ways, the strength of our democracy depends on you all. It depends on you. So in closing, often, and you all know this, NACO, the first interaction the American people have with their government is with you. Yeah. You are the leaders the American people look to. You are the leaders the American people trust. You are the leaders who deliver for the American people. You do everything I just previously read from that list, and so much more. So I will end where I started by saying thank you. Thank you for everything you have done and everything you will do. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all.
Vice President Kamala Harris speaking in Prince George's County earlier today at the NACO conference. We want to take you back out to another look at the White House. I was showing you outside of the Capitol as they were deconstructing the U.S. Capitol fence there, but everyone had to go home because the weather is no longer permitting them to be able to do any type of work. It is pouring out there on this Friday afternoon. There's the live look at the White House, and then outside of the U.S. Capitol too, just within the past couple of minutes, it's really started to come down here. So just a little weather story twisted in with some politics for you on this Friday afternoon. And now we're going to bring in some coronavirus news. In just a few weeks, Pfizer will request emergency authorization for a COVID vaccine booster. It seems that health experts have gone back and forth on whether a third shot is needed. Here's a conversation from Fox 26 in Houston as they talk about what the future is for these third shots and boosters.
Just a few weeks, Pfizer will request emergency authorization for a COVID vaccine booster. It seems health experts have gone back and forth on whether a third shot is needed. Dr. Linda Yancey, an infectious disease specialist with Memorial Hermann, joins us live to break it all down for us. So welcome to Houston's Morning Show. This is getting confusing. Pfizer says it's seeing waning immunity from its vaccine, but the CDC and FDA don't agree. What's going on with this?
So, well, first of all, good morning. But this is a perfect example of how fast-moving information is during this pandemic. And things that we said last week kind of don't apply to things that we say this week. So new data that has come out just in the last few days from countries like Israel that began to vaccinate early are showing that there is some waning immunity over time and that we may well actually need that booster shot.
All right, so variant outbreaks are getting pretty bad around the world and here in our area as well. Do the vaccines seem to be effective against the Delta variant? Because that seems to be the most dominant one right now.
Yes, the Delta variant spreads very effectively. It spreads much more rapidly than our other variants. But the good news is the vaccines are still highly effective even against the Delta variant.
All right, Dr. Yancey, we're starting to hear murmurs of a Lambda variant in other parts of the world, at least. Do you have any concern about that? Because it seems like they do eventually end up here every time.
So this is a pandemic. It involves the whole world. This isn't going to be over anywhere until it's over everywhere. So we will continue to see these variants. We're going to go through the whole Greek alphabet before we're done. And so it will come here, yes.
And it seems like the viruses are mutating very quickly, don't they? And I'm just trying to, if you can kind of describe what happens, because we have the Delta now. Does something mutate off of that, or are they all mutating off that very first one? Just kind of break it down of how that works.
Oh, good heavens. The answer to that is yes. Both of those things are happening. Viruses make mistakes when they replicate themselves, and that's where we get these variants. It's just a mistake in replication, and every so often, one of those mistakes results in a daughter virus that's just much more effective at spreading. And when that happens, it outcompetes the older viruses.
Oh, my goodness. So much to think about, but we have you all the time to help us out. Thank you for your time this morning from Memorial Hermann, Dr. Yancey. And we'll just have to remain calm and just keep up with the latest, and we'll keep everyone up to date with what's going on with Pfizer.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Just a few weeks, Pfizer will request.
And join us a little bit later in the next hour. We'll be speaking more about the latest out of Pfizer and all of these vaccine companies here, the latest news on that. Speaking of vaccines, though, Dallas County is saying that they have reached their estimate for natural immunity against COVID-19, but they're saying vaccinations still must continue. Here's that conversation with Fox 4 in Dallas.
Well, some experts say Dallas County's at herd immunity. That does not mean what some people might be taking it as. Good morning to Dr. Steve Miff, president and CEO of the Parkland Center for Clinical Innovation, a nonprofit research group that's affiliated with Parkland Health. So we've been saying 70% vaccinations for herd immunity. You look beyond those numbers to reach your conclusion. How so?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Absolutely. Earlier this week, we reached 80% herd immunity threshold. And that's made out of two factors. These are important to keep in mind. One is made out of people that have been vaccinated, and that represents 47% in Dallas County. And also made out of people who have natural immunity, meaning that having had COVID before and recovered. and that represents 49% of the population. This is the number that's important.
So some people are going to take this, and believe me, you hear from people, I hear from people too, and some are taking this and saying, well, I probably already had it, so why do I need to go get a vaccination? I'm probably immune.
Yeah, and what I would say is that absolutely, even those that have had COVID before should get vaccinated. And here's the reason why. Reaching herd immunity, one, is not like flipping a switch, but it's a continuum in a journey. And we still have 45 zip codes in our backyard who are below that level. But more important, the Delta variant is changing the game. And what that means is changing in two ways. And I'm a Northwestern guy, and we're in Dallas, Texas, so we love our football and we love to analyze it to death. So here's what Delta means. It does two things potentially. One, by being more infectious, it can have and infect a lot more people at a time. So what that means is it moving the goal line further out. So it can move that target up to 88%. Number two, it also, and this studies just started to come out yesterday in Nature New England Journal of Medicine, is that 2 doses of the mRNA vaccines are still very effective against Delta. 1 dose, partially effective. Natural immunity, not much against Delta. So that is the primary reason why everybody should get vaccinated, and even those that have had natural immunity to date and being protected against Alpha and other variants should strongly consider it as well.
I heard a rather harsh assessment from somebody in your field of work the other day that said after Delta, and there already is another variant after Delta that's starting to be seen, there are going to be more strains, more variants that are going to come along that are going to be more contagious. And if you don't get vaccinated, you are to blame for those catching on and spreading.
Well, what I would say is that we're in the game of our lives, and it's a race. The faster we get there, not only as individuals, but as a community, as a country, as a world, we do not give the virus a chance to keep mutating. But when we give it a chance, it will keep mutating, and it makes it harder. So with Delta, it looks like our natural immunity might not be as effective. With future variants, the vaccines might not be as effective. So we need booster shots. We need new developments. So that's the reason why we're in a race.
Dr. Miff, Parkland Center for Clinical Innovation, thanks for all your hard work, and we will hope some folks will pay attention, roll up their sleeves, and get vaccinated. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Fox 4 in Dallas right there talking about herd immunity and the need to still go out and get vaccinated. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, the latest from President Biden as well as the new ambassador to India is announced. We have all of that coming up for you in a few minutes here. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We have some breaking news out of Los Angeles. President Biden has nominated LA Mayor Eric Garcetti as the new ambassador to India. This is leaving some big political questions for the city of Los Angeles, though. Here's Fox 11 in LA.
We do have some major breaking news in the city of Los Angeles. Alex Michelson is here with those breaking details involving Mayor, almost former Mayor perhaps, Eric Garcetti.
Yes, Marla, this is the news that has been sort of the worst kept secret in Washington. L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti will officially be nominated by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, to be the next ambassador to India. This announcement coming after the mayor has served more than 8 years here in Los Angeles. He would say he's on bonus time now because they're giving him extra time to have the calendar of the city elections match up. This appointment comes in the midst, of course, of the homelessness challenges here in Los Angeles. There have been several controversies involving the mayor's staff and some of their behavior towards different people that may be a part of a Senate confirmation process. He does have to be officially confirmed by the Senate. Mayor Garcetti was a co-chair of the Biden campaign. He was part of the vice presidential search committee that picked Kamala Harris as vice president. He was one of an early endorsers of Joe Biden at a time when the Biden campaign was really struggling here in California. And now it appears that he is being rewarded for that political loyalty to the Biden campaign and the Biden administration. Big question is, when exactly could this happen? He still needs to be confirmed by the Senate. Will he leave office before then, or will he stay until he is officially confirmed? I'm going to be talking with him within the next hour or so, and then we will have that throughout the day here on Fox 11, Marla. But big news, the mayor of the biggest city on the West Coast will be leaving that job.
And then the other big question is, who will replace him? We've talked a lot about that as well. So we look forward to your reporting tonight at 5 o'clock. And I know you have to go off and interview the mayor. Alex, thank you so much. We do have
Great breakdown from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. As you just heard right there, Fox 11's Alex Michelson is going to be interviewing the mayor, so we'll hopefully be able to bring that to you live here on Live Now. Now to President Biden today, signing a sweeping executive order aimed at promoting competition across the U.S. economy by pushing federal regulators to ban or limit non-compete agreements, occupational licensing restrictions, and other measures that officials say make it harder to land a job. Here are those remarks from the White House earlier today.
Hello, everyone. Very camp a cabinet meeting. Please be seated. Thank you. Well, it is not good morning, which my remarks say here, but good afternoon. We're in the midst of a historic economic recovery. And because our successful vaccination program strategy has been working, and the immediate relief through the American Rescue Plan has brought back our economy from the worst economic crisis in nearly a century, America is now on track. We're now on track for the highest economic growth in 40 years, and among the highest growth records on record. We designed our economic strategy to be durable to the ups and downs that come with recovery. There are ups and downs. That's why the American Rescue Plan was designed to help people not just all at once, but over the course of a full year. So we could continue supporting families, small businesses, state and local budgets to help them weather those ups and downs. And now that the economy is back on track, we're making progress on the second phase of our strategy, ensuring long-term growth. That's what my Build Back Better agenda, including my Americans Family Plan and the bipartisan infrastructure agreement we reached last month, that's what they're all about, long-term. But to keep our country moving, we have to take another step as well. And I know you're all tired of hearing me during the campaign and since I'm elected president, talk about it. And that's bringing fair competition back to the economy. That's why today I'm going to be signing shortly an executive order promoting competition to lower prices, to increase wages, and to take another critical step toward an economy that works for everybody. The heart of American capitalism is a simple idea: open and fair competition. That means that if your companies want to win your business, they have to go out and they have to up their game. Better prices and services, new ideas and products. That competition keeps the economy moving and keeps it growing. Fair competition is why capitalism has been the world's greatest force of prosperity and growth. By the same token, competitive economy means companies must do everything they do to compete for workers, offering higher wages, more flexible hours, better benefits. But what we've seen over the past few decades is less competition and more concentration that holds our economy back. We see it in big agriculture, in big tech, in big pharma. The list goes on. Rather than competing for consumers, they are consuming their competitors. Rather than competing for workers, they're finding ways to gain the upper hand on labor. And too often, the government has actually made it harder for new companies to break in and compete. Look at what that means for family budgets. Take prescription drugs. Just a handful of companies control the market for many vital medicines, giving them leverage over everyone else to charge whatever they want. As a result, Americans pay 2.5 times more for prescription drugs than in any other leading country. And nearly 1 in 4 Americans struggles to afford their medication. Another example, hearing aids. Right now, if you need a hearing aid, you can't just walk into a pharmacy and pick one up over the counter. You have to get it from a doctor or a specialist. Not only does that make getting hearing aids inconvenient, it makes them considerably more expensive. And it makes it harder for new companies to compete, innovate, and sell hearing aids at lower prices. As a result, a pair of hearing aids can cost thousands of dollars. That's a big reason why just 1 in 7 Americans with hearing loss actually use a hearing aid. Another example, internet services. There are more than 65 million Americans live in a place with only one high-speed internet provider. Research shows when you have a limited internet operation, you pay up to 5 times more on average than families in places with more choices. That's what a lack of competition does. It raises the prices you pay. It's not just consumers getting hurt. Big Ag is putting a squeeze on farmers. Small and family farms, first-time farmers, like veterans coming home and Black and Latino and Indigenous farmers, they're seeing price hikes for seed, lopsided contracts, shrinking profits, and growing debt. Lack of competition hurts workers as well. In many communities, there are only a handful of employers left competing for workers. Think of company towns across Appalachia and other parts of the country where one big corporation runs the show. When corporations have that kind of leverage over workers, it pushes down advertised wages by up to 17%. And as competition decreases, businesses don't feel the pressure to innovate or invest in their workforce. That hurts working families and hurts our economy. All told, between rising prices and lowering wages, lack of competition costs the median American household $5,000 a year. Look, I'm a proud capitalist. I spent most of my career representing the corporate state of Delaware. I know America can't succeed unless American business succeeds. But let me be very clear. Capitalism without competition isn't capitalism. It's exploitation. Without healthy competition, big players can change and charge whatever they want and treat you however they want. And for too many Americans, that means accepting a bad deal for things that you can't go without. So, we know we've got a problem, a major problem, but we also have an incredible opportunity. We can bring back more competition to more of the country, helping entrepreneurs and small businesses get in the game, helping workers get a better deal, helping families save money every month. The good news is we've done it before. In the early 1900s, President Teddy Roosevelt saw an economy dominated by giants like Standard Oil and J.P. Morgan's railroads. He took them on, and he won. And he gave the little guy a fighting chance. Decades later, during the Great Depression, his cousin Franklin Roosevelt saw a wave of corporate mergers that wiped out scores of small businesses, crushing competition and innovation. So he ramped up antitrust enforcement eightfold in just 2 years, saving families billions in today's dollars, and helping set the course for sustained economic growth after World War II. He also called for an economic Bill of Rights, including, quote, the right of every businessman, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies, end of quote. Between them, the two Roosevelts established an American tradition, an antitrust tradition. It's how we ensure that our economy isn't about people working for capitalism, it's about capitalism working for people. But over time, we've lost the fundamental American idea that true capitalism depends on fair and open competition. 40 years ago, we chose the wrong path, in my view, following the misguided philosophy of people like Robert Bork, and pulled back on enforcing laws to promote competition. We are now 40 years into the experiment of letting giant corporations accumulate more and more power. And what have we gotten from it? Less growth, weakened investment, fewer small businesses. Too many Americans who feel left behind. Too many people who are poorer than their parents. I believe the experiment failed. We have to get back to an economy that grows from the bottom up and the middle out. The executive order I'm soon going to be signing commits the federal government to full and aggressive enforcement of our antitrust laws. No more tolerance for abusive actions by monopolies. No more bad mergers that lead to mass layoffs, higher prices, fewer options for workers and consumers alike. My executive order includes 72 specific actions. I expect the federal agencies, and they know this, to help restore competition so that we have lower prices, higher wages, more money, more options, and more convenience for the American people. Today, I want to focus on 3 specific actions. First, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. We're going to work with states and tribes to safely import prescription drugs from Canada. That's just one of many actions in the executive order that will lower prescription drug prices. Second, the FDA is going to issue rules so that hearing aids can be sold over the counter. That's something the last administration was supposed to have done but didn't do. We're going to get it done. After these rules go into effect, a pair of hearing aids could cost hundreds of dollars, not thousands. And you'll be able to pick them up at your local drugstore. Third, we're going to improve competition for workers. I've talked a lot about non-compete agreements, contracts that say you can't take another job in your field even if you get a better deal. I made a speech, I was just reminiscing with my staff, back in 2018 at the Brookings Institution, where I talked about the non-compete clauses that were just, I found to be absolutely ridiculous, but how prevalent they were throughout industries. At least 1 in 3 businesses require their workers to sign a non-compete agreement. These aren't just high-paid executives or scientists who hold secret formulas for Coca-Cola so Pepsi can't get their hands on it. The recent study found 1 in 5 workers without a college education is subject to non-compete agreements. They're construction workers, hotel workers, disproportionately women and women of color. Think of the 26-year-old employee at a company. She's a star worker, but she isn't being treated right. She's underpaid, passed over for promotions. Competitor across the street knows it, but wants to bring her in at a higher wage, but she can't do it. Her company threatens legal action over a non-complete clause she had to sign in order to get hired in the first place. She can't afford a lawyer for help, so she's locked in. Imagine if you're in her shoes. You'd feel powerless, disrespected, bullied, trapped. That's not right. Workers should be free to take a better job if someone offers it. If your employer wants to keep you, he or she should have to make it worth your while to stay. That's the kind of competition that leads to better wages and greater dignity of work. Look, I'm not going to go into it now, but I used to, there's non-compete clauses or people running the machines that lay down asphalt. If in fact you get offered a job and you have you're in Arkansas doing it, a lot of specific examples, you can't take a job in West Texas to do it. What in the hell does that have to do with anything? No, I'm serious. Or there were clauses in McDonald's contracts. You can't leave Burger King to go to McDonald's. Come on. Is there a trade secret about what's inside that patty? No, but I'm serious. I don't know whether you do know. I didn't know till 5 years ago the incredible number of non-compete clauses for ordinary people who is done for one reason: to keep wages low. Period. Look, my executive order calls on the FTC to ban or limit non-compete agreements. Let workers choose who they want to work for. I'm also calling on the FTC to do away with certain occupational licensing requirements. You realize if you braid hair and you move from one state to another, sometimes you have to do a 6-month apprenticeship, even though you've been in the business for a long, long time. What's that all about? Military families, for example, they're often on the move between states with each new assignment. So you have a woman in the military, her husband's following her, or vice versa. Guess what? If you're a plumber, you have to get a different license when you move from Delaware to Missouri. Look, it can't be a significant burden to get a new license in a new home state. That burden can't be around anymore. It takes time and it takes money. It takes a toll on families' income while you're waiting. We should remove that barrier, providing more mobility, more opportunity, higher wages for families on the move. This is something that my wife Jill has worked on together with Michelle Obama through the Joining Forces Initiative for the military. We're going to keep that moving. We're going to get it done with an executive order. Let me close with this. Competition works. We know it works. We've seen it work when it exists. Fair competition is what made America the wealthiest, most innovative nation in history. That's why people come here to invent things and start new businesses. In the competition against China and other nations in the 21st century, let's show that American democracy and the American people can truly outcompete anyone. Because I know that just given half a chance, American people never, ever, ever let their country down. Imagine you give everyone a full and fair chance. That's what this is all about. That's what I'm about to do. So I'd like to invite the cabinet members up here. I'd like to, the Attorney General is here, General Garland, Javier. Mr. Secretary, you can come up too. I've been watching on television. You've been really good. Gina Raimondo, also Pete Buttigieg, and the chair of the FCC, Lena Khan, acting chair of the FTC, and director of the National Economic Council. Am I leaving anybody out? Anyway, come on up. This may be the first cabinet meeting we've had. Promoting competition in American economy. shorter hand. Thank you.
Just wanted to show you this event from earlier with President Biden signing into place some executive orders aimed at promoting economic growth. Again, 72 actions and recommendations that the White House says will, quote, lower prices for families, increase wages for workers, and promote innovation and even faster economic growth. We also heard Press Secretary Jen Psaki of the White House really tout this. We'll be playing out that press conference for you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to head into some other news that we are following out of Cobb County in Georgia. We'll be getting a live report in just minutes here. The warrant for the suspect charged in the deaths of 3 people found on the 10th hole of Pine Tree Country Club's golf course on Saturday afternoon is revealing new allegations about what investigators say he did before committing the murders. That's all coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, we're going to play out the latest press conference from Cobb County Police, and then we'll be getting the latest from down on the ground.
I've asked for this press conference today to provide an update on the triple homicide that occurred on the afternoon of July 23rd, this past Saturday, at Pine Tree Country Club in Kennesaw area. On July 8, 2021, detectives from our Crime Person Unit secured an arrest warrant for the lone shooter, who's now been identified as Brian Anthony Burton. He has been charged for the murders of Gene Siler, Paul Pearson, and Henry Valdez, which were committed on the afternoon of July 3rd at the Pine Tree Country Club. Mr. Roden was apprehended this afternoon by members of the Fugitive Task Force and the U.S. Marshals Service. Mr. Roden was arrested in the Chandelier, and he has ties to the criminal. Mr. Roden has been charged with 3 counts of murder, 3 counts of aggravated assault, and 2 counts of kidnapping. The arrest in this case is due to the tireless investigative efforts of the men and women of the Cobb County Police Department, our community members, and our partners, both local and federal law enforcement. Our homicide unit, our technology-based crimes unit, violent crime bureau, and even our uniform patrol officers and their initial response to the crime scene should be credited with the successful outcome in this arrest. We literally had detectives that have worked around the clock. Some have literally slept in their offices since July 3rd, trying to clear this case. Several of our federal partners have also assisted in the investigation. We'd like to thank the U.S. Marshals Task Force, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the ATF, U.S. Secret Service, and Homeland Security investigators that have assisted us. I'd also like to thank members of the Kennesaw Police Department, Acworth Police Department, KSU, University Police, and then Cobb County Sheriff's Office who provided deputies to help secure the scene during the investigation. And I think one of the most important things we'd like to thank our citizens, community members in that area. Many of them provided useful tips that our detectives were able to investigate and provide leads on. Our partnership with the community is what continues to help us properly investigate such horrific, horrible crimes. This resulted in a successful apprehension of this individual. Although the suspect in this case is in custody, we implore the citizens to remain as committed to helping law enforcement in all other cases, so our other victims and their families might see justice in some amount of way. As this remains an active case and investigation, we've been limited on the amount of information and details that we can release. But with the suspect in custody, our investigators will continue to work the case to its completion and move it forward to the Cobb County District Attorney's Office for prosecution. At this time, we'll take a few
Chief
questions.
Cox, when did his name first come up in this investigation?
I'm sorry?
When did his name first come up in this investigation?
His name came up within a few days of the investigation.
And can you tell us how his name came up, under what circumstances his name came up and led you to ultimately these charges?
At this time, I do not want to release that information because it's critical to our investigation, and the investigation is not closed, it continues.
And just a quick follow-up, can you give us any indication of the chain of events that led up to this and what possible motives there could have been with these two bodies that were found?
At this time, I'm not going to release any information related to that.
Is there a relationship between the two victims as they
That is something that we're exploring. Definitely, if we're confident there was no relationship between the shooter and the suspect.
Are you aware of his arrest in another Metro Atlanta county a few hours after Mr. Sillers was killed, arrest for DUI?
I have been told that he would have a previous arrest.
But you did not know, obviously, at that point that his name might be connected to this investigation.
At this point, I don't want to discuss what all we knew at that point, because like I said, the investigation is continuing, and we're actually involved at this moment with discussions.
And a quick follow-up, what sort of record do you know about him, possible criminal record in Metro Atlanta or elsewhere?
That is something that I think we're not going to discuss this evening.
Chief, a lot of people in the community obviously were worried and scared about this. This is obviously normally happening in Cobb County. To the people out there right now who are watching, people who are in that public, what would you want to tell them about what they should feel about where this investigation is?
I realize that some members of the community felt some frustration. They felt like I had limited information, and I can respect that feeling. From the perspective that I'm at, I knew we had a mission to come to a successful conclusion of this and provide a form of justice to the Siller family. And the successful arrest and prosecution is our highest priority. That's what I'm doing.
Why was that driving into the back?
And can you tell us how long?
Tell us about the other man.
Sorry?
The other two victims, how long before they were found?
Hours. I think I would say that the discovery of all individuals deceased was made rapidly.
Were they all killed?
I believe that was.
That initial kidnapping, was that in the metro area or was that out of state?
That's information that I don't think we can discuss at this point. That's still part of the
Why are they
I think we probably reached our 5-question limit, so I'm going to turn this over to Sergeant Dell. Thank you very much for coming. I know it was very short notice, but it's a case that is very important to a lot of members in the community, in the Metro Atlanta area. So I appreciate you being here.
But there are no other suspects facing arrest in this, Chief. Is that correct?
So you were just listening in to Cobb County Police right there. As you can see, a Georgia man accused of killing 3 men now behind bars at the Cobb County Jail. Police say 23-year-old Brian Roden gunned down golf pro Gene Siller and 2 other men. We're going to bring in Fox 5's Brian Hill. He's reporting live for us out in Cobb County right now. Brian, what's the latest when it comes to this story? As you heard from police right there, I know a lot of reporters were not happy about the answers that they were getting at the press conference yesterday.
Well, we're here outside of the jail where Roden will make his first court appearance tonight at 8. And there are still a lot of questions regarding this case. We are still trying to figure out how Roden is connected to those 2 out-of-state victims. One is from Kansas and the other is from California. And because this is still a very active investigation, police have not disclosed that information as of yet. But we've learned from the arrest warrants that Roden allegedly bound those 2 out-of-state victims. He bound their hands, legs, and mouth before they were killed. Thursday evening, the Southwest Regional Fugitive Task Force captured 23-year-old Brian Roden in Chamblee after Saturday's murders at the Pine Tree Country Club. Roden has ties across the metro Atlanta area. Roden, according to his manager, is a rapper also known as B-Rod.
Mr. Roden has been charged with 3 counts of murder, 3 counts of aggravated assault, and 2 counts of kidnapping.
Police charged him with killing golf pro Gene Siller. Officers found the bodies of 2 other men in the bed of a pickup truck belonging to one of the men that was driven onto the golf course. Investigators believe Siller was not targeted by the suspect, but the victim saw an active crime leading to his death.
We definitely feel confident there was no relationship between the shooter and Mr. Siller.
Roden's arrest warrant alleges that he abducted the 2 out-of-state victims, bound their hands, legs, and mouths with tape, and forced them into the enclosed beds of the vehicle.
Guy just shot in cold-blooded one of our customers and walked off basically into thin air.
Fox 5 obtained jail records showing Chamblee PD arrested Roden on DUI charges hours after the killings, but was released on Tuesday. Thursday, Chamblee police asked him to come to their headquarters. When he did, U.S. Marshals and the task force arrested him for Saturday's triple homicide.
And it's a big relief. So just happy, and it's good news.
People living and working near the country club say the news of the lone suspect's arrest puts them at ease.
My door's unlocked and happy to be back open for business.
So people were on edge for the past 5 or 6 days because no one had been arrested. People were upset because police were saying that there was no public threat, but the suspect had not been arrested. So people were highly concerned over these past few days, but now they can breathe a sigh of relief because someone has now been arrested.
Brian, we of course know that from that press conference, you played out a soundbite of that. There was no relationship, or they're saying there was no relationship between the golf pro and Roden. But what about those 2 other men, or the 2 other people found in the truck?
Yeah, so it appears, unfortunately, that Siller was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. As for those 2 other victims, 2 men found, one from Kansas and the other from California, police have not gotten or have not released that information as of yet because this is still an active investigation. We have asked to try and get those details, but unfortunately, they have not said how they are connected to Roden at this time.
And as always, this type of situation really impacts the community. Is there any vigils planned or anything to honor the life of Siller?
Well, at the 10th hole where those bodies were found, there is a memorial that has been there since Saturday, and people at that golf course has been stopping by there every day to pay their respects. I'm not aware of any vigils that are going to be taking place as of now. I think the people in that community are just doing it on their own in a private way. When they are near that 10th hole, they are stopping by that memorial and just paying their respects there.
All right, Fox 5's Brian Hill reporting live for us out of Cobb County today. We appreciate you, and we'll be following this story alongside you. And we're going to go out to a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. 2 minutes. And when we come back, we have more stories that we want to be getting to, specifically about other murders across the country, a couple of road rage shootings that we're following up on. So don't go away on this Friday afternoon. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, almost 2:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, about 5:15 on the East Coast. We're expecting a press conference out of Surfside, Florida on the latest for that condo collapse as the recovery effort is underway. The latest we have is the death toll has risen to 78 more people as more scientists are examining the cause of the condo collapse. So hopefully we'll be hearing more about the investigation and everything that went into the collapse itself. As we know, that's where the story is kind of going to be turning here. Until then, which we'll take that live if we get it, of course. We're going to go out to the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. We're going to be hearing more about those sweeping executive orders signed by the president, as well as a series of other topics, too.
Items for all of you at the top. First, we welcome the unanimous adoption today in the UN Security Council to extend the mandate for a critical humanitarian aid lifeline to Syria. This agreement, which will directly impact the lives of millions of Syrians, was the result of hard work among the members of the Council and intensive diplomacy following a detailed discussion at the Geneva summit between President Biden and President Putin. Today's resolution, which renews the cross-border agreement that would have expired on July 10th, will provide further life-saving humanitarian assistance to the people of northwest Syria and is part of a broader humanitarian initiative led by the United Nations. The two leaders today on their call, there was a readout that just went out that should be in your inboxes. You may have seen, commended the work of their respective teams following the summit and welcomed the unanimous vote in the Council. There was a readout, I should note, that just went out of a call that President Biden did with President Putin this morning. I'm sure we'll talk more about that, but just to note for all of your inboxes. Also today, the President will sign an executive order that will direct a historic whole-of-government effort to promote competition in the American economy. This effort has three goals: lower prices for consumers, higher wages for workers, and more innovation and economic growth. Lack of competition drives up prices for consumers. Barriers to competition also drive down wages for workers. When there are only a few employers in town, workers have less opportunity to bargain for a higher wage and to demand dignity and respect. In total, higher prices and lower wages caused by lack of competition are now estimated to cost the median American household $5,000 per year. So we want to work to address that. Competition is the engine of our economy, and this is just the beginning. We'll be back in the weeks ahead to update you on the progress we're making on this executive order and the concrete benefits we are delivering to the American people. I also wanted to provide a quick update for you on our work in Haiti. The United States remains engaged and in close consultations with our Haitian and international partners to support the Haitian people in the aftermath of the assassination of the president. In response to the Haitian government's request for security and investigative assistance, we will be sending senior FBI and DHS officials to Port-au-Prince as soon as possible to assess the situation and how we may be able to assist. I also wanted to note that in January 2021, we announced a $75.5 million for a wide range of issues, including democratic governance, health, education, agricultural development, and strengthening of pre-election activities. Strengthening Haiti's law enforcement capacity is a key U.S. priority, was before the assassination a few days ago, continues to be. And the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs provides assistance directly to the Haitian National Police. We are also providing $5 million to strengthen the Haitian National Police capacity to work with communities to resist gangs. I also wanted to remind you all that earlier this year, the Department of Homeland Security redesignated temporary protected status for Haiti for 18 months, something the Secretary announced in May and something we are working to implement. And finally, Haiti is one of the countries that will be receiving vaccines from the United States. We will be prepared to deliver those, hopefully as early as next week. Part of that is assessing what can happen with the airport and how we will be able to deliver these. Two other updates. One other update and the week ahead. On global vaccines, today we are sending 3 million doses to Indonesia, 1.5 million doses to Nepal, 500,000 doses to Moldova, and 500,000 doses to Bhutan. With these shipments in this week alone, we have sent nearly 15 million doses to countries including Guatemala, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Afghanistan, and Vietnam. On Indonesia, I also wanted to add that in addition to the vaccines, we're moving forward on plans to increase assistance for Indonesia's broader COVID-19 response efforts. We recognize the difficult situation Indonesia currently finds itself in with a surge of COVID cases, and our thoughts are with those in Indonesia who are affected. Finally, let me get to the week ahead. On Monday, the President will meet with local leaders, including law enforcement, elected officials, and a community violence intervention advocate to discuss his administration's comprehensive strategy to reduce gun crimes and other violent crimes. And that's here at the White House. On Tuesday, the President will deliver remarks in Philadelphia, the birthplace of democracy, on his administration's actions to protect the sacred constitutional right to vote and the need to overcome anti-voter laws. He will make the moral case to the American people on why the right to vote is fundamental to who we are as a nation. On Thursday, the President will deliver remarks to mark the day that tens of millions of families will get their first monthly tax relief payments thanks to the American Rescue Plan. The expanded child tax credit provides working families $250 each month for every child 6 to 17 years old and $300 each month for every child under 6 years old. Also Thursday, the President will welcome German Chancellor Angela Merkel to the White House for an official working visit. Her visit will affirm the deep and enduring bilateral ties between the United States and Germany. This forward-looking visit will address our robust partnership on shared global challenges and identify areas to further strengthen cooperation in the months and years ahead. And on Friday, the President will participate in the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Leaders Retreat, remotely, obviously, on the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. On Friday afternoon, the President will travel to Camp David, where he will remain over the weekend. Alex, that was a lot of information. Hopefully, go ahead.
And we have new information about a call with President Putin. Can you tell us more about what prompted this? Was it decided in response to these recent ransomware attacks? What exactly did President Biden say? He reiterated that the United States will take any necessary action to defend its people. What threats, if any, did he make? And then I wanted to know, the top of the readout suggests that it was partly sort of a pleasant call. The leaders commended their joint work. So can you explain why President Biden was at all pleasant in this call when it seems that there are all of these ransomware attacks coming from Russia that may have been government approved?
First, let me say that the President is a believer in face-to-face diplomacy when possible and leader-to-leader diplomacy when that's not possible. And this is an example of that. And this is the first time, even though ransomware attacks have been increasing over the past 18 months, if not longer, that there has been this level of engagement at this level. And certainly the President knew, even when they met in Geneva, that there would be a need for ongoing discussions and engagements. I would say the reason that they commended the work of their teams is this is consistent with the President's view that diplomacy includes working together where there is opportunity and agreement and being clear and candid and forthright when there is disagreement. And this call is an example of that. So because of their agreement and the discussion they had in Geneva, the UN Security Council is going to extend access for humanitarian corridors, providing assistance, humanitarian assistance to people in Syria. That's something that is pivotal and that is going to save lives. That is something to be commended. At the same time, the President made clear, as I think you could see in the readout, that he underscored the need for President Putin to take action to disrupt these ransomware groups. Our evil, we know, operates in Russia and other countries around the world, and we don't have additional or new information suggesting the Russian government directed these attacks. We also know and we also believe that they have a responsibility. They have a responsibility to take action. And as you can see in the readout, the President also made clear that the United States will take any necessary action to defend its people and its critical infrastructure. So this was an example of leader-to-leader diplomacy, something the President feels is vital as he operates in the world.
Clarification on the new CDC guidelines on schools, because there seems to be a lot of confusion when these come out. Schools are now supposed to allow teachers and students that are vaccinated not to wear masks, but they're not recommended to keep track of that. Is that a recommendation enforceable? And if not, why even make the recommendation to begin with? And then going forward, as we're seeing an increase in vaccinations or increase in the Delta variant in some of these under-vaccinated clusters, is there a situation in which the administration would suggest returning to virtual learning at all?
First, the CDC laid out ways several months ago that all schools can safely return to in-person learning. That applies to schools in areas where there are high levels of vaccination and areas where there are lower levels of vaccination. And thanks to the American Rescue Plan, $122 billion in funding, schools can implement these mitigation measures that they may not have been able to prior. So this guidance today reiterated that masks should be worn indoors by all unvaccinated individuals. Schools should continue to maintain at least 3 feet of physical distance. Screening, testing, ventilation, hand washing and respiratory etiquette, staying home when sick and getting tested, contact tracing with quarantine, and isolation and cleaning and disinfection continue to be important layers of prevention to keep schools safe. Now, the guidelines that they provided, the guidance is in line with their public health guidance that they have provided broadly. So if somebody is vaccinated, they are safe. If they are not vaccinated, which obviously applies to children who are under a certain age who are not yet eligible, then there are guidelines that remain in place. How these guidelines will be implemented has always been the purview of local school districts. That has always been the case with vaccines in general, even prior to the coronavirus. So this is public health guidelines that they are providing. It is up to the school districts to apply and implement. Go ahead, Jeff.
Some 3 weeks or so ago, President Biden in Geneva said that Vladimir Putin knows there are consequences. He knows I will take action. Did he raise the volume of a similar message in their call today, or did he amplify it in any way, or did he just repeat it?
Well, I think as the readout makes clear, he reiterated that the United States will take any necessary action to defend its people and its critical infrastructure. And he also reiterated his expectation that President Putin take action, even if it is not directed by the Russian government and if it is because of criminal actors in his own country. So I'm not going to give you a tone and tenor readout here, but the president believes that and he's always believed this was going to need to be an ongoing diplomatic engagement with the Russians. We've had expert level talks. We've had those talks focused on cyber, focused on ransomware, but he also understands that there's going to need to be talks at times at the leader level. This is exactly
what you don't have any new information that Russia was involved specifically in these attacks, is that right?
Correct.
Are the cyber groups still meeting next week, the U.S. group and the Russia side meeting next week on cyber?
Yes, go ahead.
So in this call with President Putin, did Putin provide any assurances to President Biden that he will in fact crack down on cyber criminals that are in his country?
Well, I'm not going to read out on behalf of the Kremlin. I will let them read out their own, what the president conveyed to President Biden.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but did President Putin provide any assurances to President Biden on that call?
Again, that's not an appropriate role for the United States to convey. I can convey and read out to you what role President Biden played and what message he delivered to the Russians. Go ahead.
So you've talked about the visit of Chancellor Merkel coming on Thursday. To what extent will President Biden ask Germany and other countries that are involved to stand with him in a response to Russia on these ransomware attacks? Is that a big part of your agenda?
Well, I would say that it has long been, and it was back to the G7 and the meetings on the president's first foreign trip. Part of his message to other European leaders and partners was we need to stand together and work together to address the threat of ransomware, cyber attacks. It is not just an issue for the United States. It is an issue for a range of countries around the globe. In terms of what percentage of the meeting, I think we'll have more as we get closer to the meeting with Chancellor Merkel, but certainly I would expect that the rising threat of cyber and ransomware would be part of the agenda.
I have one more on Germany and then another quick one. So on Germany, this one residual issue that is still to be addressed has to do with Nord Stream. To what extent are you hopeful that you might be able to reach some kind of an agreement or extract some kind of promises from Germany that would stave off the need to have those sanctions take place?
It certainly will be a part of the discussion, and the our view continues to be that it's a bad deal and one that has global issues involved in it, but I'm not going to predict for you what the outcome of the meeting will look like. Yeah.
Real quick on Haiti. So we have some reporting that there's investigation going on about the role that Haitian Americans may have played in that attack. Can you say a few words about your understanding of that? I understand you're sending to the FBI and DHS, and it may be a bit premature, but any readout now would be helpful.
I don't have anything to update in that regard. Obviously, the investigation is being led by Haitian police forces on the ground. There have been some reports I think you're referencing, but I don't have any update beyond that.
Would that be a serious concern for the White House if you found that there were, in fact, American citizens involved in this assassination?
Well, certainly, but I'm not going to get ahead of where the investigation is going. It's ongoing. It's led by the Haitians on the ground. Go ahead, Kelly.
Did the president, in his conversation with President Putin, expand on the list that he presented to him in Geneva about the types of critical infrastructure and parts of the U.S. economy that were off limits? Has the increase in ransomware informed his view on that to expand that? And should we interpret this call and the implicit warning in there again as a sign that the U.S. will act and act soon?
Well, first I would say that, as you noted, the president did provide a list of critical infrastructure when he met with President Putin just a few weeks ago. He did that because, of course, an attack on critical infrastructure that would take out a swath of the American economy would have a significant national security impact. He did not provide that list to say if the attack is not on critical infrastructure, we're not going to take action. That was not the restriction he gave himself. And I think in this call today, he was making clear that, again, and reiterating again, that attacks by criminal groups, by actors that may not be directed by the Russian government, you still have a responsibility. And in terms of actions, he made clear that he's going to take steps to defend the American people and our own infrastructure and our interests here in the United States. So while we're not going to preview operationally what that looks like or what he may decide to do, he did make clear that he reserves that option to take action.
And do you think the president's intent in having this call and on this topic within the call was to send that signal that action could be imminent?
I think his intent was to make clear and reiterate again that attacks by criminal groups, ransomware attacks by criminal groups on entities in the United States is not acceptable and that we reserve the right to take action. Go ahead, Misha.
Thank you. Did President Biden specifically ask about Casilla and the RNC hack in this phone call? And did Putin say he was investigating? Did he deny it? What was that conversation?
Well, I'm still not going to read out what President Putin said, and I'm sure that the Kremlin will do their own readout of what he conveyed. I can tell you broadly that, of course, the ransomware attack that happened over the course of last weekend was a big focus, of course, of the call, which was clear in the readout that we provided. Again, I would reiterate on the RNC attack that the information we have to date is that that was on a third-party entity, and it's something the FBI is working with them on. We don't have additional information beyond that at this point in time.
Did the president express when he would take this action?
I'm just not going to have more to read out for you on operational details or specifics.
Okay, and I have a question on Hunter Biden's artwork. Did the White House play any role in crafting the sales agreement with the New York Gallery to protect the purchasers or the ultimate purchaser's identity?
Well, I can tell you that after careful consideration, a system has been established that allows for Hunter Biden to work in his profession within reasonable safeguards. Of course, he has the right to pursue an artistic career, just like any child of a president has the right to pursue a career. But all interactions regarding the selling of art and the setting of prices will be handled by a professional gallerist adhering to the highest industry standards. And any offer out of the normal course would be rejected out of hand. And the gallerist will not share information about buyers or prospective buyers, including their identities with Hunter Biden or the administration, which provides quite a level of protection and transparency.
The gallery owner is a private citizen who might not be privy to who might have some interests in purchasing this artwork. Is the White House doing anything to work with the owner to make sure there's not impropriety there when it is ultimately sold?
Well, I think it would be challenging for an anonymous person who we don't know and Hunter Biden doesn't know to have influence. So that's a protection. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On this call this morning with the Russian president, did President Biden discuss at all the Taliban delegation that was in Moscow yesterday?
The focus of the call and the conversation, which I can tell you was about an hour long, was really primarily on these two topics. I can see if there was anything in addition that was raised, and I can follow up with you after the briefing.
And then on the Afghan translators, does the president believe he has any executive authority to determine where these Afghan nationals await their visas? I know that the president said yesterday you guys are working closely with Congress. Want to know what that looks like. But in addition, does he have any influence on where they wait out this time period for their visas, as he similarly exercised with immigrants at the southern border by ending the Remain in Mexico policy?
Well, it's a different program, obviously, which I know you're conveying. And what we are trying to determine is U.S. facilities and bases that are located in different parts of the world where we can house these brave and courageous individuals while their processing continues. So that's what we're determining. We have not made a final determination of that. We're trying to also protect, for security and operational reasons, what that may look like, even when a final determination is made. So I would see it as a different type of a program, and but those are the considerations. And it's already law, so we are in a position where we can make a decision to relocate individuals from Afghanistan to these third-party countries.
And then on the vaccine, Pfizer requesting approval for a third shot from regulators. CDC, FDA said at this time you don't need a booster to be considered vaccinated. But what's the timeline that you guys are looking at on when that would be recommended, especially as it pertains to meeting vaccination requirements to forego things like masks?
Well, first, and you referenced this, but just for others, the CDC and the FDA put out a pretty clear statement last night after the announcement by Pfizer, making clear that Americans who have been fully vaccinated do not need a booster shot at this time. I'd also note that they are constantly engaged in a rigorous process to consider when a booster might be necessary, but I can't make a prediction of that. That's going to be led by the data and by the science. But at this time, that is not a determination that they have made, and we wanted to make clear that that is not something that the American people need to plan for at this moment. Go ahead. I'm just going to jump around because I haven't gotten to a bunch of people in this room in a couple of days. Go ahead.
Jen, a couple on Afghanistan, just to follow. Yesterday, the president said that he actually denied that the intelligence community had assessed that the Afghan government would collapse. That conflicts with the reporting of the Journal and other news outlets that said that it collapsed within 6 months. Was he not briefed on that intelligence, or are you denying that that intelligence exists at all?
Well, first I would say that we, of course, abide by the intelligence presented by our own intelligence community. But the way the question was answered and in part presented was whether it was inevitable. And the president does not believe that it is inevitable. The intelligence community has never said it was inevitable for the Taliban to take over the country. And so his objective, or his what he was trying to convey, was that there's a responsibility, and the responsibility now lies in the hands of the Afghans. We have trained over 300,000. We've provided $3.9 billion in humanitarian assistance. These are brave fighters who have fought off, taken on casualties, and fought off over the course of the last several years. We want to equip and empower them, and it is now in their hands. But it is not inevitable, nor has any intelligence assessment predicted it was inevitable.
And just one more. Yesterday, he also said that the U.S. doesn't bear responsibility for any deaths that might occur after the U.S. withdraws. Can you explain, how the U.S. doesn't bear any responsibility for that?
Well, I think what the president was conveying is that we are doing everything we can to equip, train, empower the Afghan National Security Forces, and we're going to continue to remain engaged, not just through the end of August, but then forward. But it is going to be up to them it is ultimately their job and responsibility now to demonstrate their capabilities and their will to defend their country. And that was what he was attempting to convey yesterday.
Just really briefly on the competition executive order, was there any discussion about trying to accomplish those goals through legislation? And would that be the president's preferred approach over an executive order that could be overturned by his successor?
Well, there's certainly value in legislation. It makes it more permanent, so there's no question about that. But the president is going to continue to use authorities that every president before him has had. Executive actions, which allow him to take actions to make industries more competitive, to bring relief to consumers and the American people. So I'm not going to rule out future legislative discussions with Congress should they want to pursue.
You've been watching the White House press briefing there from earlier this morning, but we do want to bring to you live. We're expecting officials just momentarily here out of Surfside, Florida, with the latest on that condo collapse. We'll just listen in down to the ground here as we do have new numbers, the death toll rising and the recovery effort underway.